Welcome to the kickoff of the PGL MLBB Challengers of WEU 2026, which starts today. Ready to energize the broadcast and the content that's coming your way. Of course, my name is Kronos. Alongside me, the one and only Zakota, all the way from Romania. We are here. And hey, today marks the start and the beginning of a brand new chapter in European MLBB esports at PGL. So one of the most respected tournament organizers debuts its first ever MLBB Challengers event in Western Europe. And I'm pretty excited, Zakota.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's usually we see PGL with Dota, with Counter-Strike, but now we're gonna see it for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And as a Romanian, you know, I feel extremely honored to be casting this event, because as people know, PGL is a Romanian league, and I am really excited about it. But Kronos, today is gonna be an exciting day, as you said, but not for only this reason. We're gonna have amazing new teams finally branching out. We're gonna see some familiar names. Of course, the top 8 teams in Europe right now. And me and you already checked out a few of them, but Basics, Team Entity, Fake Time, Final Reign, Memento Requiem, Meta Shift, White Army, and Zero Vision. I mean, we see some common names we saw last time, but man, some new beginners here.
We did, and I think we know some of these teams, especially because of what they've done previously in Europe. But then at the moment, with the meta being shifted, a little roster swaps, it's going to be quite exciting if you ask me. Yes, we're in between the World Championships, but it does not get any better when you want to add some spice into Europe, of course. We're talking Basics versus Zero Vision. That's going to be the first game of the day. And then we have Memento Requiem. That's right, it went from Memento Mori to Memento Requiem versus White Army. We're going to be looking forward to that one as well. White Army, a new name. And then we have Meta Shift versus Final Reign. Again, Meta Shift, the champions that we know of, whereas Final Reign is a mixed bag of players that didn't really make it till there. And then we're talking about Team Entity and Fake Time. These are no strangers, the usual suspects, Dakota.
Indeed they are. I mean, I'm excited about the first game, to be honest with you, because I already saw a sneak peek of the players. You did as well, and we already, you know, talked a little bit about it, but still. Who they have for winning the first game, Basics or Zero Vision?
Yeah, and I think we're covering 6 games today, ladies and gentlemen. All best of 3s, of course. And it does not get any better than the start. Basics gonna be going against Zero Vision, and of course a mixed bag of all these players that have been going throughout. But then let's not forget, it is a double elimination, as you saw previously while showing the brackets, and you do not want to be on the losing side. You want to go ahead and you want to start on a good note. I mean, it's all for the marbles, man. Why not?
It's gonna be tough competition. I mean, it's early in the morning. People have not warmed up properly. Some have a little bit of maybe, you know, just this unease, as to say, of playing at such a high standard this early. Because I remember, you know, usually here in Europe we have tournaments a little bit later in the day. People have a little bit of time, wake up, you know, do their routine, train up a little bit, scream a little bit. But here, fresh out of the bed, straight into one of the most important games of the day. Here, if it decides if you go forward or not.
I agree, and I think, you know, like yourself and myself, you know, warm-up is absolutely necessary when you get into it. And I think if these players are not warming up, because usually in the evenings you have the entire day to play MLBB for yourself, so you wake up, you know, your usual thing, get on your ranked games, make sure you warm up, get on comms, you know, just make sure you're all right moving forward. But then if it's so early in the morning, you need to make sure you're warming up as much as possible, especially if you're somewhere even more western of Romania. Because what is it, Zakota, for you? 10 a.m., 11 a.m.? 11, man. For me, it's 9 a.m. in the morning. So I think for some, you need to make sure you get those fingers warm enough, especially with the temperature that's outside. You say, what, -10 for you, 4 degrees for me? Nah, bro, you want to put your hands on the heater, make sure they're warm, get those joints moving. Otherwise, those fingers are going to have a hard time moving those skills, especially with the way the current meta is looking. Yeah, they need to make sure they're on top.
I completely agree with you. The meta is extremely fast-paced right now. I mean, the marksmans, it's shifted from fighters back to MMs, and it's, you know, it can still work if you put some fighters on gold, but right now only 1 or 2 I think are here. But still, we're going straight into game number 1 between Zero Vision and Basics. The first ban is reserved on Sora. We saw how dangerous that hero can be in other tournaments so far, and I mean, respect. hero. I mean, it's so unique, I would say, because you have two modes. You can swap between Thunder and I believe Cloud. So you have a tanky mode and a pure assassin mode, and it's going to be an interesting unit in future games. But Kalea follows Auto Darkness. I mean, these are pretty normal bans so far. What else are we expecting? The Yu Zhong, the Lapu Lapu, maybe even the Uranus?
I mean, I think, yeah, I agree. The Uranus, the Lapu Lapu, not so much. The Yu Zhong definitely has to go out the window. And then you got the Yi Sun Shin as well, one of the most staple picks in the jungle. Speaking of the gold lane that you spoke about earlier, Sora has been popping off with the way that he's been playing Savages left, right, and center, a couple of Maniacs here and there. So that's something that not want to give in the hands of Carvey, especially an experienced player, been around the globe. He knows what he's doing, so he doesn't really need any introduction. But then, of course, Yu Zhong, as we mentioned, off the table. I'm looking at a Claude ban maybe, just because he's the most viable marksman currently in the gold lane. So Zakota, you the analyst here, give us some insights. What do you think the meta? You said it's fast-paced, marksmen are back, but only two marksmen, man, Claude and Carry.
Yeah, but still, those two are enough to just shape up the meta again. I will see in the tournament that's going on right now, the main one, it is so dangerous to face a Claude. I mean, even with a tank jungler, saw a clip of an Akai just completely getting demolished by Claude, getting pinned against wall, doing nothing. But like I said, I agree with a Claude ban, maybe even a Grok. A Hilda is a great ban because this means they want to go on a Hayabusa, something lightweight early in the game. But what is Team Zone going to do? Are they going to ban out the Hayabusa, or are they going to ban out probably the Lancelot? Even so, on the table there's still the Zhuxin and the Eve. Do you want to give that for a Cloud, or do you just want to keep it for yourself?
I mean, there's also the Farsa, right? The meta is kind of open right now. It's open to interpretation. However, they want to use and maximize what they're going to get off their composition, how they want to make it roll. I mean, the table is there. As you spoke about the Eve is off the table. Usually something that's picked up on the blue side as a first pick. Zero Vision, these are three picks that is usually picked up as the first pick. Right, Zakota, the Sora, the Yu Zhong, the Eve, that should be coming in from the red side, these bans. So I don't know what they're cooking. Are they, you know, sometimes they say to confuse your enemy, you need to confuse yourself first. So is this one of those moments?
Reverse psychology indeed. I mean, right now I am looking at maybe a possible Cloud first pick, but I think Basic is going to answer possibly with the Lunox, because Lunox is going to do great into a Cloud. You have the Brilliance, you have an Immunity, you have an iframe, and looks just viable overall in the meta currently. Because it's so volatile. You have tanky fighters, you can have a tanky jungler, and it can work. But the Zhuxin is going to go out the window. This is already giving Team Zero Vision the possibility of maybe even a carry instead of a Cloud, but still Cloud, I think, is the best marksman right now. There is no competition. Or maybe even a Freya, if you're feeling risky about it.
I agree. I think with the first half about Claude being the best marksman right now in the current meta, the best goal laner rather as well. But Freya, risky. I don't know if it's a first pick worthy. Maybe save it for the second phase. You know, throw him a doozy a little bit, but it's got to be Claude, man. You don't. First of all, it's not just strengthening your team, but also denying it. And we know Nikki, how he likes to play the Claude, one of his favorite heroes as well in the gold lane. So I don't think they're going to let this opportunity go. Maybe just thinking of what they're going to do. Oh, no, they go for a Mark's pick instead for a Grok. Not something, but maybe throw back to about, what, 3 months ago?
It's okay. You can counter Claude, I think, with the Grok. If you build, of course, the correct item, you build the blade arm, you build the dominant size to get that extra defense up, you build also the new item that reduces attack speed. I think it's going to be okay, but still you're going to get melted through and through, because still Claude with an Demon Hunter sword and the fighter emblem, he's going to out-heal most of the damage. But still, on the table right now, there is the Baxia. Is Basics going to go for the Baxia, or they're going to go for the stable pick Hayabusa or Lancelot? Kacha Kimi. Okay, they're leaving the Claude for the second phase pick.
I don't know if they're leaving the Claude for the second phase, man. It feels like Zero Vision is going to grab it right now. Yeah, they had to. They gave them the opportunity. They took it back. So, I don't know. I'm not quite happy with the way the Claude's been treated, at least. I feel bad for him, but, I mean, Kimi and Kacha is good. You got a good mid-duo. Quite tanky up front, got some good wave clear as well at the same time. So, and they have the scaling potential. They have the early game, they have the AoE. It's good. It starts off well. The Lunox, I don't know, okay. I feel like too early. But we know it's Origami's comfort pick.
Yeah, I wouldn't say a comfort pick for Origami, but it's still one of his best mages right now. I was really looking forward maybe a Farsa, but still, right now we're gonna use the carry counter pick. As I said, these two matchmen are contending for the number one spot. Carry is good, anti-tank Cloud is good at everything, but still, what are gonna be the jungle bans? Because I assume Zero Vision is gonna target the Hayabusa and possibly the Yi Sun-Shin. I would say those two heroes need to go off. Or maybe even they ban out another XP laner. Maybe they ban out the Esmeralda. I think Esmeralda could be a great ban for either Team Zone or Basics, because with Kimi you get a lot of shield, and with as well carry, you're a little bit viable to the Esmeralda chase.
Yeah, but I think the Hayabusa is a great shout first. The Fanny being taken off. I still think Hayabusa is great ban for the side of Basics, but depends on how they're looking to approach it, because they're already taken out one assassin. So I think the second one's a no-brainer, just because you have Carry and Kimi that are very susceptible to being taken down by the Yogi Shadow Kill. However, on the other side, you're right. I think Esmeralda might be a good shout, just because how she can absorb the shields coming in from the Claude. Don't want to give an extra hard bit of a time. Give them an extra frontliner, just because the Lunar's going to be busy trying to burst down the Gatotkacha as well. So it's either or. So I think maybe Esmeralda is a great shout, yes. Lapu Lapu's another one that they can look at the XP lane.
There's also the Uranus on the table, but I mean, it's a respect ban towards Castle. It's such a great Arnold player, but he isn't just going to go out the table, and I assume, if you're hearing me, ban out the Hayabusa, because Hayabusa is looking really great for Team Basic right here. You can go on top of the Cloud, you can go on top of the future XP laner, and you're going to be hogging all of the kills for yourself, especially with the Cloud. Wait, are they going to go for a Fredrin jungle? They have already two marksmen. Are they going to risk for an assassin pick? This is a hard game to decide. A Panda, maybe.
I don't know. I was thinking Fredrin, man. Baxia, maybe even. But then you don't have a lot of physical damage coming in from your side. So I was just thinking maybe Fredrin and the Panda. You're right. On the side of Team Basics, right? Just because they have the carry. They need someone to protect the carry more so than ever. Terizla being taken off. So maybe risk the Hayabusa going away. But they went for the Baxia.
I don't know about that. I was even thinking maybe a Leomord with the hybrid build. You could do work as well. But Baxia is into a Lunox Cloud as well. I don't know if that's going to be that great. You're going to be reliant on your Turgis presence a lot. You're going to get melted. But still, they have the carry on their side, not on the enemies. What is my lobby going to pick? I assume they're going to go maybe for the Lapu Lapu to try to dive in on the carry, or maybe... what about... No, the Uranus wouldn't work here. They have two marksmen. It's going to be too much poke for him.
Yeah.
What else is there? I mean...
Glue? Glue makes a good shout over here, if you ask me.
Yeah, Glue, yeah.
Can get on top of the Baxia, can get on top of the marksman, whoever's there, can survive, can sustain. Especially, I love that Patrick skin. It's got to come through, bro. I've been waiting to call a Patrick game. Come on, bring me the Glue. My lobby, you can do it. Oh no, they go for the Alice.
Great show. Oh, Lapu Lapu as well. But I was also thinking the Glue would go well. I mean, let's call him Patrick now. I mean, we have to. He's so iconic. Patrick would have worked real great. I mean, it's still into a box, so I can see why you didn't want to go on. The Lapu Lapu was still on the table. You can get counter pretty easily, but still, it's only game one. It's a best of 3. Keep that in mind. Maybe they're just warming up their fingers, as you said. Maybe they didn't listen to you and put their hands on the heater. Don't do that, kids. You're gonna burn your hands, but still. Game number 1. Let's see the game mode. I think my favorite one is indeed Dangerous Grass, and it was picked.
Ooh, Dangerous Grass just to kick off. I would say Expanding Rivers has been great, but then as the meta has been changing, as the patches have been coming through, Dangerous Grass has been the best map so far. But hey, I think we're going to get the excitement of actually going in there and watching how this game unfolds, because it's a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. And you're, of course, watching the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe 2026. And we are into game number 1 of this best of 3.
It's going to be a pretty slow start. I mean, I was expecting the Claude to leech a little bit, but still, he is going to go directly to lane. He doesn't want to give carry enough the space. They're just going to watch for him. Boro is going to go to give some vision early in the game, of course, getting poked out a little bit. Here versus the Grok. Lunox is going to be pretty hard. Oh, great wall coming from Mark.
Yeah, I
the
think
minions are frozen.
A bit early on as well, just to make sure it's providing a bit of trouble, but you know Kojic is kind of going to be bullying them out of the lane That's what this Grok's gonna face difficulty in. Usually you want the Grok to dominate the river, but with the way Kojik's been moving around, and especially Mark taking in the Guardian's barrier first, it's going to be a little difficult for them to contest.
Indeed. Ooh, almost a catch right there. We're gonna see a pretty common start for both of the junglers, both starting on the red side. I mean on the blue side, going towards the red side. But Mark!
Oh man, that's early. That's early. Revitalize being baited out, looking for a flicker. But you can see Mark and Origami making sure they don't give that away. YJ comes into the fray as well. 40 seconds into the turtle. Kojik just trying to poke him out as much as possible.
That's the only way to do. You have to play extremely aggressive when you haven't got the catch as well. And the Lancelot was gonna be able to get the kill there if the wall was a little bit faster. But still, he is going to try to freeze the wave. Castle is also freezing the wave. My lobby is playing that, so he can go in, he can risk the damage taken, but still on the top lane is going to be an even Steven trade. Right now, Carry and the Cloud, I would say, are even. He just needs a few items for the Cloud and you're going to be on top, but still, look at Walkie.
Hey, he comes in. Tortoise's Poisson's already used. Flicker baited out from Mark just before the turtle. So Flicker for a Revitalize early on, and add that Tortoise's Poisson's. Feels like Basics might just be able to walk away with this, but here comes YJ, punctures his way through. Boro trying to go for the Unbreakable, catches him, and they get that Landshaker down. First blood in the hands of Basics, and that's why you do not mess with Boro. Castle flickers forward, tries to catch Origami, but he should be able to get out of there with the Brilliance. And here comes the AOG just to pull Mark back up, and they have another Unbreakable coming through. My Lobby in the back line with the Throne of Ruin, have to get out of harm's way. Castle making sure they zone them out. Basics, upper hand, less than 3 minutes in.
And Nick is survived by the skin of his teeth, as another caster likes to say, but still, right now, it's a lead for Basics. About, let's say, maybe 700 goldish, not even. But Carvey is going to get a little bit of a power plating. Mark is going to rotate towards there, so is Boro. It's going to be a pretty intense game. Look at that bot side. Lapu Lapu goes in.
Man, he is so aggressive. He knows it's going to be difficult to take him down because the Alice has to scale. That's the problem here. That's why we were thinking of probably the glue that can be really annoying. But with Alice having to scale, it's going to be a problem. The tech charge comes through, catches 3 members. Brilliance to make it out, but Mark's taking out super low. Traction pulls him back. Basics find themselves another.
I think maybe Zero Vision should went as well with maybe a tank jungler just to protect, as you said, the Cloud and maybe even the Lunox early in the game. Because you have 2 late game heroes. You have the Cloud, you have the Lunox. These two can just carry the game completely on their own, but still, it's going to be a pretty hard matchup against as well. You're a Lancelot and you have so many stuns. You have the Traction Pulse, you have the Taunt, you have the AOG, you have that backshot stun, you even have the Lapu Lapu Landslider, but still, there are so many heroes here who can counter the Lancelot, and it's not a great look for him.
Definitely not looking good so far. You want the Lancelot to snowball as much as possible. Look at the gold as well. The entire team above Zero Vision. Roamer included. Walkie comes in, walks into a death trap. Kojik make it out of harm's way. Tech Charge makes it through as well. AOG trying to catch Mark, and they do that. Unbreakable comes down. Boro bullying them out the river.
So far, 2 out of 2 AOGs land completely perfectly and got as many stuns as possible, but still, on the bot side, Alice.
Oh no, Alice gets caught. Kojik able to get that kill quite easily. My Lobby not having a great time. Neither is the rest of Zero Vision. This Kimmy is single-handedly zoning away 3 members. Oh no, Flickers 4 with a Chaos Assault. Able to get that kill. Zero Vision finally clapped back. Brilliance comes out, making sure Boro doesn't catch them off guard. Castle zoning them away. He does have the bravest fighter. Doesn't want to go through Phantom Execution. Goes in Retribution. YJ able to seal that turtle. Walkie, what are you doing? Bro's got to wake up.
He indeed has to wake up. He had the advantage there in the fight. The Lapu Lapu got that kill on my lobby early in the game. Kodiak fell down. I think that was the driving force between Zero Vision going in and going deep. But still, look at top lane. Carvey is winning extremely hard, but Origami.
Oh my god, he tries to catch him. Mark gets caught out once more. Unbreakable. It's going to be a kill fed into the hands of Carvey. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Origami's going to get taken down again. Kojik just having a great time on this Kimmy.
I mean, what can he do? There's not much who can catch it here, but as I said, if they had the Fredrin, maybe he could have taunted, maybe he could have gotten the stun skill too, but still, it's not going to be enough. Castle, he has the Landshaker ready.
It should be an easy take on the tier 1, right? Oh, wait, he goes for it. Oh, YJ, what are you doing? No, not like this, Dakota, not like this.
After an amazing play like that on the turtle, but Carvy's gonna hit the top here as well. They're playing it so seriously. They let the minion die so it doesn't get any of the farm. I mean, he's looking extremely good for Team Basics.
Wait, Throne of Ruin in the back line. My lobby catches Kojic, but here comes Walkie. Torres' Poisson's already used, but you can see the damage coming in from Kojic. My lobby gets caught out with the traction pulse now. He's gonna get taken away. Nice pushback from Mark. But they are poking, man. They're poking so hard. Zero vision. They got to find some sort of angle. They need to find some sort of way to make a comeback. Otherwise, just looking at one-sided. 4K already, Dakota, in the hands of Basics.
4,000 gold lead. That's already 1 or maybe 2 items. I mean, right now in the lead, East Castle, he's doing extremely well. He has the War Axe. He's already building the Queen Wings on top of that. The Lancelot still hasn't gotten 1 item yet, and he has the most farm, I assume, on the team. The Demon Hunter Sword comes in the hand of Claude. It's extremely early, but Claude is late game. You need to build a few items, maybe even to mid game. You need to get that Trinity build ready to rock and roll. He's already getting the Swift Crossbow, and I cannot see anything interesting.
No, you want to see something interesting? Mark in the back line, catches Carvey, gets taken down. My lobby able to get that kill. Brilliance coming out from Origami as well. They're trying to make a sandwich out of them. Torres' Poison used AOG into the back line. Origami flickers out. Walkie gets himself the turtle. My lobby makes it out, but here comes Castle. Looking to catch Mark off guard. And yes, they do. They get that kill in tier 1 in the mid lane. And now along with the turtle, they're looking to take this game away.
It looks really bright for Basics, but still it's only game 1. Who knows what's going to happen in game number 2, but it is not the end. There is still a chance for a comeback. Just one mistake is going to cost Basics the game, or maybe even zero vision. But still, right now the Throne of Ruin is not available, so they're playing a little bit aggressively. They're just going out, wailing their tail, maybe trying to bait out the AOG, or maybe even trying to bait out the Landshaker. It's so hard to play into this, because you're already at such a low there. It's 4,000 gold, as you said. Just difficult to play, especially when you have a proper engage. Yes, you have the Alice, but she's a one-trick pony. She goes in with the Throne of Ruin. She cannot go back easily. If you have the glue, you could have sustained, climbed another person, and so on and so forth.
No, traction pulls. AOG trying to catch him as well, able to make it out of harm's way. Flicker expended. Now Origami gets caught out. Boro just being an absolute menace. Castle goes in the bravest fighter. Meanwhile, on the top side, Nikki being taken away low. It's going to be a kill in the hands of Kojic. One more. And now they're looking to take away the tier 2 up top. Basics are not wasting any time.
It's looking rough here. Kronos is looking real rough, but still Mark could maybe turn it around. Just one tectonic charge could change the game, but still they're not allowing that. Look at Walkie, he's going zoning in.
Walkie, I mean, he's quite tanky as well, right, Dakota, with that Boxia. But you can see Castle just being an absolute bully, trying to go to the back line, poking them down. That's Grok we're talking about, doing a lot of damage coming in from that Landshaker.
Traction pulse. One damage traction pulse. That was quite cute. Still, Carvey is fed. He's so fed. He's 2-1.
Yeah, I wish we could take a look at the items again just to make sure how far ahead he is. I know I did see the golden staff and the corrosion site early on. But then you're right. It's a carry that has 2.5 items, 9 minutes into the game. No one's going to be able to tank that right
I think now 3 items. Nope. Yeah, she has the full Trinity build ready to rock and roll. She has the tough boost as well. Antique Couriers with brute force first items on backside. It's a little bit odd, but still Lapu Lapu with the Queenings, as I said. Kodiak with a really interesting build. First, Scorching 110 Sky Piercer into Concentrated is a little bit odd. I would have went maybe Feather of Heaven just to get a little bit more damage in, but still, that's to be excited. Oh, Mark and Boro.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a battle no one's going to come out on top of, right? Grok versus Gatotkacha. It's going to be, what, 10 minutes, just that 1v1?
Maybe. But Lapu Lapu is zoning out the Lancelot. As we see, the Lord is going to be at 7,000 HP. And the Retribution is going to go down into the hands of Basics. It's going to be a Lord charge coming on the top side, if I'm not mistaken. But still, is it going to be enough to end Zero Vision? Or are they going to defend it properly? They have the Lunox. They have the Grok. They can maybe force out the Lord, take another path. And as well, they have the Claude. But I don't think the sun is shining upon them.
Yeah, I think the sun's setting up on the side of Zero Vision. The Lord's already marching down the mid lane. The only way that they can defend is they got to pull out a wombo combo. Boro's so good with the Unbreakable. Traction Pulse comes out. They catch Mark. Can't charge on 3 members. Throw it over to the back line. AOG to make sure Mark doesn't run away. But my lobby gets melted down by Carvey. And Walkie, I don't know what he was thinking. He went in, but almost died. Yes, he does. Origami the free kill. It's 4v3 right now. The base. The Lord's already marched in, full HP, almost 15,000. Nicky trying to make sure he bursts it down. He doesn't have enough damage as YJ able to go in and out. Gets the Lord taken down, but look at Basics. They get the job done, inhibitor after inhibitor. The base crystal left exposed, and I think they got the job done. They're happy with it.
I mean, it was a defense, but still, it's at almost 10,000 gold lead for the side of Basics. You are so far behind. I think the Roamer is higher level than your highest level. No, actually, never mind. The Lancelot is still farming pretty well. He's level 14. Being deprived most of his farm, taking only one objective. It's looking pretty grim for the side of Zero Vision. But still, Nicky Ikichiki is getting his item ready to roll. He has that BMI ready to rock and roll every single time. He is well protected. As I say about the Trinity build, there it is. We got the confirmation. The corrosion side was built. But it's gonna be down to my lobby and Mark getting that Actorny Charge and Thorn of Ruin combination on maybe a pre-Lord fight. It's gonna be pretty hard. It's gonna be really hard. Look at Castle. Great vision coming from him.
Yeah, he knows he can be taken down, right? Origami's behind, Nicky's behind as well. He barely has the Trinity. Mark, he's been bullied the entire time. Chain CC him down. That's a Grok, and I don't think he's gonna survive. Carvey. Those speedy light wheels make sure they get him. The tankier the hero, the faster they get melted.
It should be the opposite, but it is not. Lancelot in the bot side still, he made a little bit of progress. He let 1 minion leave, just allowing them to probably take that bot side inhibitor. But right now, it's not looking great. Basics are going to turn to the base.
Throne of Ruin. All 5 members, but to what? Nothing. No follow-up. They're too far behind. Basics are okay taking that right to their face because they have the damage. They have the tankiness. They want to end the game. Mark finds the tech charge as they shut down Carvey. And somehow, some way, Zero Vision able to defend.
I don't think Carvey was focusing on the base. I think it was only Bora and Castle doing that on the Nexus, but still, right now, the top side is gonna get pushed by minions. Will Nick be in there in time to defend his SCPs? They right now have the Lord advantage. They have the numbers. But will they take the fight? Traction Pulse?
Mark, below half HP. Oh, the Lord's knock up on the YSG is disrupting the flow. Kojic able to get Mark.
Castle gets it.
No, they find the Lord. They find the double in the hands of Kojic, and here comes the Throne of Ruin, but Kojic able to flicker out as well. At the same time, Nicky, the Blazing Duet's been expended. Brilliance comes out. It's a job well done. Zero Vision are panicking, and Basics are capitalizing on that.
It's not looking great. The Lord is gonna start marching down in just about a few seconds, but right now, it's 2 versus 5.
Nicky, winner crown. Origami able to get the damage down with the Chaos Assault. Walkie just going in and out. Carvey gets the base crystal. Basics take this away. 1-0 in this best of 3.
It's looking real grim, but still, it is only game number 1. I assume they have woken up, they have gotten a rude awakening, as to say. But Basics looked really great. They looked real good. On the other hand, Zero Vision looked a little bit iffy, as if they just woken up, you know, they didn't have their breakfast, they didn't have their eggs. Maybe they need a little bit of coffee in the morning, but let's take a quick look at the highlights. We're going to see the first turtle of the game. Great AOG. I mean, this is the third one, actually.
I mean, that AOG is the 3rd turtle, if I'm not wrong. The AOG just to zone them out, and the key of the game was like, okay, you want to pick Grok, we'll just bully him out the entire time. That's what they did. They never let Mark read, no providing vision whatsoever, and that's a Grok we're talking about. If a Grok's not able to provide vision, what can they really do? Of course, Kojic just sitting pretty in the back line. Nice tech charges coming through. Even got a 5-man stun with that Throne of Ruin in the base crystal, my lobby. But they just didn't have the damage to follow up, did they, Zakota? It was too little too late by then.
The Cloud was trying, got a little bit of damage with Dexter, but still it was not enough to do anything really. Not much can do that. I don't know. The Lunox was a little bit too early, as you said. Maybe the Fars would have been great to gank early game the Carvey. Maybe even gank the Lapu Lapu, but I don't know. It's really hard to play into a Kimi with Lunox. It's just completely difficult. You are just at such disadvantages. You have the Grok. But what can Grok do into this team composition? They have 3 tanks, 2 marksmen. The sides are already done for the carry. Is there? She's gonna melt down the other. She's gonna melt down the Grok. Who is left there to soak up the damage? Maybe if they went for a high loss roam instead to try to maybe slow down carry's basic attacks, it would have worked with the Alice because you can maybe slow them down with the Glorious Pathways. You can get a better turn of Ruin sometime, but it's, you know, it's what ifs, these things. But Kronos, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I just didn't like the first pick Grok whatsoever. There was the Claude that was open first on, so they could have gone for that, but they did get Claude in the end anyway. And then again, I don't think Grok was the way to go. We've been looking at the, you know, the meta all around. Grok's not been the greatest. He has been up and down, but also at the same time, not a fan of the Alice. I'd rather prefer Alice in a composition where you have consistent damage coming throughout the game, but they don't have that. They have late game damage with the Origami, and the late game with Nikki, and my lobby as well, and an Alice that needs to scale. So the only early damage that they had was with the Lancelot, but didn't really make that much of a difference, did it? Because of this guy, the MVP. What a standout player. We're talking about Boro.
Indeed, Michael Boro is indeed get the MVP, but he was not the goal and he was the roamer. A little bit of a mistake here on the screen, but still, he got so many amazing ults in. He got a few great taunts. I mean, at the end, we saw how he just waited for Alice to try to use her orb to dash away, but still, he was just waiting to try to catch her. But right now, as I said, game number 1, I also didn't like the Grok, I didn't like the Alice, but, you know, they just tried. You know, it never hurts to try. But as I said, I would have liked maybe a high-loss Morant Roam against the carry because you have that attack speed down from Chassis Pauldron. You have it also from the passive of high-loss. There are so many choices, man. It's just that I was thinking, what if they went for a Minotaur instead? Minotaur into Katkacha is not that bad. You have CC immunity on the ultimate with the Minotaur Fury. You can maybe even catch out a Kimi, but it's so... It's just... hard to call. Hard to call.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, you know, after the first game, of course, I feel like looking up for the second one. Are we coming back after a short one, Dakota? Did I hear that right? Oh, seems like we are, right? We'll be back after a short little break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger Western Europe 2026. We'll be back soon. Hey, while the world is watching the championships, make sure if you're from Europe, you're watching the Western Europe PGL MLBB Challenger of 2026 indeed, ladies and gentlemen. A prize pool of 5,000 euros. That's right. We're bringing you some of the great action from Europe. It's okay. I know those guys are itchy looking at those fantastic plays coming through, so you want to show them yourselves that what you're capable of, and that's why we are bringing this in. Of course, my name is Kronos, alongside me is Zakota to bring you the action, and we've already seen game number 1 to start off, and now we're moving to game number 2 of this best of 3 between Basics and Zero Vision.
Kronos, you and I are a little bit polar opposite. You're wearing black today, I'm wearing white, you know. I think we coordinated this extremely well, but still, this is game number 2, as you said, Basics versus Zero Vision. First game went to Basics. What do you expect in the first match here? Do you think they're going to be a little bit respect towards maybe they got the catch or the carry? Or do you think they're going to just let it slide and go with a different draft for Team Zero Vision?
If you ask me, if Zero Vision, with the way they drafted the first game, they're probably going to stick with the same bands. The Sora, the Yu Zhong, something that we know Yu Zhong Castle can play it. You know Carvey can play the Sora. Zushin being taken off, that's a standout trade. But I think Zero Vision, Gatot Kacha, I don't know, man. They should probably stick to what works in the current meta, rather.
I think maybe Zero Vision is to ban out at Yushong, as you said. The Sora is also a great shout, but still, if you play him on Thunder mode, he's great. If you play him on the Tempest mode, I don't like Sora if you play him on Tempest. Only good one is Thunder, because you have so much damage for utterly no reason. But the healer's gonna get banned out. He's already pointing at possibly an assassin jungle, but last game it didn't. We saw the back sharply coming in from Walk. But still, at the end of the day, it could be night. The Kalea is gonna go out. It's already looking pretty great for a Hayabusa game. Maybe Team Zero Vision is gonna ban it, or what if Basics are gonna ban it out themselves, because the funny is still on the table.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Hayabusa, Zakota. Sorry to cut you off there. I was thinking about the Hayabusa just because of what we spoke about how Walkie likes to play the Hayabusa, right? So I think the Hayabusa is a pick that's going to be coming through unless Zero Vision really want to ban it out. But then feels like Zero Vision want to go for the trade of the Yu Zhong and the Sora, and I think Basics are considering that trade.
The carry gets banned out. The cloud is open. Is this a shot coming in from Zero Vision maybe? To ban the carry on the cloud? Or maybe they want to take another tank jungler and they don't want to give out the carry. I mean, the trade is going to be done pretty much the same. You either ban the cloud or you give it to them, but what are you going to pick in return? The Yu Zhong is left, is available, and we know that my lobby is a pretty great Yu Zhong player. I think one of the best, if I were to say. But on XP, I mean on gold, what are you going to pick? Harit is okay against the Claude, but what else is there for him?
I'm telling you, bro. Claude on the blue side, Sora Yu Zhong. Lock it in. That's a solid. That's a solid start. Don't you think so? Sora Yu Zhong. Come on, you got both sides covered.
It's okay, but I think Sora needs a better frontliner. He needs a harder. Oh, it's looking.
I think
like
they're going for it. I think that's the trade. They're going to give Claude in the hands of Carvey, and then they're going to go Sora Yu Zhong on the other side. And I like it just because the Valentina's taken off as well. They can think about the front line later. You know, there's still the glue that can be played in the room. We know Pagu likes to play that in the roam position. Shout out Pagu. But then, of course, at the same time, they can play the Gatot Kacha that's available, right? Come on. Tigreal, if they really want to go basic and play something in the roam position, the Grok works out well. So I think Basics are thinking this over. Carvey's like, hey, you want the Sora? Do you want the Claude? What's it going to be? They go for the Claude.
Sora Yu Zhong or Sora Lapu Lapu, I think. Either of these two. Maybe even a Sora Uranus.
Come on, Zakota.
I don't know if they're going to go for the Yu Zhong.
Really?
Or maybe even the Sora. I don't think they're going to pick the Sora. It's going to be hard. Castle can play the Sora on XP possibly, but it's too early to tell.
Come on.
They're going to maybe take out the Mage. Maybe they're going to take out the Grok again.
No, the Yu Zhong. Come on, you know he's the best EXP laner right now in the game. You know he's the best EXP laner in the game right now. Come on, who's better? Who's better? Sora? He's better on the gold lane.
Nah, I think Esmeralda is a little bit better than Yu Zhong right now. I mean, I've seen a lot of Esmeralda, and you cannot kill her down if you don't have a direct counter. And especially if you maybe go something that has a ton of shit like the Radiant build, Claude we love. It could get really nasty. But still, it's so hard to play against the Yuzhong if the Yuzhong is a really great player. And here we have only good players. We're going to see again the Kimi. We're going to see the tank jungles probably again. The Predator is definitely on the table. The Baksha as well. And they're going to take it yet again. What is Nikki going to pick? Maybe he's going to pick, as I said, maybe the Yuzhong. But the Yuzhong into a Baksha isn't looking great.
Yeah, I agree. Yuzhong into a Baksha, Yuzhong into a Kimi as well. At this point, yeah, it's very hard because the Kimi kites so beautifully against any composition that's a full dive. And with the look of Zero Vision, they're building in towards a full dive as well, while Basics are looking to go for that front to back. So if you ask me, Yuzhong, yeah, might as well put all your eggs in that basket and go for it. Because you went for the Grok anyway. You're not going to get control of the river with the Kimi being picked up that we saw in game number 1. So why not roll the dice, gamble for it, and go for the Yuzhong? Oh no, they still go for the Lunox.
I was thinking the Farsa could work real well here. Maybe even the Kadita into a Claw. The Kadita is not that bad because you have immunity, you have so much crowd control as well. It's hard to tell. Maybe if they went for a different roamer, but they're going to ban out the Yuzhong, which is a great choice. Maybe they're going to go actually for the Sora on the XP lane, and maybe they're going to go for the... What can they go on goal lane to counter the Cloud? Because I think that's what they're trying to pull. A Moscow into a Cloud won't work that great. Maybe a Granger. They just try to poke him out the early game, but it's going to be really hard to play into a Baksha Kimi.
I mean, Granger is probably the only choice left, is it not? Bruno has absolute
great.
zero mobility. Moskov, I wouldn't say is the best right now with the way things are working out, especially going up against a Kimi. Maybe you want to go for a Ruby, but then you don't have enough damage. You're really relying on Origami
maybe
to do it.
Xborg's going to get poked out. There's such bad choice to play against the Cloud matchup, and especially with the Baksha and the Kimi on the same side. I mean, you have
It's got to be Granger.
choices.
I think it's got to be Granger. Granger is the only pick that I can think of.
It's hard, Kronos. It's really hard to decide here because they already banned out 2 XP laners. They maybe want to hint that, hey, we're going to go with Sora on the XP. We're going to keep it that way. But there still is the question of maybe the Uranus, maybe even the Esmeralda. But the Hayabusa is going to get banned out, and I don't know why. Hayabusa here wouldn't be great because they already lack so much stuff on Zero Vision side. They could go further in for Zero Vision and they can go with a squishy goal laner. Just to try to build him up. There's a Granger. Granger Fredrin. That's the only choice I think. Because with the Fredrin Granger, have the Grok, yeah, with the Tectonic Charge, you can have so many setups possible. But what is basically gonna pick on the Rome side? The Gacha hit again, or maybe even go for a Hellcourt, a cheeky Hellcourt pick?
Gatot Gacha, man. CC is great in the
CC
EXP.
Gatot. Yeah.
CC Gatot. CC because they're kind of predicting that tank jungler that we're talking about. Gatot Gacha just to be a disruptor, just to dive into the back line. That massive AOG, which is a massive AOE skill, is going to be such a problem for them to deal with. Zero Vision on the other side, I think, is just... They're really leaning in towards a tank jungler, right? We can see it. They got 2 squishies. They got Sword to try and disrupt the flow. Maybe he's still a damage dealer, mind you. He's not exactly a tank.
Yeah, Khalid.
Oh, I like the Khalid just to add early pressure, which the Gatot Kacha would not have had. Now you add they had the problem of the Kimi and the Gatot Kacha in the previous game, but now you have Khalid and Kimi. That mid lane duo is going to be so strong. And again, Zero Vision are not going to be able to contest, so they need someone in the jungle to apply that early pressure, which they do not have. A Lancelot, not looking so good.
A Gwyn jungle, maybe, or even a Suyu to try to immune the stuns. It's hard to call. I don't think the fire is going to work here, especially to a Khalid Bakshi. You're going to get invaded in your red buff.
A Gwenpool is definitely not going to work. Oh, no. All right,
no.
Hear me out. I was thinking about this in my head, but then... it sounded too stupid to say out loud because it doesn't make sense against a Kimi and a Claude, if you ask me. Because of the fact that when you use the Phantom Steed, the Kimi's just going to be kiting, right? And you're going to do too much damage. By the time you reach the Kimi, you're already dead. You don't chase that hero.
He's just going to go for objectives, maybe. He has that extremely good execution line with the skill 1. It does, like, I think, 2,800 damage in the early game. But let's check which map we're going to get. Again, Dangerous Grass. Not that bad of a map choice, but I was hoping to see maybe Broken Walls this time to give Leomord a little bit more space to go with Barbiel. But
Hey, man.
who do you think is going to win this one? Basics or Zero Vision?
I don't know, man. Zero Vision, not liking their composition so much, especially the end. I understand when you talk about having the control in neutral objectives, but not with the early pressure that basics can apply. Look at Boro. He doesn't care. He walks up in front of you, gets into your jungle, and he knows he's going to dominate this river. And alongside that, this game, because it's game number 2 out of this best of 3.
It's going to be a really hard early game for Zero Vision, especially because the Grok can get just out-rotated.
Oh, no, he's going to steal?
Was the red tree? No. But the Little Wanderer is going to spawn in about 3 seconds. He's going to be up and ready to rock and roll. Look at Turtle go. But still, Walk is there.
Oh no, Castle comes in as well. I think the YJ's out of there. First blood in the hands of Walkie. Look at the dive coming through. Boro, he knows, man. He was ready. And so was Castle. They are making fast rotations around the map, and that's what this composition's all about. A front to back with fast rotations coming in from the roamer and the jungler, while you have an EXP that's quite mobile around the map. Zero Vision, I don't know. Seems like they have Zero Vision to try and take this game away.
Oof.
He missed that minion.
He missed it. It's really hard to match up Sora early game because you don't have anything to try to poke up, because you often have the Warlock, you don't have that much explainability. But Carly is getting caught out.
Oh no, the creep gets reset. Why just not gonna hit level 4? Yeah, you're gonna dominate the turtle. You dominate neutral objectives. What are you gonna do if you don't have your level 4? My guy, look at that. It gets reset again, Zakota. It gets reset again. He is tilted, has to use the retribution just before the turtle to get that creep. And he's not level 4 even.
This is why I don't like Leomord. He is a great anti-invade, but only against the healer. The Kali is completely ignored damage. The healer, you can maybe try to hit her, you can poke her out a little bit, but still, if we look at the items on emblems, not that much of a difference. It's interesting things that
no, man, not like this. Zero Vision.
Oh.
Traction Pulse on top Mark, Boro, Desert Tornado. A lot of damage being dished out, while YJ just taking that purple buff walk. He gets himself the Lord. Phantom Steed comes out, but to what? Everyone just diving on top of him. Boro gets himself a taster. Call that a starter. The main still coming up. I can wait for when basics are starting to cook dessert.
This is not looking great. Origami is not even level 4. He is getting frozen. The Linux is getting no farm, and as well the Leomord died twice already. No, it's looking really grim. Already the lead is lost. It's about 1.6k gold, if I'm not mistaken, lead for basics. Mark.
Walkie gets Mark. Mark again gets charged upon. He has a tech charge, has to flicker out of harm's way. Actually level 3 still. Here comes the Phantom Steed. Koji gonna be taken down. And finally, MyLobby able to get that kill. You can see the damage coming through as well. They go for it as Sora's dishing the damage out. And here comes the Raging Sandstorm straight into the back line. Castle with the Yo-Yo Blitz dishing out the damage. MyLobby has to get out. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Granger looks to be choked upon. And Nikki is not gonna have his chickie today.
Nikki Iki Chiki falls down at the hands of Kage. A little bit of a taunt coming through. The healing was stopped by Mark. Will he stop the recall as well? Yes, he does. But, you know, it's going to be really hard to turn this game around. It's already such a huge lead, 1.8 or almost 2k gold lead difference. In the bot side, it's an even trade so far. Sora is doing a ton of damage, but you just need a complete setup. That's why I wanted maybe a tank jungler. You have the Predator, you can maybe stun and get the Sora to use his Tempest ability. I mean, his Thunder ability to do a ton of damage in a short instance. But right now, it's not looking that great. Mark.
Oh, they get on top of Mark again. Walkie's doing a great job. Mark gets taken down. Too much damage. Not enough mobility. No flicker available. And they punish. Oh no, 1v1? Is he gonna get it? Nikki, no, man. This guy can't even do anything in his own lane. Boro's just zoning him out. That's a tank we're talking about. And the same thing in the mid lane. Origami taken super low. They have no way to do anything. Meanwhile, YJ's trying to make something happen in the river along with MyLobby. But it's 3 versus 2. And they should be able to get their hands on the turtle. Here comes the Shifting Skies as they're able to get that. MyLobby somehow makes a play.
Oh, great distribution from Leomord. That's what I was talking about. But as you said, Nikki is getting frozen out on his own lane and getting pushed back to his second turret. Not looking great. Boro. I mean, what can you do right now? just has to hope for Leomord to get a little bit of farm. Origami is already extremely behind, but look at Mark. He is the main target. He has the mark upon him. But Ryan on the top lane, it's still Granger dominating the crowd, as we know. Still, Granger has the early game dominance, but Mark!
Oh no, Raging Sandstorm, Origami gets taken away. YJ with a Phantom Steed, but bro can't do anything. Tech Charge coming through as well on top of Walkie. Doesn't have a lot of mana. Pulled back with Attraction Pulse is Mark. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, My Lobby, the Shifting Skies, trying to go for a kill. Gets that one as Mark gets taken away by Kojic. My Lobby, again, Shifting Skies, flickers, tries to get Walkie, and yes, he does. But Kojic able to get that shutdown, make that a double, and I think he's going to find Nikki and make that a triple kill in the hands of this mid laner, who had game number 1 in the palm of his hands. I think he's going to take game number 2 at the same time.
I agree with you, but I don't like the look. He is not doing much of anything, really. The first look has also been a little bit, as we can say, a suicide pick. But what else is there besides these two? Not much. They banned 3 mages right now, but oh.
Nah, this is over again. YJ, I think he's fighting with fire over here, playing with fire. Oh no, where did it go back? Kojic comes in. Unstoppable. Origami, the Chaos is all able to pick up that kill. Yes, they do. It's a good shutdown into the right hands. That might be the opening that they were looking for, but Walkie comes into the fray, stops Mark, Nikki as well, trying to clear out the ways, but no safety under their own tower.
And might not be taking that bot to your turret. No, look at Nikki. Tech charge.
Tech charge on top of Walkie, but look at Carvey, the Blazing Do it, able to get one, should find the second alongside that turret. Trading 1 for 1 in terms of the towers, but the kills in the hands of Basics just make it too much, man.
1 for 2 chronos. They lost the mid lane turret as well, so the Lemon is going to get invaded more. It's not looking great. It is not looking great for Zero Vision. It's a huge gold lead. Starting from minute 1, they never were in the goal lead once. My Lobby is putting on a bit of a show with his standards approach at this, but you cannot do much, really. The Shifting Skies is reliant on a stun. If you get caught out, you cannot do much.
Oh no, here they go. Heaven Draft coming out. Not. Oh no, My Lobby. Yeah. Gets taken away by Kojic. That's another Sky Piercer stack. Mark gets pulled back again. He has to flicker out. The Grok is just getting absolutely bullied. I think Zero Vision haven't realized that the Grok is not the best pick right now.
Nikki got his second item of the game 7 minutes in for a Granger. This is extremely below standard. He got the Hunter Strike second. But Mark?
Oh no, YJ, he's trying, man. He got the tower. He got the tower. Right? He got the tower
every time, but he is so slow as a Leomord. He cannot do much. Oh
no, on top of Carvey, My Lobby able to get that kill. Solo carrying. Here comes Heaven's Wrath, trying to show the damage. But then again, that's Boro. Tanky guy on this Khalid. If anything, Zakota, I think My Lobby's trying to make some plays happen, but they don't have the poke, they don't have the execution, and they don't have the front line for it.
They have the Raging Pattern available. If they go in, oh no. The Tempest
no, My Lobby is in the Thunder form. Here it comes. Never mind. That is the Shifting Skies being used. But the rest of the cavalry from Basics just coming through right now. Phantom Steed being used. Walkie left in no man's land. My Lobby survives barely, but the pressure on the map from Basics is too much for Zero Vision to deal with.
As I said, you cannot do much the Tempest form. He has only the great one, is the Thunder form. He does not do anything. He's too slow, and he's the second form. The best one is the blue one. That's the one you should go always as a Sora. I completely disregarded. He has another one. I think this one is the best one. But Carvey can get close again. The BMI got used to try to maybe bait out the Tectonic Charge. Still, it's not there. Origami. Bit of
he does. My Lobby does have the option of making a play, right? He does have the Shifting Skies for the damage, but then he has the Wind Strike to try and make that play. Basically a better Tigreal, if you ask me.
But I disagree.
I mean, come on. He's got the opportunity to go in, second skill, and then get out at the same time. I mean, that's what a Tigreal kind of does, but just can't get out.
Chronos, you can go rob a bank any time of the day. Would you go rob a bank? Of course not. So why would you choose to use something extremely risky for absolutely no gain? You know?
I don't know. Nobody ain't robbing a bank here. The only bank that's getting robbed is the gold of Zero Vision, because they're not able to get anything. The jungle's being taken away completely. Mark is barely able to provide vision. Lord coming on the top side, Zakota. Castle, Hunter, Strike even. Phantom Steed just to clear the wave, but it's not going to happen. That tier 2 is going to be sieged by Basics.
I don't think I can defend my lobby.
Oh,
Again,
yeah.
with a Tempest form, please. Extremely high risk for 0 reward so far. I mean, he done more with the Thunder form, but still, as you said, the top lane is going to march down. He is going to have the shield still up and ready to go, so they can maybe clear that row extremely fast. But it's down to Nicky. As soon as Nicky gets a little bit of farm going on, he can maybe try to snowball. But look at the barrier charge.
Yeah, Rhapsody just trying to make sure, get something. Oh, nice tech charge, even a flicker, but they catch them. And here comes the rest. But my lobby dove in a little too deep. I think Basics just got that taste.
And he went again with the Tempest form.
Oh, wait, you can see Carvey to the back line, blazing to it, taking everybody down low. Nicky's going to be taken away. BMI out of there. Basics get the job done once more. This is going to be a top inhibitor and a mid inhibitor taken away.
I think it is. The Phantom Steed is available, but not enough to do.
Oh, wait, Boro being pulled back. Flickers out of harm's way as well. Castle with the yo-yo blitz. Origami, oh, he's going in, but you can see the quicksand guard making sure Boro gets back up. Drops an emote. Origami, what can he do?
A bit of a recall, but still. It's down to my lobby and Mark to make a play. The Tempest mode is not great. I'm going to repeat it for the 50th time today. Just go for the lightning. Trust on it. Trust on it. Go for the lightning form. It's so much more worth it.
I agree. Just because of the damage that it does, right? You can see the shifting skies coming through as well. At the same time, Flickers forward to catch Kojic, but now he's left in no man's land. Trying for a push.
Look at that. It's still, he's sustained for so long. You get double dash on the lightning form. On the Tempest mode, you get your hopes and dream broken. Oh, Walkie.
Oh no, he gets caught out. Nice bit of a Guardian's barrier. Finally, Nicky gets a stack on the Sky Piercer. That could be the start of the reverse. I don't know. The sweep
could be the start of something at the end of the day, you know. But still, right now, Kodiak is going to be up. The Lord advantage is for Zero Vision so far. Lobby is going to be before Walkie. So they could maybe force out another fight if they try to pick off Carvey. Or maybe even Boro, because they already know, hey, use the Flicker to engage on us. We can maybe try to kite him down and take him down, but Origami is going to start taking the Lord down. The Leomord has the execution line possibility.
Oh, tech charge misses completely, but Boro to the back line goes over the Raging Sandstorm. Phantom Steed comes out. You can see the damage on the Mark already being taken away. Carvey doing quite a lot. But at the same time, my lobby goes into the shifting skies. No. Boro taking out super low, but here comes Origami, finally able to get the kill, but Carvey gets a shutdown. And now my lobby left in no man's land. Kojic able to pick up that kill. They trade 4-4-2. Nicky, the last man left standing. He needs to clear the waves. He's trying to do so. Go back into the base crystal, but I think the front line is too much for them to deal with, and Basics will take this game away and make it a 2-0 in this best of 3. The first match of the PGL MLBB Challengers of Western Europe 2026.
First game of the day was a complete sweep. As you said, Basics took the win with basically zero struggle. But it was an amazing series. First one of the day. Imagine what could go later on in the day, Mr. Kronos. But right now, as you said, in that last fight, they had a possibility to win. But again, my lobby went with the Tempest form. The Thunder is right there. And the Grog got baited with a tectonic charge, so it was such high risk play for little to no gain. I don't think they even killed anyone in that fight there.
Yeah, with everything that's going on, Zakota, I think we can just blame the draft.
What if I blame you instead?
No, fine. Blame me instead, but I'm going to blame the draft and that Grok pick, because that Grok pick made no sense in game number 1. Neither did it make any sense in game number 2.
I mean, neither did the Leomord of the Lancelot, but still, he still went for it. The Grok was getting some great tectonic charges, but you cannot do much because they have so much mobility. Every single character on that team has a dash or a form of a dash. The only guy who could say doesn't have is the tank jungler, but he can take it. He can take the beating.
I mean, also the fact that they went for the Tempest form, right? You're gonna blame that the most.
That I blame them all because the Thunder form in the early game he got a double kill before the first or second turn. He got a double kill and he allowed his team to take that turn without much of a fight. But later in the game, he decided I want to play Tempest mode now. I don't know. It's maybe I'm seeing things differently, but It's a great ultimate to try to make a play, but you don't have extremely high follow-up. You have only the group to follow you up, and he's stuck behind, getting attacked by every little thing ever. And with a Leomord, you're really risking a permanent invade. You have such a weak roamer in the early, because both of them are invades. You with a Grok, you go and you try to disturb the enemy jungle, same with Khalid. But again, Boron is gonna get the MVP 2 games in a row, Kronos. What do you think about that?
I think Kochik deserves the MVP as well, but for the map pressure this guy put on, making his life so much more easier, making the life of Basic so much more easier, and putting the pressure on Zero Vision, he kind of made Zero Vision's name come true. Just gave them Zero Vision.
I mean, wouldn't it be completely the opposite? He gave them any vision on him all the time, so it's, yeah, you know. But the player stats, Kodiak with 58,000 total damage, 845 KDA. We went again for a different type of build right now. He went for the concentrated first with the Skyper second, Holy Crystal, just to get that damage locked in. And the emblem, it looks normal to me so far.
It was exciting to see, you know, what Western Europe can offer again right now in the current meta, Zakota, but was it really exciting with the gameplay that we saw? Kind of expecting a little bit more from Zero Vision, right? Especially with the lineup that they had.
It's early, Kronos. We can give him this excuse. It's early in the morning. You just woken up. You didn't even have your breakfast. You didn't have your eggs. You didn't have your bacon. You didn't have anything. Not even a coffee to just wake you up completely, you know, give you that adrenaline that you need. Maybe these guys, you know, practice a little bit more. I'm talking about basics. They practice before this game started, because I know some members from Team No Vision they just, you know, woke up. But still, we talked a little bit about this. We're gonna give the players a rest and get ready for the next game. We're gonna catch you after the short little break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger of Western Europe 2026. I'll be saying that quite a lot because I need to remind you that, hey, we are in the midst of a Western European tournament. I know, not many happen around the world, but guess what? We're breaking the meta like we always do and trying to make sure everyone has eyes on Europe. So with the first match out of the way, Zakota, as you can see, my partner in crime for today, Zakota.
Other side.
You know, he's contrasting today. He's on the white, I'm on black. But after the first match, what do you think, bro?
I mean, complete domination from basics. I mean, it's just, it was a great game in the second round. It was pretty close, but still, it was not enough. Basics advance and Zero Visions go to the lower brackets, which are going to be played today as well. But that's going to be after the last game between Team Entity and Fake Time, which I think is going to be one of the best games of today. Next up on the chopping block, of course, we're going to have Memento Requiem versus White Army. Two new contenders in Europe. We've seen a little bit of Memento Mori, but Memento Requiem is new, brand new members, different team. So I want to see how they play out. Kronos, what do you think?
Memento Mori, we know that they're a familiar name. We know the lineup that they're having. We know they're going to be a powerhouse. Every single time teams have kind of counted them out, they always bounce back. They're probably the most favorite team everywhere they go. And then now you add a big name into the mix. You know you're going to have a lot of viewers at the same time. So I think White Army have a mountain to climb right now. A massive mountain.
Look at these names. One of the players from White Army was actually Memento Mori. Linex was a roamer from Memento Mori, a substitute roamer. I don't know if you remember, but it's going to be a pretty close game. The Grog getting banned out is a really good shout already because both of these roamers are extremely good Grog, so I don't think it should ever pass the ban phase. It should be first banned all the time. As well with the Cloud, I would say, because we saw how dangerous it was in the hands of Carvey and we saw how dangerous it was in the hands of Nikki. Even if it wasn't a win game, we see how much dominance that hero can put on his own. But still, Juxin, out the door, a really good mage. She got recently a little bit nerfed, but I would say it's a little bit more of a buff because she does a little bit more damage than usual because the slam now deals, I believe, 700 in the early game, and that's a lot considering you have it every few seconds. But Uranus goes out the door, pretty new, fresh bans. Kronos, what do you think needs to go? The Yuzhong, probably, for Memento Requiem. They need to ban it out, or maybe even the Claw.
I'm probably looking at the Yuzhong, maybe even the Lancelot and the Leomord, just because we know ZL likes to play the Leomord and the Lancelot. Yuzhong because it's an absolute straight. I don't think you need to give a reason to ban out the Yuzhong. If you need a reason to ban out the Yuzhong, you need to really brush up on your MLBB. Yeah, probably the best hero right now in the game. EXP wise, he can. Zakota, come on, you know it. He can dive straight in the back line, can play front to back. He definitely has the Petrify to create plays. And we're talking about a Claude that could come through as well. And the Eve, because the Jushin's been taken off. Carry on the other side. So they want to go for a tanky jungler from the side of White Army. The Eve, do they want to gamble for it, though?
This is a great bait coming from Team Requiem. If they ban out, let's say, a random hero, they give the Eve or they give the Claude. If they take the Claude for the side of White Army, it's going to be really hard to play against with an Eve. But if it's like psychological and they want White Army to take out the Eve, they want to pick it up, it's going to be really hard because they're going to get the double pick. They're going to get Sora and Claude.
Yep.
Both of these heroes it's going to be really hard to pick into this. It's extremely difficult. Eve on the first hand, it's one of the best mages. I think the best right now in the current meta. Just a little bit behind is Juxin. But they're going to take out the Claude. Would they go for the Eve Sora?
I think they could go for the Eve Sora. I think the Claude was a good shout just because of the fact that they can go for the Kimmy later on, right? If they wanted to, go for a double marksman and try and make something happen with a tanky jungle, which they kind of are building towards after banning out the carry. So I feel like that could work out both on the side of Memento as well as White Army. So, hey, not a bad shout. They go for the Gato Kacha. I still like it. It's not bad. But now comes down to whether you want to go for the Eve or the Sora. And if you ask me, Eve is much better in the game right now. Better than Sora just because you can make plays. But then again, if they go for the Sora EXP, Eve is kind of left exposed.
The Lapu Lapu is on the table for White Army, and I think that's going to be a great pick because you have the crowd control farming, catching can immune it to the launcher. Every single skill of Lapu Lapu can immune it in the second enhanced form after you use the Bravest Fighter. But what else is on the table? On the roaming side, we already have the Gacha shown. Are they gonna maybe respond with something else? What is there open? Do you think a Tigreal or something along the lines could work for this? It's gonna be pretty hard to tell what's gonna happen, but I don't know. I don't know.
I'm thinking I gotta go for the Kimi here. Go for the Kimi. Go
Hylos.
Hylos.
Hylos
Sora, okay. I like it. I like the Hylos Sora just because when the RWMs drop down, you put your Glorious Pathway. So you have a way to kind of catch onto the Eve, and then you give extra mobility, extra bit of a buff to the Sora and the Claude. You have the damage output now coming in from both EXP and the gold side. You have the sustain in the roam position. You just need someone to poke from behind. I'm thinking of a Kimi, but I don't think Memento are going to let that Kimi through.
I think Memento Mori needs to take out, or maybe even take the Fredrin right here. The Fredrin looks great for either of these sides. A Fredrin into a Sora, into a Cloud. You have that crowd control into a Fredrin as well. You have that, I mean, with the Hylos as well, you have that momentum going in. You have the chasing ability and the slowing down. But if Zedel takes, it's going to be great. But they're going to go for the Arlott. I don't know about Arlott into a Sora. I don't know how it plays out. I haven't seen the matchup really.
Arlott and Sora, I mean, Sora wins it out, right? If you ask me, until even level 4, just because you have that CC immunity when you use those shifting skies. But I think the idea is to play inside the RWM with the AOG and the final slash. So the Kimi banned out, I think that's standard. We kind of expected that coming. But on the other side, Granger being taken away. Okay, it sounds good, but I think Leomord should be banned out as well. Hayabusa is still a good ban for the side of White Army. A Leomord could be great in the jungle for White Army also. So maybe Memento look at banning out the Leomord themselves?
I think the Fredder needs to get banned out by White Army. And on the other hand, Memento Requiem needs to ban out Jungler as well. Maybe the Yisunshin. I think the Yisunshin is a great shot here because you have so many heroes that are standing still. I mean, especially the Eve. A Mountain Shocker going on top of Eve is going to be a pretty big hit, as per se. But there it is. There's the Yisunshin. The Frederick needs to go out. This is going to be the Fanny. I don't know about the Fanny ban because he's giving Mentor Requiem all the space in it for a Frederick or even a Baksha pick right here. It could work really great for both of these.
I told you, Leomord.
The Leomord.
I told you.
Come on, Zedel. A little bit of Frederick won't hurt now and then.
I know.
Still. White Army has the possibility to go for a Farsa on the mid lane, just try to outzone this Eve and maybe even go for a Frederick just to keep that beatdown box compilation outside a little bit. Vicious town. They have so many possibilities here. Even if maybe Assassin, the Hayabusa's on the table.
Hayabusa, I'm just
the
saying.
Lancelot, as you said, but they don't have that much crowd control. They only have, as per se, the Hylos. It's an instance, and because Sora, Thunder, only I want to see you realize. I want to see you on Thunder. I want you to realize that Thunder Sora is the best thing ever. Not much you can do in this scenario. Victor is gonna pick L9 Ghost. What is there? I mean, the Farsa Frederick will be great, solid picks.
Farsa, Baksha.
Baksha, yeah, Baksha Farsa is good. What about on the gold side, on the opposite end? Maybe are they going to go for a fighter? Hold on, man.
Could be, you know, could be a Ruby, could be great
Freya.
here. A CC is still available, so I think a CC is a great
I
shout.
don't know about CC. I don't know about... Maybe, actually, if I take another look at it, the Gatukacha with AOG, you have that big yo-yo clinging to you, it gets stunned. But Freya is just, right now, I think a demon.
Moscow?
A demon pick. Into a Hylos as well?
Into
He's
a
gonna get
Claude, a Hylos, a Farsa, a Sora. You have
Baksha.
zero range. That's kind of the only giveaway for a Moscow, right? Zero range. So I don't know if it's the greatest pick to come through here. I would agree with the Freya even just because of how much it like you said, it's kind of like a demon pick, right? It's a pocket pick. It's a really good pocket pick if you play your cards right. I don't know, maybe not in the hero pool of Key. I'm thinking it's just not in the hero pool.
Who knows? I mean, it's so hard to call what's going to happen because the Moscow into the Pauldron, into the new item, is going to be really hard to play. But the map, again, is going to be dangerous, in case you guys forgot. 3 times in a row we gotten this, Kronos.
Hey man, I don't know. It's the RNG gods telling us that, you know, you're going to see Dangerous Grass today, and every team kind of needs to step up to the plate, because we know Dangerous Grass is one of the best maps for great MLBB, but at the same time, one of the most dangerous, as the map says, for players and teams to go up against, just because of the fact that they can be surprised and dove upon from any side whatsoever. This is the second match of the day, this best of 3, and we're already going to see quite a lot of trades coming through. White Army versus Memento a Requiem.
It's gonna be a pretty nice game. I think the teams are a little bit more even now. We're gonna see the Leomord starting on the red buff, getting a little bit of help from the Moscow with a few basic attacks just to leech a bit of the HP of that thing, because in the early game Leomord has a little bit more of issue with clearings, I would say, because he has skill every now and then, but a new passive allows him to do extra damage and extra healing on every 2 basic attacks, depending on how many enemy hits. And I think the level, if I'm mistaken, across, because he is unique. New Leomord, I like him a little bit more than the old one, but Victor is gonna take that little hunter down without any contest. A pretty soft-paced game in the top lane. Is he gonna get killed?
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, that trade has come. That's the problem with the Moscow, right? You have 0 range, so you're not really able to do anything. So you're losing out in the laning phase, and you're really relying on the split push capability in the late game. Use that SOD to try and come back into the team fights. Not sure if it's the best, but here's ZL with the Leomord trying to hit that level 4 power spike. No one's really stopped him. I'm surprised he wasn't invaded by the Hylos and Farsa, which could have been possible, knowing that they also have a Sora and a Bakshi to come and help him out. Victor,
invade.
Yeah, stealing away jungle creeps, man.
I mean, that's the only right choice right now. Linux is gonna have to make a pretty nice play and try to instigate a fight, but looking at the bot side right now, Sora is getting pushed out heavily. As you said, until Sora gets his level 4, it's gonna be really hard to lane against an Arnold, because you don't have that CC immunity, you don't have something to immune it. We're gonna see the Demon Boots going in the feet of Eve, but Victor is gonna try to pick off Yama.
Oh no, here comes ZL, Phantom Steed. Ghost already making it out of harm's way within the RWM. You can see the Feather Airstrike doing a lot of damage. Yama taking down low, that's first blood. And Meng able to get Victor. So 1-for-1 roam for roam trade, but in that fight, Sakota, if you saw ZL taking down a little too low, I don't think he expected that kind of damage coming out.
Kronos, jungle for a roamer.
Was it jungle? Oh my god, I forgot this box in the jungle, man. Oh no.
It's really bad trade, I would say. I think Memento Requiem won that fight, but still it's an even trade. The Baksh only lost a bit of a blue buff, but still Yama is there, he's gonna charge. Linux is below half HP. The first side took a little bit longer to get that Feather Airstrike great rock and roll and just bomb them down with the pigeons, but still Linux is gonna try to maybe look for a fight. Sora is there, he's gonna try to engage. Victor is still a little bit below ZL and XP.
Oh no, Phantom Steed comes through as well. You can see the retribution for Victor. AOG coming through, catching 3 members. As ZL is trying to dish out the damage, but just can't. They are too tanky and they're too mobile, and they have a lot of bursts coming through from the side of White Army. Meng with the RWM still didn't make anything happen. This Leomord is not living up to what we want to see.
And I don't know if you saw, but the Spear of Destruction missed by a mile. I mean, it was just over on that side, you know. But still, we saw the Tempest going in the hands of Realized, and he actually made a pretty decent combo and immune the Katakacha. He just shut him down. So I guess that's one use to use him. If you're against Katakacha, you can go into Tempest mode because you have, I believe, CC immunity. And you're going to still keep them in a spin, in a tornado, as per se. But right now, Focus is looking to get focused on, and he's asking for a gank. Yama is on the new bush with the modes. But looking at top lane, it's not looking great for the Moscow. They're going to trade nothing.
Oh no. Feather Airstrike coming through as well. You can see the Blazing do it on top of Key. He has to flicker, but flickers into his own death. That was a 4-man gank on the top side. Make a sandwich out of that Moskov.
And a red buff on top of that. Leomord is going to try to counter invade and take the double green crab. But Baksha is going to get that red buff. Leomord is going to try to counter invade yet again, but he goes up against, maybe he got a different call out. Sora is gonna get that War Axe up and ready to rock and roll. Demon Hunter Swords in Hand of Cloud. He is not looking great. It's looking pretty grim for Memento Requiem.
Well, they do have the opportunity to try and make a massive play, right? The Wombo combo is still possible. I mean, ZL's not having the greatest time as a Leomord, but not falling far behind. not died many times. So it's still good news for Memento. They can still make the plays happen. They still have the late game. They have the potential to try and make a set. That wombo combo is what we're looking for. The turtles on the bot side, but I think they want to give Key the space to try and split push as fast as possible.
I don't think they're going to try to attempt that because they're so far behind in farm especially. And if they take a fight, they're going to lose it. Sora is already taking the turtle down, just getting it buttered up and ready to rock, you know, a butter turtle, you know, dish. But Victor is going to be there. He doesn't get a level 9 advantage. He desperately needed so because the Leonward execution line is high.
There you go. White Army turning up the heat. Oh my god, they get the set with 2 members. That Tempest form that you were talking about, Dakota, it is showing up. Realize what a play with the flicker.
I don't know if you noticed that, but as soon as you use a Tempest form, Barbie will just run away. He said, yeah, no, screw that. He went through the wall, just ignored Leomor completely, but still, look at the bot side.
Oh my god. Final slash, catching 2 members, but I think gets stunned up again. Focus, and not focusing so much, gets taken away. I think White Army able to get that tier 1 on the bot side. Able to slowly conquer the map.
Tier 1 for tier 1 in the top lane. We're seeing the Galatasaray going in the triple bush, just zoning out the map. It's gonna be an even trade, but the gap of gold is about 4,000 difference, or 3,000 if I'm not mistaken, actually. But Zedel, you need to lock in, you need to start getting the execution. Line X is gonna get a pretty nice stun and allow Eligos to get a few beats of poke. Realizes he has one of the most broken heroes right now. He's good on 4 rolls, if I'm not mistaken. Sora.
Yeah,
so
he has been. Oh wait, Zedel just has to use Retribution to get that purple buff. But now he gets Zovapon by the Glorious Path. When here comes Realize, Shifting Sky has already been used. Quite a lot of damage coming through as well. He goes through AOG into the back to run away, and Focus gets caught between 5 members. Meng with the RWM to help out. Just not going to happen. White Army are slowly moving together like a unit. Memento cannot make it back, using Key just to split the map.
Kronos, you could say that Focus got focused hard upon because he is 0-3-0. He is not having a great time. A quick look at items already showing us that because he's going to go for the dominant side after getting a Fury Hammer just for poke. Better airstrike, but the Katakacha manages to run away. Silly him, but still right now, Hylos is going to go for the Antique after the Elegant Gem, just putting that extra mana region on demand. Baksha is going for a pretty standard build. Farsa is going to go for the first item, glowing one. In the second, I believe, Genius. But the Cloud almost has his full trade rate rock and roll. Only thing missing is his crossbow, and that's going to be it. It's going to be almost complete. The Turtle, again, no contest coming from Memento Requiem. They're going to try to maybe go for a play on the mid lane after the Turtle fight.
Man, we kind of expected a little more from Memento, didn't we? We really did expect a lot from Memento, but White Army just running them down, just like the Glorious Path that he used. Oh, final slash on top of Ghost, but here comes the Blazing Duet after the Skyfall. RWM dropped down. Zedel taking a little too low as the Rabic is doing so much damage on this Claude. That's why he's the best marksman in the current meta.
But Eligos got completely handed himself a beating. Focus did an extremely nice play with the final slash and the flicker combination. Zedel got that creep down on the bot side. But look at the mid lane. We're seeing the Sharks roll up, taking the top tower to go. What's gonna happen? L9 is on the show. It's gonna be hard, right? The bot defense is gonna be pretty much on the side of White Army. The Feather Archer is gonna have to do everything, but if the SOD lands, I think that's gonna be it for Farsa. Will they try to go for it?
Oh, Key, man, have to use this flicker to get out as well, and they are going for it. Ghost is out of there. Zedel just waited for the right opportunity, and so did Yama. Phantom Steed already expended. Low cooldown, but at least they got something on the board.
I mean, is it gonna be enough? We're gonna see the Radiant Armor going in the hands of the Ardot in the top lane. We're gonna see again. No, actually, it was in the mid tier, in the mid tower. What? I was a little bit off screen, but Meng died at hands of Victor and I believe Lil Rybik. But right now, what's gonna happen? Phantom Charge.
Oh wait, here comes this. Oh, never mind, man. Finally, I don't know what Focus was thinking. He tried something. He really did. Just didn't happen. Now Zedel gets caught out in the Feather Airstrike as well. The range, the high ground, too much for Memento to deal with. They lose 2 members. in that process. And look at Lanex. He walks into the tower and he still makes it out alive. Key pushed him out.
I mean, you know, you lose some, you win some, but right now, it's hard to turn this game around. The goal lead is still 4,000, 5,000 right now, but the kill difference is 9. The objectives as well, 3 to 0 to 1/3. They have, it's not much. They lost the mid, they're gonna get whoever invaded. Meng has the highest damage overall in the entire game, but that's because Eve pokes a ton with her first kill. She gets a movement buff, but Realize is doing an amazing job with a new hero with Sora. We didn't see much of him in pro play so far, but still, this is a pretty great show of what he can do.
It's one-sided, Zakota. We didn't expect this much of a one-sided game coming through. I mean, if we did, we thought of it coming from Memento, but White Army just showing that they were prepared for what Memento were going to throw at them, especially with this Leomord. We kind of expected that coming a mile away. You said it best in the draft. He could have gone for a Fredrin. It could have worked out. He's going for a comfort pick. That's why sometimes comfort doesn't work out most of the time, does it? The meta is ever so shifting, and they need to make that happen. You can see already Victor trying to go in. But the Lord is marching on the bot side. Memento are going to have a difficult time trying to defend this. Oh my god, Raybik straight with a BMI.
Oh, Realize!
Skyfall pushing them back. Memento, no possible way to do anything happen. Focus comes in, no final slash, but gets taken away. SOD connects. Only Realize traded for 4 members. In the blink of an eye, they turned it around, flipped the script. White Army marching down the base.
The Lord is up the mid tower, and the top won't have a shield. Will this be enough to end the... Oh, the minion's alive. Are they going to get the mid inhibitor? No, they're not. The bot side is going to be falling down at rapid pace. Meng is back up and ready to defend. Feather Asher comes through.
Oh, Meng is already taking out half HP. He's doing the best that he can. But the base crystal gets locked down. White Army. An upset.
Indeed, an upset. I was expecting a little bit more from Memento Mori, as you stated, but still, what a game number one. This is the second series of the day still. There are 2 more possible games after this one. But, Kronos, as we said, the Leomord didn't work out. And as well, I think the Moscow wasn't the right choice here. Of course, if you went the Leomord, I think you could have went for a fighter on the goal and to try to maybe sustain and make or a play, but it didn't have anything. The Leomord was not doing the damage he needed to do. The Moscow as well, he was doing nothing. I think you should choose. We either pick Leomord or we pick Fredrin, or we pick Ruby with Leomord, or, you know, it's so hard. Because playing against a Cloud with no marksman, no range is going to be difficult. Maybe a Clint would work, just try to poke him up from a distance.
Look at this. That winning play, though. Oh my god, Realize just dove in. He didn't care. You were talking about the Tempest form not working, Zakota. I don't know, man. Realize it's just showing us that probably is the best one. It's that Skyfall leaping forward to knock the enemies back, get them into that tornado, and next thing you know, it was all she wrote. They tried. Meng really did try here to make something happen, but the high ground that the Farsa has, the dive potential that they had, the mobility in and around the map, the frontliners, yeah, it was a little too much for them to deal with. 6-0-4 on the Claude. Lil Raybik, we got to remember that name.
Lil Raybik indeed. 11,000 gold almost, as you said. The emblem doesn't look that much different, but I believe it is the fighter emblem instead of the marksman one. But I might be mistaken. Maybe he's going with the old Cloud build. But still, he did an amazing job. He did a ton of damage. He couldn't let that hero go past him. I think this is the new buff on Demon Hunter Sword. Maybe expected by Key with we're gonna do a little bit better. But he was just getting zoned out. He got ganked extremely hard. And Memento Requiem wasn't trading his death for anything. They were just letting it happen.
The trades happened left, right, and center, but the trade just wasn't enough for Memento. White Army always 2 steps ahead. The trade value, 10k ahead in gold. 4 times the kills that they had. Zakota is less than 12 minutes. The Holy Shield isn't even down. They brute forced their way to their base. If anything, Memento need to pull up their socks, because this is not, you know, a victory by chance. Not something that you can say was a mistake made from Memento. This was a dominating game coming in from White Army.
I agree with you completely. This was a complete dominant show. They were marching down the mid lane, just forcing that inhibitor as well, and then the Lord, the icing on top of the cake, just allowed them completely end that game. They didn't even just give a chance for Memento Requiem to defend. Meng got instantly poked out by that Feather Airstrike, allowing him to dish out a ton of damage. He was in the base, he was in a great position, but they couldn't do anything. They didn't have a playmaker. It looked really rough for first game.
Yeah, it looked rough for Memento Requiem, if you ask me, and I think hopefully they can get back into the next game. Maybe a bit more flexibility in draft. Maybe trust the meta a little bit more. Not lean into your comfort picks all the time. I mean, if they want to lean into the comfort picks, Zell might as well go for the Ling, right, Zakota? You might as well go for the Ling and try and make something happen. Ling got a buff. Listen. I'm just joking.
Ling?
I'm just joking, bro. I'm just joking. I'm just saying that if he wants to lean into his comfort picks so much, he might as well play that. It's not the best hero in the current meta, but all I'm trying to say is you got to try and adjust. The Fredrin was a better pick there. The Leomord kind of expected it coming. We really expected it coming, and I think so did the side of White Army. So maybe try that's something that works. I don't know. That Moskov didn't feel right either. They could have gone for a Ruby to make sure they get that early game snowball.
A Freya
right?
would have worked really great, I think.
Freya would have been alright. Harith would have been still okay to a certain point. Better than the Moskov.
Yeah, better than the Moscow for sure, but still, Harith fell out of favor this couple of patches. He just doesn't have enough damage compared to these two, Carry and Claude. Not enough damage. Even the Freya, I think, outdamages a Harith on lane. Because the Freya, every time you go with that Valkyrie's Descent, you get a ton of healing on every basic attack. And with the new Demon Hunter Sword buff and rework, I would say, just more. More and more and more. But still, Kronos, it's gonna be difficult.
It is. It is gonna be difficult for the way that this game's been coming about. But maybe, looking at the way this is going about, probably get into a small break and then come back for the next one, Zakota. Are you feeling it? I don't know. I'm not feeling it yet. So maybe we wait and think about it. But, hey, it's all right. It's okay. We want to go into a break indeed, folks. Make sure you stick around. We'll be back soon after this one. There you go, Dakota. I got the hand motion coming through this time.
I just like to say that maybe you're stuck with your hands like this for the entire time of the break and just ready to point them at me.
Just stay like that the entire time.
Just frozen, you know. After, if you guys didn't know, like when we go on break, we actually just turn off our animatronics, so we're like AIs. That's why we're not. You don't see us outside or anything. You don't see us on other things. We're just virtual people, you know, Kronos. I revealed it. I'm sorry.
Why did you do that? Why
we don't exist.
Someone will try and hack into our system and try and make us go away.
Maybe they're gonna try to make us support Requiem Memento Mori this time, because in the last game, my support for them swindled after the draft, I would say, because the Leo Mort, you know, it made me a little bit. It made me think a little bit more about Zedel, because I know Zedel is a great player, he has extremely good micro and macro, but he is playing sometimes so careless. He's playing to try to make a clip. I think that's the best way to put it.
I agree. He's trying to he's clip farming. He's clip farming right now. But you know what, Dakota? Let's try and clip farm ourselves a little bit. I'm gonna ask you questions. All right.
Go for it.
Which map do you think that is? Come on.
Which map?
Yeah.
Broken Walls.
How did you know?
I played the game.
Okay.
I played the game, man. You know, it's not that hard to decide. There's four of them. I didn't choose randomly because, you know, like, I think the green one is the grass.
Yeah, of course.
The circle one is the cloud.
Yeah.
And the blue one is the sea, you know? So, like, how hard can it be? It's out of four. And this is the only one that doesn't make sense for anything. It just looks like a nucleon star exploding, but the bands are exploding. We're gonna see a few. So many respect bands. Baxia, Sora, Grok, and we're gonna see the Juxin carry and the Cloud. Hopefully, don't want to give that Cloud the wrong side.
Could be Eve. I think they're okay to gamble. I think White Army want to show that they're kind of better. And if you ask me, the way Rabic kind of played against Key, might be, man. Key with the Moskov, I don't know what he was thinking with that pick. Honestly, I don't know who's drafting for Memento. Really need to work on it. If it's a player, if it's an external coach, whoever it is, they really need to work on it, because now it's better be the Claude with the Yu Zhong being taken off the table. It's got to be the Claude.
I mean, if I was Memento Requiem, I'd go for the Cloud. And if I was White Army, I'd go for the Eve and Gatot Kacha.
Yeah, Eve Gatot Kacha.
Eve Gatot is just going to dominate the mid lane, or maybe even a Kalea. Uranus Kalea? That could be fire. You're going to force the Cloud to be on a Purify, so it has no flicker, so it's going to be extremely easy to get a hold of. It makes sense, Kronos. You know, I'm the good guy. I'm wearing white today. You're the bad guy, you know? So try to act a little bit more like it.
I am. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you. I don't see the Kalea working. I really don't think Kalea is good. I mean, I understand the idea, but I don't see... Oh, my God. They go tanky. That's two beefy boys, man. That's beefy boys.
I mean, into a Cloud, I don't think that matters, because I'm gonna go for the Kimi as well. On top of that, I assume.
Yisun Shin.
I love it. I don't know.
I love it.
Yisun Shin into Uranus Hylos.
I mean, I agree. Not against the Uranus, but I do like the Yisun Shin. I mean, you know, Yisun Shin's my favorite hero, but every time I see it, I get excited, man. I get excited, but I don't like it against the Uranus.
Your favorite hero?
Yeah, he is. What do you think is my favorite hero, though?
I was thinking maybe like Layla.
Whatever,
like
bro. Whatever. This guy just trying to say things. But back into the game. What if they go for a Kimi, a triple marksman, maybe?
No, I think if you go for a triple marksman, you need to like log out of the game. I think more than 6. I think you need to log out of the game and like never touch it again. But still, the Gacha is gonna get picked up. The Kimi would not work here because you already have the Hylos who's gonna slow a little bit down, so you cannot kite as hard, and the Uranus can just dive in the turret and just ignore it. And on top of that, you already just... It would have worked if you had a different jungler. The Kimi is really great as a pick right now still. She's a solid. But the Farsa's on the table, and we saw the last game, L9 Ghost just did an amazing job with the Farsa. She was just nuking left and right. But the Hayabusa are going to get picked up. A great counter into the Yisun Shin, I think.
Not just the Yisun Shin, but also the Claude, right? The Claude's going to have a hard time.
No, with the BMI, no, not really. The BMI can completely counter the Hayabusa. If you place the BMI a little bit distance over, you teleport. No, it's not if. It's all the time, because it happens to me always. Maybe it's just player difference, but still.
Whatever, Dakota. Whatever. I mean, in presence of minions, yeah, sure, but I mean, with the way that the Hayabusa is going to be played, come on, don't tell me the Hayabusa is not going to wait for the BMI to come through and then go for the bulky shadow kill. You know it's going to be the last.
If you're a good Claude, you're going to wait for the Hayabusa to put a shadow unit and use the BMI. It's different. It's pro play, Kronos. Not epic where you are right now.
Oh, wow, this guy, he's just trying to trash talk me the entire time. But anyways, I'm going to let that slide today, Zakota, because if we're looking at the lineups, I agree with the Eastern Shin not being a great pick here against the Uranus, but it does provide consistent damage throughout the entire game, right? It provides consistent damage throughout the game.
Memento Requiem, are you fine? A Harit ban? They have already 2 magic, they're going to have the mage, and you ban Harit.
I'm telling you, whoever's drafting for them kind of need to work on it a little bit more.
Something's not right here. I mean, I think are we still dreaming? It's still early in the morning. Maybe we didn't wake up, me and you. We're just in bed. We're just dreaming about this. We have, a dream that's united. And with the stuff behind as well from the PGL, they're also dreaming. And they ban an Eve. Okay, the Eve is a great ban.
We're hallucinating, man. We're hallucinating.
It's hallucinating, yeah. I ate some, bacon and mushrooms in the morning. Maybe the mushrooms are a little bit tainted. But I don't see the Harit ban here in any universe because you have the Uranus, you have the Hylos. They're forced to go for a Granger here. And a Granger is going to dominate, especially into a Yisun Shin.
And they go Kimi nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slaughterfest. Granger, Kimi, you have the push, you have the front line from Uranus and Hylos.
You have the range. Oof.
Yeah, the range on Hayabusa is a little bit nerfed, but like it's going to be a complete slaughter.
Valentina for what, though?
For who?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking, right? For what, though? What are they going to get out of this Valentina? The Glorious Pathway?
Meng is a global Valentina player. The Glorious Pathway is the only choice I
can
make.
Ranked, though.
Yeah,
this is pro play. Right? That's global rank.
There's no other choice. I don't think there's another choice for a mage. I think Valentina was the best choice here. And the Esmeralda pick here.
Okay, Esmeralda makes sense a little bit to me against the Uranus. Can apply pressure on the Hayabusa. Can go against the Hylos to a certain extent. But then you're going to be going against the Kimi right now that can kite really well.
And a Granger.
And then you're going to go against the Granger that's going to poke from afar. It's not looking good for Memento Requiem. The only way I could see maybe White Army throw this off a little bit if they go for a Ruby. If they wanted to, but then again, there's no reason to go for it. Just go for a Granger. It's pretty straightforward. You have the Death Sonata once you hit level 4. You just snipe from behind, poke down ZL, poke down Key, poke down Meng. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on anymore.
Come on,
what's going on?
The Granger looks great here.
I agree. Granger's the standard.
Else is there?
Granger's the standard.
I mean, yeah, I can see the Moscow here, but
come on,
why?
You can't see nothing. You can't see nothing.
No, the Moscow works here because you can maybe dash out of the BMI and with the Blazing Duet.
Are you serious?
You can maybe dash the way you can.
Are you serious right now? You would pick Moscow over Granger.
I'm just spinning yarn here, Kronos. Give me a break, but the Granger here would have been the perfect pick. At most perfect, Kronos. It just looked, when you go to the store, you go to like maybe a cafe, you see that piece of cake that you want. And in front of you, there is a guy who takes it. And you just stare daggers at him. That's how I'm feeling right now, just looking at the Moscow. Because you have the Granger, who is a solid marksman still. You have the Kimi for push. You have the Hayabusa for push. The Granger can, do everything he wants. Who's gonna challenge him? There's no one really to challenge.
I just don't like the Moskov, period. In this current meta, the Moskov does not belong, cannot hang. You have Carry, you have Claude, and you have Granger. If you want to push it, maybe a Bruno. After that,
I don't know.
There's no marksman that's kind of viable. I'm saying if you want to push it, maybe a Bruno. But then again, you're not going to win. I've never seen a win come out with a Bruno being picked up. But then that's a pick that pro teams lean towards. But here, White Army, 4 out of their 5, we can give a 4-star out of the 5 in their draft. But I don't know, Memento Requiem, though, they need to work on a lot.
Listen, Kronos, listen. If you wanted a marksman, 100 was available here. A 100 has been doing wonders, especially into this team composition. You have so many heroes who you can kite. You can kite the Esmeralda, you can kite the Gatotkacha, you can kite even the Valentina with the 1-on.
Well,
you are a 1-on lover.
Yeah, I know, but 1-1 0 damage right now. Not gonna lie, I wouldn't even consider 1-1. I wouldn't consider 1-1. Like, genuinely, I wouldn't consider 1-1 because barely has any damage first up. And then against an Esmeralda, you can barely go through the Esmeralda. You need to snowball super hard if you want to make something happen. And if you want to snowball, might as well go for the Granger, bro.
Yeah, but still, Warren would have been better than Moscow here, I think.
I mean, anything could have been better than the Moscow here.
I don't think maybe a Layla could have been better.
I think Layla could have been better than the Moscow still.
Yeah, maybe because you can outrange them.
Exactly. You can outrange the pod in the lane.
I don't know. It's just a weird choice.
Oh, wait, never mind. Revitalize already being from Yama. But at the same time, Zero goes for the Mountain Shocker. Look at him take down Lane X, but you can see Victor makes it out of the Quad Shadow. Here comes the falling Star Moon from Focus. They have everything except the damage to burst them down.
They have, you know, used a ton of things, but still, Zedel is going to go for the Ice Distribution instead of the Bloody one. He's not going to get that. I mean, the Flame Retribution, because the Flame, I think, is better a little bit on Yushin Shin into his matchup, but still realize.
Oh, wait, Blazing Duet. Look at that. Key's trying, but realize with the Revitalize. Man, that's a Uranus with a Revitalize level 4 right now. He can pop the Consecration just to make sure he survives. Yes, he does. Lanex goes in, and Realize gets first blood on Meng. Focus able to get that one back, and Zedel finds a pick in the midst of the fight.
A double for one. Is that worth it, really? I don't think it's worth it. Maybe if they gotten the kill on Nyama as well, it would have been worth, but still, they lost 2 for 1, and they gave Zedel and Focus a kill. Focus gonna get that book a little bit more early on. Victor, he has Retribution ready to rock and roll.
Mount Shocker already being used up. You can see the damage coming through as well. Retribution is going to be in the hands of Victor. Zedel goes down in the hands of Lanex. Focus has to run away. The focus is on him. Traction pulse misses. Catches no one, but look at Victor. Look at the Quad Shadow. Catches only Yama. Not the right target, but goes through still. That's a dangerous game.
I do that, man. I like Victor.
See, that's why you're not playing in the tournaments, and he is, right?
Yeah,
that's why.
I think because I think I'm not playing because I'm casting, you know. But you know, to each their own. Excuses. I could multitask. You're right. I could multitask. You're right. You're right. But still, I think I'm just gonna let them win for now.
Yeah, sure. But whatever floats your boat, Sakota. But now on the bot side, they're looking to siege at the tier 1. The gold shield's still up, so at least gap as much gold as they can.
Talking about the boat,
Mountain Shocker, provide vision.
I mean, I don't know. He used it extremely early. He didn't try to start a fight. Maybe he's gonna use it to clear his jungle creeps. That's the only reason for his boat. I mean, maybe he just was afraid of rain. And it's a little bit rainy here now. Zedel, I think.
It's a bit sunny
snow melting, one of the two.
Oh wait, Yama, focus down, traction pulse comes through, a Revitalize being used, Quad Shot already expended, Meng goes in, AOG out of there. Memento.
Hold on, that was kind of a cool play. You take the Kimi, just a basic attack right there.
Oh wait, I think so, yeah, but you can see Glorious Panther coming down on Zedel, Traceless out of there. Victor focusing down on Focus himself, Falling Starmoon goes in, Ogi Shadow Kill picks up that one quite easily. That's a good way to try and start off a white army to make that comeback.
Yeah, but the Retribution was used. It's gonna be back just on time for the turtle, but still Zedel doesn't look great. SOD, he got the flicker ready. Great play. I mean, the Moscow, you know, maybe it's looking great now.
Zedel, will he go down? They're trying to slow him down. Ow! Just by the skin of his teeth. A little dangerous these teams are playing. They're playing with fire, if you ask me. Looking at their items, Dakota, I'm not seeing anything strange, but that dominant size coming in early on for Uranus might be good.
Not out of the ordinary, because he has the Revitalize, he has the healing potential already. The dominant size is going to give him the defense he desperately needs against Kai. I think let's call him Kai. I think he is a little bit awkward, you know, Kai. The Demon Hunter Sword is in his hands, though he got us first, so it's going to be a little bit more of a nuisance, but still, glowing one in the hand of L9 Ghost. Right now, I think Valentina went for the book, of course. 2 books, you know, they're serious. They like, you know, they go, they learn. But they're not doing much. The top side turret is going to get traded. Little Robic is going to give it away. He is the sole Moscow right here. Maybe he can defend it? Nah, not a chance. Oh, yeah. Unluck. But still, Kronos, the right choice for Memento Requiem here is just farm. You need to go on a farming simulator.
Yama, I'm looking for an Unbreakable. Oh, no. I thought Yama was going to get somebody with the Unbreakable, not making that mistake. Already ahead. Don't want to get that goal. But look at Key. Or Kai gets that goal, 4,000. All right, I think Kai does sound better, not going to lie. But
Yeah,
focus.
kind of some, but AOG?
AOG trying to catch him off guard. Raybick gets caught out, able to get on arms with the SOD. Here comes Glorious Pathway, Blazing Duet being used up as well. Kai has the BMI out of there. Revitalize coming through. About 2 of them being used. Yama in the thick of it, trying to get out of harm's way. Has a full passive bar, but still doesn't want to go through. The damage coming in from White Army is too much. They have the numbers advantage. Manga trying to make it out of harm's way. Falling Star Moon coming into focus at the same time. Raybick is there to provide the damage. I think Memento are not able to tank it all.
Hayabusa 1v1 the Yasushi under his own turret and he lost. Look at him. He's slipping. He's tired. But realize the damage coming from Claude is high. Malefic gun picked up by the Hayabusa Lord. Charge on the lead.
Pathway, a nice Law and Order as well on focus just to make sure he gets soloed down. Victor goes in with the quad shadow, misses, but the Yogi shadow kill not able to get nobody. Yama gets sniped down from afar by the SOD, but Zedel goes in, wants that 1v1, but Victor is still able to survive. Meanwhile, in the back line, it's being zoned away. Kai's gonna go out, realize, do the best that he can. Memento are falling apart. White Army are making sure they're able to get all towers. That's tier 1. Now focus on the turtle, and slowly the snowball has begun.
Kronos, I like for you to sit at the Valentina got a Hayabusa ultimate. She got a Ugi Shadow kill, just in case, man. Just in case he changes his mind, he wants to be the jungler. If he gets that ready to rock and roll, the turtle is gonna go in the favor of White Army a little bit bottom left. But still, a great flicker coming in from Kai. I mean, if he went for a different mark, maybe the Granger would have been forced to die there. I mean, what can you do? It's a Granger, not a Moscow.
Oh no, focus gets stunned up into the wall, pinned to the wall.
He gets focused upon, you know, a lot. I think his name is really fitting, but Mango with that Hayabusa ultimate, I don't know what he's gonna try to achieve with it, but I don't think much.
Yeah, he's not gonna do a lot of damage. We know that, unless he's got a Sky Piercer. Even then, that's not gonna do a lot of damage. It was better for him to take the Kimmy just so he can use the basic attacks. The Lanex taking a lot of damage here, trying to pill focus to the wall. Little Raybick, but you can see they're sandwiching them from all sides here, Zakota. White Army, I think we kind of underestimated them. You and I both.
I think a little bit more, but still L9 goes.
Yama
AOG there.
Makes it out.
Oh, Kai?
I mean, it's nothing here. Let's be honest, we tried.
Yeah, 9 minutes in and they're getting pushed so far by Victor is gonna take Zedel's red buff 3 levels behind. The roamer is almost higher level than Zedel himself, but still not much you can do here. You don't have a proper engager. Who's gonna engage? You got Gacha cannot. Oh, man, great. He got Maniac there.
Ogi shadow kill on top of Yama, but they group up indeed. And now the taunt Unbreakable comes in. Oh my god, SOD connecting. But at the same time, Ghost gets himself a double. Memento having to go back.
Lord is looking pretty nice right now for the side of White Army. They got a bottom tier inhibitor shield off, and I think they're gonna get a mid one as well. Zedel.
Oh no,
almost catches
Key, look at Key, goes into the Blazing Duet, BMI. I'm not sure if that was the brightest idea, even flickered into it. Realize almost got him there. Yeah, Memento are desperate, very desperate to prove a point. What's this SOD? He's not gonna go. What's the point of the Valentina?
You cannot do, what are you gonna do with her? Hayabusa's gonna get top tier as well.
Oh my god. What was the point of this Valentina? I still don't understand. I mean, if you're on the Valentina, you are a great addition of the damage. You can terrify, you can provide a lot of poke. You want to win the early game trade. That's where a Valentina can shine if you have no ultimates to take away, right? But then in this game, you're not able to win out the early because they have a Hylos alongside a Kimmy on the other side. The Gacha gets poked out too much and you have no room to dish out damage whatsoever. And at the most, you can take away the Glorious Pathway, but again, you need to be in an advantageous position to make something happen.
I mean, I agree with you completely. I mean, even if Sol, you're in the early game, what we're gonna do in the mid game? You have no one to take. The only option for you, if you are winning extremely hard, take the Kimmy and try to get with basic, but still, at the end of the day, it's still a Valentina with no future. You have no one to take the ultimate apart from. There's nothing. I don't know. It's a odd pick. Maybe it was the last mage. I think even on Odette would have been better here because Odette could have dished out a ton of damage, maybe even try to do something, but here you cannot do anything.
I mean, if you ask me, Memento's future looks like the hairline of Dakota receding at the moment. You can see nice use of the Dauntless Fleet coming through as well. AOG making sure to try and get something to happen, but look at Ghost gets the kill on Kai. Lord marching on the base. Crystal able to get that inhibitor. Victor trying to go through, but they get that kill indeed. Ghost gets another, make that a double. Meng gets the Ogi shadow kill coming through, but oh my god, Little Raven just zoning them away. When he comes in, Zedel with a Traceless moving forward. The Lord is still 13,000 HP. White Army are falling apart. They're going a little too aggressive, diving a little too deep, but they have the front line. Little Raven trying to make sure he can make something happen. The Lord is down, but they still have minions at their base. Meng comes in with the Glorious Pathway, finally trying to create some space, but Lanex with the Glorious Pathway of his own, making sure they make it out. Memento Requiem still find some breathing room, but Zedel goes in. Dauntless Fleet, Mountain Shocker looking to catch Raven. Key flickers in, but the BMI catches nobody along with the Blazing Duet.
It's hard. It was really hard. It was a hard defense. I mean, if I think Lirabic focused on the base crystal, it would have been completely over, but not much you can do in this scenario. Meng just doesn't have an impact. He got a nice shutdown on the Hayabusa, but that was the end of the story right there. Zedel, on the other hand, he needs to try to find a stun, and then Yama needs to follow through with a big AOG, or maybe even a big scary taunt. I mean, there's nothing you can tell about this. It's going to be really difficult to play from Mentor Requiem's side. The gold gap is about 10,000 gold, give or take. So it's looking like a slaughter, Chronos, if I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know, man. The base crystal is exposed. It's looking like a slaughter. White Army. I don't know. Are they trying to replicate what they did in game number 1? You know, 4 times the kill, 10k gold? I think they're aiming for that.
But they ended in a little bit, I believe, under 12 minutes. So they're off target. But look at the Uranus. He didn't complete them, and still now he just had the Black Eyes to just give him that extra defense he desperately needed. But the Hayabusa is almost on the full build path right now. L9 Ghost is looking pretty good. But, how can you defend this? Blade armor in the hands of Big Linux as well. The Claw is gonna do nothing at all, and the Isun Shin's basics won't crit as hard. It's really hard to call because the Lord is up and they're not gonna try to contest. They're gonna use that Mountain Shocker. But it's Kronos, what do you think? What do you have in mind, man?
I'm telling you, the future of Memento right now looking like your hairline. It's receding.
Wow.
And now it's going to reach that point to no comeback. Bro's got to get a transplant done, but Memento Requiem here can't do that because the draft's already been set. They're already into the game. 14 minutes in, the base crystal might be choked upon right now because the Lord is through. They're trying to go again. Glorious Pathway, a nice Terrify just to stop them. But look at Victor into the back line, catches Vang. And Kai and Zedel can only watch as White Army slaughter them and now take 2-0 victory.
The second sweep of the day, 2-0 for White Army. Mentor Requiem didn't cut it properly, and I believe their opponent is gonna be the last team who left, who lost. If I'm not mistaken, Kronos. But what a series! I mean, in the first half, we thought, you know, Memento Requiem is gonna just take the win because we know Memento Mori is strong. But I believe this is their junior team, this is their secondary team. So it wasn't that great of a play. But look at Victor, just going in, going out, doing a ton of damage, and the Valentina just having that Hayabusa ult. Just the IMU was useless again. It was I am nothing the entire game. There was no choice for Valentina here. I mean, even a Gore I think would have been better. Even a different pick. Even maybe a Terizla on the mid lane would have been better. But they were just lacking in the mid department. They were not doing any plays. The Gatgas was not going in. The Valentina couldn't do much. It was just a pretty hard game to play, if I'm honest.
I mean, it was completely one-sided from the draft. We never liked the draft of Memento Requiem coming in anyway. They could make so much more happen, but just unfortunate that it's not working out. But look at on the top side, like Lil Rabic able to 1v2 Zedel and Kai at the same time. We didn't like the Moskov, but we know this Moskov can scale, and once scaled, it's gonna be hard to stop. But I mean, if you're gonna give him a buffet, he's gonna eat. You're not gonna stop him whatsoever. So Memento Requiem need to work on their game plan moving forward as they go into the second, the lower bracket rather. So they come up with a better game plan. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to try and make a comeback. And we know the capabilities of these players. Focus, ZL, we know what they can do. Meng at the same time, we know how good they are. They just got to, go back to the drawing board. Get working into what they can come up with next. Start cooking. Otherwise, they're going to get cooked like White Army did them.
I mean, I agree with you completely on that. They just need to rethink the plans. The drafting needs to be a little bit more different. It needs to be built around two members. I would say the most important right now are the Mage and the XP. If you build around those two, you could have a winning game. But right now, as I said, the meta is extremely... it's... how to say it? It's translucent. You cannot see through it. You cannot predict what enemy is going to pick. It's going to be extremely hard. But the standard hero is going to pick the Moscow. The hero we didn't like, Little Rabbit, just changed our mind. He got a Trinity build up and ready to rock and roll, and he did 71,000 damage, the most damage during the game, and I believe it was a deserved MVP.
Well, with the MVP performance that Lil Rabic had in game number 1 and game number 2, I think we haven't changed MVP so far, have we, for both series? It's been the same MVP for two games. Boro for game number 1 and 2, and Lil Rabic for game number 3 and 4. Of course, matches being a 1 and 2. At the same time, I think the way that the games went about, the meta doesn't seem to shift, Zakota. I think trying new things is not working out. Just stick to what works at the moment, what's been going throughout. Understand what you're going against, because your comfort picks are not working. You're trying to go for a pocket pick. It doesn't work unless and until we know it's kind of broken. I mean, we're not yapping because we don't know stuff. We're here because we know what we're talking about, right? And even though we play ranked games that like to play Layla, right, Zakota? But
yeah, you're an avid Layla enjoyer. I've seen a little bit of your streams, and the second I saw you, I saw, damn, this guy sucks, and he's a caster. I was surprised. But we're joking around. The games are gonna be a little bit. I mean, it was just hard because it's a new meta, it's a new system. We didn't see a lot of it. Right now, the biggest tournament is going on, and after that, usually we get our own, and it's unexpected, really. The meta shifted. Sora being a new hero, he is so out of place. He's an XP, he's on goals, he's on jungle sometimes, but he didn't find his place yet. Same with the gold lane meta. It didn't find a place yet. We already know the two top dogs, Carry and Cloud, but who are the rest? Where do they all fit in? We saw the Freya a little bit, we saw some of the other heroes, but not much to be spoken of.
It's very versatile. That hero is quite versatile indeed. And I think with the meta being still built to what's going to come forward, we're still going to find out. The meta is shaping up, and I think in a couple of days, even, I think by the time we hit about Saturday, I think that's when we will understand what the meta actually is and how it's unfolding, because everywhere around the world right now, it's reaching to that point where there are some heroes that are good. There are some heroes that are not working, no matter how good they are. Like, for example, what we saw today with the Grok. He's a good hero overall, but just not working out in this current meta.
I agree with you completely, but I would say it will be about next week. But next up, we're going to go on a short little break, get ready and freshen up for the next series. Again, it's going to be a best of 3, so we're going to get right back into it.
We're already halfway through the day, Zakota. Are we? Are we gonna get halfway through the day now?
No. I don't think I can last more with you. I mean, I've heard enough of your voice.
Whatever. I was gonna
It's
say
the
we're
third
almost
game.
halfway through the day, and then now
The
we're
third
gonna go into the next one, which is gonna be a banger of a match, if you ask me. We're the ones that at least Zakota and I were looking forward to, because we kind of expect the results. I think everybody else probably do as well. But looking at how match number 2 went about, I think we want to see that upset come through again, because that will shake up all of Europe, if you ask me. But the chances are very slim. But anyways, folks, you are watching the PGL MLBB Challenger, the Western Europe for 2026. We had a short time to bring this together, but we are bringing it to you with the best of intentions and with whatever we can put on the screen with the best graphics and the best possible, what do you call it? Production. There we go.
I was going to say casting,
moment.
but I was going to say our casting is subpar today because, you're sleeping. And
I'm not sleeping, bro. I'm not sleeping. That's just that engine getting warmed up. There's no reason to go crazy in the first round. That's there, right? It's only day number 1. We haven't seen anything crazy yet. Have you seen anything crazy come out apart from the Valentina using basic attack of Kimi?
Yeah. I've seen the Grog getting picked up twice, and I've seen you copying me because you look at you. You're basically an alter image of me, man. Yin and yang over here. This guy is trying too hard. He saw me wearing the white shirt and I said, man, I'm gonna wear a black one so I'm different.
Hey man, I thought I'd wear black because
tomorrow I'm gonna wear a black
right.
one just to copy you, man. Tomorrow I'm wearing a black one. Better yet, I'm gonna wear a pink one. So I fit in with a team. I didn't
want to wear pink just because of the fact that we have a pink background, right? Pink colors everywhere.
But what about our background? The background is a little bit black, but still we're getting a little bit off topic. It's going to be game number 3 of the day, Kronos. Are you excited?
Yes, I am.
I know you are. You're a good little boy, aren't you?
Oh my God, this guy, man. I'm excited for match number 3 indeed, because we're going to see Meta Shift, the reigning champions of Europe. The best team at the moment, no questions asked, undisputed. Come on, Zakota, you know it's true. I don't think anyone can really contest with what's going on so far. If anyone has to, they have to come and prove us wrong. I'm not saying basics are bad. I'm just saying basics have to put their money where their mouth is.
Oh, you call them garbage. They have to play first so you can see them. Right. It's not like getting 3rd place in Russia is a huge achievement. I don't know. Or going to an M series is a huge achievement. Kronos, what is this? Carvey, an M series top 4 finally.
I know.
Top Verso, Boro, Verso, Kodiak, Verso Castle, top 3 in ECA. And there's the Rocky, but like that we can put aside. But
we can because they haven't shown it to us here, have they? The past is in the past, my guy. The past is in the past.
The past was I think 2 months ago.
It's still
Mr.
the past. Still the past. You got to move forward.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're bad, but I'm just saying, hey, at the moment, from what we've seen, Meta Shift are the best because they have the synergy. Yes, we have a lot of players coming in from basics, but they have to show synergy and then show us that they can pull it off in the land of done and win out the tournament. So that's why we have this, the PGL MLBB Challengers. And looking at the way the game's coming through, the next one, of course, Meta Shift versus Final Reign. If you don't know who are in Final Reign, Cortez, Soda, we got S for PS, Saps rather, and then you got Orange Kite, Primo, and Yuichi. These are familiar names for us, especially Yuichi, Primo, Orange Kite, Soda. We know these players. We've seen them a lot before. But then again, against them is Meta Shift. Sakota, do they need any introduction? Boba Rushik, Leave Me, God Believer, Pelemetronio, and Wubba Lubba. Yeah, I don't think they do.
Wubba Lubba, baby. But still, I think Boba Rustic is a great fan of this meta, and Pelmetronia as well. I don't think he's gonna try that well, honestly. He is a great marksman player, but it's gonna be, I believe, a little bit hard just to get used to it.
It's something that they have to get used to, indeed, with the way that things are working out, especially how Boba Rustic can play so well in this meta, like you mentioned, right? They have the right heroes, they have the right tool set. Given the fact that in this current meta with the gold lane, there's not many marksmen that you can use. It's only the Claude and the carry that we know about. But then you have this pocket pick Melissa that could come in from Pelmetronia whenever he wants to. Not something that we like to see quite often, given this current...
Melissa?
You know? I like it. It's a pocket pick, not something that we'd like to see. We do have the Freya, do have the Ruby that he can still play. So I think it's just a matter of time.
Actually, Kronos, I lied to you. I'm excited about the next game because we're gonna see a new roster of Fake Time, but we're not gonna be casting it. It's gonna be quite sad because I know Garmadon is an avid lover of Freya, just as I am, because Freya is completely busted.
This guy just
It's a broken hero. Just because you cannot play it, Kronos, just because you cannot play the hero doesn't mean you should be, knocking me down at the ground.
Oh my god, look at this guy. He's ready with his shield and his sword, just trying to attack us all the time.
Kronos, I also realized something.
What's up?
I think I know we're getting so many of the more bushes map,
Why?
You need to get a haircut, man.
No, I think... Really? You think so?
We're gonna see a Hilda in there next second. Hilda's gonna go and circle herself out of there, like maybe a Hellcourt, a cockroach. Yeah, wait, you have a gap, like huge hair.
Man, don't be jealous, man. I know you're receding, so it's okay.
Bro, I just got haircut 2 days ago. Unlike you, I am fresh. My barber is a little bit old, but still, at the end of the day, I have short hair, and you have. I mean, I see why. That's why I didn't start hitting this morning. You're saving up a little bit. You don't have to wear a hat. It's like, a wool hat.
I mean, it is cold. I agree. The hair kind of keeps me warm.
4 degrees is cold?
No. It was -10 the other day. It's just 4 now. Actually, I think right now it's like 6, I think. 6 or 8. The sun's out.
You're like in the forbidden place. You're in Birmingham or whatever you are. Like, you are literally seeing the ghost of the past right now. Like, how... There is not even snow there, is there? It's just...
There was snow for a couple of days, not gonna lie. There was snow for a couple of days. It's really nice. Yeah, it was beautiful. I'm not in Birmingham, by the way. But I don't want to say where I am. It's okay. We don't have to.
5 euros. I'll say where he is.
Yeah, well, you're trying to go. You're trying to guess where I live at the moment. Nah, not gonna happen.
I think I know where you live. You told me a long time ago, but I forgot.
Yeah, I'd rather you forget rather than say it out loud, and I have people coming out knocking my door. So not really.
Do you think people are gonna come to you?
Yeah, why not? Me than you. I agree with that 100%. Me than you. But anyways, folks, we're yapping for a bit because we're waiting for the players to get ready to go into the game. We just give us a couple of minutes to make sure they come in. They're having some issues with the back. I think I'm not sure which team it is, but we're just waiting for the first map. They are remaking things.
Maybe
and making sure everyone is
a little
ready.
bit of shyness.
We want to make sure all the players have equal footing when they go in. Nobody wants to have an unfair advantage. We don't want to make it like Zakota's playing for their team, which is an unfair advantage for that team because they're playing 4v5.
No. I mean, like an unfair advantage if you're, let's say you're going out, you're running to your house, and you have a match. You're running, Kronos. You're gonna be drenched. Your hair is gonna cover your eyes. How are you gonna see?
You really think I can't see?
Nah. I think you're as blind as I am, both of us blind as
Not
bats.
really. I think I can see. No, I know I can see. I actually can.
You think you can see? Are you sure you can see?
I can. I just prefer wearing my glasses because looking at the screen for quite some time kind of hurts it, So look at my eyes. I'm like, oh my god, I haven't seen in so long, so it kind of looks.
I haven't
weird.
seen in so long. What does this mean?
I haven't seen my eyes glasses, in so long. It feels weird.
Really
man.
uncanny. We look so uncanny. This is like a mystery, But me personally, I'm like a bat. I'm pretty blind, I see, like I just got hit with a big Grokstone, I'm like.
Well, you look like a flashbang, bro. Not gonna lie.
You look like Knight.
Me?
You look
no,
like
I don't.
Under the bed.
No, I don't look like under the bed. That's my t-shirt.
You look like Under the bed.
That's my t-shirt. You look like a flashbang. Not gonna lie.
I'm proud to be this color. I mean, the White Army. I'm a white supporter. That sounds a little bit wrong. I'm kidding, of course, but they're a great team. I mean, they improved a lot. I mean, from the last team they had, I think the new faces in Europe, Victor, we haven't seen much of. We're just talking a little bit about the last team, but even Zedel with new members, he is a little bit out of his comfort zone because usually he plays with friends mostly. He has teams with friends, and now he's a little bit more out of his comfort zone. So that's really nice to see. He's evolving, as per se. He's getting out there. He's just experimenting with stuff. And that's great to see. I mean, Europe is forever changing. It's evolving at a slow pace. turtle pace, but still, it's getting there at one point. You know, even a small river is going to turn into a big lake at one point. A Chinese proverb.
It just, yeah, sure. It comes down to, I mean, with looking at the previous game, the previous match that we saw, right? The one where White Army was really showing up. Was it more clinical from White Army's performance, or was it more of a mistake on that side of Memento Requiem? Because I don't want to take away any credit from White Army, because the way they played was actually great. But the draft, the play style, the decision making within the game for Memento Requiem, that just wasn't good. They might have individual brilliant players, individually skilled players, but again, in the land of Dawn where it matters the most, it's a 5v5. You want to make sure you show up with your team, and that's something Memento Requiem did not do. And White Army, I think, we're just superior. But on the other side, though, the first match of the day, which was Basics versus Zero Vision, similar route. Basics were just better than Zero Vision. They knew what they were doing.
No, I kind of disagree with that. I think the only mistake Zero Vision did, they were just trying out for Little Under too many times and just giving out kills in the early game. The Baksha is a little bit better at fighting early because he still is a tank. At the end of the day, Baksha is a tank. He has damage output as well as a fighter. Compared to a Leomord, you cannot really take a fight. You're just going to get punished. And with the Lunox on mid, your early game is completely in the hands of fate.
You so really don't remember Mark being picked off on the Grok many times in the game?
I tried to forget that. But, you know,
there we go.
that's the bad part. But still, I just want to talk a little bit more about the last game we had. Again, it's an improvement from last time we've seen Zedel. He was just completely getting dominated. Even today, he was getting dominated, but still, it was an improvement in his own hero pool. We're seeing a little bit more.
I think he always played the Leomord before. He's played the Leomord before many times. He's just not shown it to us as much.
Wow,
you know what? I genuinely would have been happy to see him play maybe an Akai, a Fredrin. Baksha, yes, you got to learn how to play it, but yes, I'd still like to see a Baksha coming out from his hero pool. If it will be nicer if you saw the Akai or the Fredrin. Not gonna lie.
The Fredrin, I think it's a must. Nowadays, Fredrin is a must. He's such a good hero. He didn't get nerfed in a long time. The tanks are still viable. The meta is so odd because assassins and tank junglers are coexisting with fighters, and it's unusual as per se because the Soyu is viable, the Joy is viable, and both of those I would say they're more fighter than assassin. Fredrin tank jungle, Baksha tank jungle, even a Barat for Amis could work in today's day and age, but people don't really play because it's too much risk for not that much of a reward. But Kronos, what's a pick you really want to see? What's a hero you really want to see?
If you ask me, I do want to see a little more of the Yi Sun-shin on the winning side rather than the losing side, but I do want to take a look at the glue. I do want to see the glue come out, maybe a bit more of a Hilda's, because we haven't seen a Hilda so far. I do want to see a glue come out. Glue is so good right now in the current meta, so I think having a glue would just make things much better. Like especially Patrick. I want to see Patrick.
I just want to see Patrick. SpongeBob. Come on, give me the SpongeBob, man. Cyclops actually is a pretty toxic pick right now. It could work in properly. We've seen the Harley. You know, we're not that far behind. We could maybe see the Cyclops. But right now, the Cyclops, the only issue with him, I think, is just he doesn't have a mobility. He doesn't have a dash. If Cyclops had a dash, most pick hero, 100%. That the guy is so annoying. He has so little cooldown at the Star Lockdown. You have to agree with me on this one. You know, SpongeBob is annoying.
He always has been.
What a weird game we're playing.
SpongeBob's always annoying. I know. We got Yoda and SpongeBob in the same game.
We have Yoda, SpongeBob, we have Darth Vader, we have Naruto and Sasuke. What a team composition. We have Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi with SpongeBob on his own team, with Sakura on the roam. What else? Next we're going to have the... What's it called? One Piece collab. We're going to have Luffy, we're going to have Kaido. Incredible drafts it's going to be. I cannot wait to see in the next few years what's going to happen. After it's going to be Bleach, and you know, like the universe complete.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what could happen, right? But we are living in a time where Naruto and Sasuke get beat by SpongeBob and Patrick. That is something that's real.
Sasuke more or less, but Naruto 100%. Sakura is doing it. She's thriving. I mean, Hayabusa, Kakashi. He's also thriving. He's still viable. Even after the nerf on his range, his ultimate just became a little bit more spammy, so it was a great trade, I would say.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just with the way that things are going about, right? I think the meta is still evolving and it's come to the point, and for Europe to get to that big spot, I think it's just the point where you got to showcase your skills, you got to show what you got, you got to show what you can do, and we're gonna see all that after we come back after a short break, after fixing whatever we had to make sure the teams are ready to rock and roll. See you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back again with a PGL MLBB Challenger Western Europe of 2026, and we're not wasting any time. We're trying to go straight into the game. Sorry for the delay that you had to wait for, but of course, we're looking at Final Rain versus Meta Shift. Meta Shift on the red side, Final Rain on the blue.
They had a little bit of a technical issue on the side of Final Rain, but it got resolved finally, so we're gonna have a pretty good game. As you said, Meta Shift is going to ban out the Sora, and we're going to see the healer getting banned. The map is going to be the Broken Walls Chronos 2 times in a row. You know, it's almost like that crack you have in your hair, like on the side, you know, it's the same similar thing. But right now the Eve is going to get banned out. The Lancer is going to follow through. What else is there to ban? We're going to see the Lancer for the first time. Is this a respect to Leave Me?
I mean, it has to be, right? I think Lancelot, and then but also at the same time, I feel like they want to play something at the front to back. Maybe a little more of a squishy target in the back line. Maybe that's another reason. The Yi Sun-shin's also another pick of Leave Me that's really good. But let's be honest, they should be looking to focus down that Boba Rushik.
I agree with you. I think the Yuzhong needs to go. The Lapu Lapu needs to go, or maybe even the Uranus needs to go. Either of these three needs to go right now. Don't give them a chance. You take the Cloud first pick and try to pray to God. They're gonna try to change the meta right now. Because Boba Rusik is favored right now. He's in God's green light. But the Yuzhong is gonna get banned out. The Cloud is gonna get probably picked up by Final Rain. That's gonna leave Meta Shift with the carry and the Lapu Lapu possibly, or maybe even the Glue / Uranus. However, we are seeing the Glue more on the roaming side than the XP.
I mean, give or take, right? Depends on the team's playstyle. We have seen it in the EXP as well.
The Grok first pick curse.
What?
They're gonna take the Claude. They're gonna take what else? Claude and no, Carry.
Okay, Carry and Baxia.
Yeah, no, I mean it's
yeah,
great.
It's over. It's over. Is it over, Sakura?
I think from the draft, it's still too early to call. Maybe we're being a little bit bad because we saw it in the first game, and you know it was the exact same drafting besides the bans. We saw the Baxia getting second pick with the carry, and also, of course, they gave out the Cloud as a retrieval, but what is going to be their choice now? They're going to go for maybe the XP, in that being the Lapu Lapu, try to die for the carry, and maybe even going, as you said, for the Glue, to just try to maybe tone her down a little bit, jump on top of her. It's just hard to play into this type of marksmen. It's difficult, and especially the Baxia being with her.
I mean, if you ask me, the Gatot Kacha is still available, right? That could come into the hands of Meta Shift. So that's why I'm saying Meta Shift are looking really strong with the carry and the Baxia. But they got Granger and Lunox front to back. I'm not sure if a front to back's the best way to go about it. But if you look at it's got to be a Gatot Kacha here. CC being picked up quite early as well.
Gatot Kacha, I think that's the right call. Maybe even if they go for a Kalea, try to pick up the Granger to force out his Purify, and then it's gonna leave a free market for the Baxia. But it's, you know, it's what ifs, because the Gacha is the obvious trade. But what if Final Rain banned it? I think they're gonna ban another possible mid laner, being, I mean, what's the choice? The Farsa. The Farsa is pretty bad into this, but they're gonna ban it out anyway. And what else is there left to ban? A jungler? Are they gonna ban out a Fred? No, I mean the jungler's already picked. What are they gonna ban? The mid and roam they have to ban. So the Hylos, not great. But there's so many choices here.
I still think Gatot Kacha is good for Meta Shift. They need that extra bit of sustain, and Wubba Lubba is really good with the Gatot Kacha as well. But well, on the side of Final Rain, they could, if they could choke out another mid lane option that's available, it would be great, because the Farsa is gone, the Eve is gone. It could be Jushin's gone off the table, Lunok's gone off the table. These are the four meta mid lane picks that we've seen so far. Kimmy's another one, and I think if they ban Kimmy, they'll really be scrambling for what's available. But they go for the Kalea instead, for the Kalea carry combo. But I think
they give the Kimmy for free, Kimmy Gatot, or maybe even Kimmy with what? Kimmy Tig also could be okay, because the new buff from Tigger, it's so insanely fast. It's like, it caught me off guard so many times. But the Valentia's gonna get picked out. I mean, it's good into a Grok. Right now we have a choice. We have the Brilliance as well. Not like the last game we seen, Meng. Here
it made no sense whatsoever, right?
It made no sense, of course. A play on words. Thank you, Kronos. You're very cool. You're unique. But still, what's he gonna go for? The Gacha is great. It's good. But I want to see something. I want to see something wild. Give me a Franco, man. I want to see a Franco, a demon
Are you
right
serious?
here. Franco is good. If you're a good Franco, is the best.
I mean,
one
yeah,
in
of
the game.
course. Franco's always good if it's, you know.
It's like Pudge. As you don't know, you don't play Dota. I wouldn't know ever, man. But still, a Fredrin Arlot. I was thinking about this, but it looks like a front-to-back composition. As I said, the Arlot is going to be in the front with the Fredrin in the back. It's going to be the Granger. The Lux is going to be in the middle. And the Grok is somewhere sprinkled there. But the Hylos I was saying is going to get...
Hylos is good.
I don't think so. I disagree. Because
Hylos is good here. I think they get to run down the opposition.
They don't have that much attack speed, do they?
They don't need the attack speed for it. They're just running down the opposition because the front-to-back opposition. You can just ignore the entire front line.
The enemy team doesn't have the attack speed to justify that much of a Hylos pick. Because, you know, the passive is a benefit for Hylos. He slows down the basic attack so much. I mean, whenever you play Fredrin and you try to knock someone up, it's going to take you 3 business days and a night to just get 1 stun and 1 mark on them. But still, map mode, of course, it's going to be the broken walls. We said that already in the drafting. But Kronos, who did you have for winning game number 1? Final Reign or Meta Shift?
I mean, looking at the way we know Meta Shift and look at the composition, I would say Meta Shift. I like the Hylos pick. I like the fact that they could completely ignore the front line and go straight for the back, dive on, and make it difficult for Final Reign to do anything whatsoever with their front line, especially that Fredrin hanging around. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this Meta Shift looking quite strong with God Believer on the Valentina. But enough talk, we're already in game number 1 of match 3 of the day. After quite a wait, Meta Shift versus Final Reign is underway. Bars.
It's going to be a long game, I can tell, because the Fredrin backs are tank junglers. It's going to be slow Hylos as well. You're going to have the Revitalize. You're going to heal them forever. The Lunox has a pretty interesting emblem, though. She has the Mage emblem. I mean, it's the little Ignition. I don't know about that. Baksha invade.
Oh, wait,
Soda.
they're already going for the invade. Soda taking out low. First blood in the hands of Leave Me. Didn't expect that coming quite early on.
I was, because it's a Baksha Hylos. And you're a Fredrin. As I said, you're going to get your basic attack in the next 2-3 business days and a night. But Boba Rusik is going to freeze out the lane and take Cartes out for a stroll. Yuichi is going to be getting that gold wave a little bit shoved in. And Metronio is going to freeze. He's just going to allow Baksha to maybe try to do an early gank. However, Soda lost so much farm right there. He lost a red buff. He lost farming speed. Oh, I thought they were going to go for another invade. Leave me your teasing.
No, yeah. Preem already taken out low. Look at that. Terrified. And it's going to be another kill in the hands of Meta Shift. Yeah, less than 2 minutes in. You already got 2 kills in your pocket. Leave Me not able to get the Lethal Wanderer, but it's all right. He got 2 creeps on the bot side in the jungle of Final Reign. Now on top of Soda. Yeah, Soda's out. I mean, he's not able to do anything.
Kronos, you're wrong. He got 3 creeps. He got a Fredrin as well.
You're right with the way that he's playing. Oh, wait, so actually it's level 4 before Leave Me. So I guess that's some sort of a consolation prize just before the turtle. They can move in, make something happen, but don't forget, Leave Me still hasn't taken his own orange buff.
Well, Metronio Heart, what a cute thing to say. But even so, Wabba is gonna be going for those boots early game. Oh, final slash.
No, wait, you can see already Bubba Lubba, Revitalize, trying to survive, but it's taken down a little too low. Primo gets that kill. Wait, Cartes flickered out of there. Don't think it was necessarily needed, but Zakota, in the midst of all this, Leave Me kind of ignored the top side of his jungle completely, where he could have taken that to be a level ahead, or even 2, but now they're on 50-50 trying to fight this out.
It still is going to be hard because the Fredrin has a better execution line, but Soda... Oh!
Oh my god, they miss out. They miss out on the wild charge. And now they go in. Wubba Lubba gets taken out. Yuichi comes into the fray. Pelemetronio's there trying to get a kill on Supremo. Yes, he does. Now caught in no man's land. Goes against Saps. He's able to get that kill indeed. Now gets caught looking for a sandwich, trying to slow them down as much as possible. I don't think he wants to give the kill, but still in the hands, in the pockets of Yuichi. Messy.
Messy?
Yeah, it's quite messy,
but still,
that fight.
Right now, Carter is going to go with the final slash. He's going to get the stun upon him. Boba Rusik has the mark. Is he going to connect? He is. The stun misses, though.
Ooh.
I predict the
yeah, Cartes really wanted that kill. Playing it right. Yeah, I think Meta Shift got a little too aggressive, little too greedy early on. And started falling behind. Look at Bubba Lubba. Oh my goodness. He's taking so much damage. But still Leave Me able to get the kill onto Primo.
Indeed, he is. But God Believer, he missed that important, crucial thing in the fight on the third. He missed that tectonic charge. It looked real bad. Then I saw it, you know, I closed my eyes and I said, damn. You know, that's it. But still, they're putting up a pretty good fight against Metashift. This is looking like the most even game so far of the day.
Yeah, it looks even so far in the early game. I would say more because of the mistakes that Metashift made, getting a little too aggressive, a little too greedy when they could have just gone on the top side, cleared the jungle, get 2 levels ahead, farm up these neutral objectives, and then, you know, reach the point where your late game can scale. You have a carry that can scale, but overconfidence?
Maybe. Oh, God Believer!
God Believer, what a tech charge. 2 members, 3 members, taking out 1, and now in the midst of 2 Primos down and out as well. Sheesh, man, just when we said they were overconfident.
I mean, I think
turn it up.
It's good to be overconfident sometimes because God Believer is doing an amazing job. He is slaying Fake Time. Metashift is doing an amazing job, but Soda is usually an XP lane player, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, he is on the jungle position, so it's a little bit out of his character, but still, Boba Rusik is going to be helping on that turtle fight. Man. Ui.
Oh my god, Final Slash comes through as well. 2 of them got caught out. Boom. Soda taken out low. There's the Appraiser's Rat. Misses completely. And here comes Boba Rusik and Wubba with the Glorious Path of Vengeance already popped out. Cortez has to flicker out of harm's way. Primo pushing them back, but to no avail. Kills in the hands of God Believer. 4-0-4. This guy's been praying.
I mean...
Oh, no?
Oh.
Nah. The 1v1 didn't work out in the hands of Pelmetronio. But again, a risky play.
Risky play? Maybe. But see, Pelmetronio is pretty ahead of Yuichi, but still, the tower plating was a little bit chipped at the end of the day. Oh, he lost the lead. Leave me. He's not looking great. What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen, Mr. Kronos?
1v1. God Believer able to get Yuichi on the bot side, which is still good for Metashift. God Believer just playing his own game, a level above everyone. But ideally, you want to see Leave Me get ahead, right? This is the box here that you want to see farm up faster. That slight bit of an early game lapse still haunting them. And now Soda is already little ahead in terms of EXP. Primo, terrified.
But look at that. Great
Look at that.
charge.
Nice tech charge coming through as well. 3 members getting caught out. Glorious Pathways there. Soda gets caught out in the curtain call alongside Cortez. But what a Final Slash catches 3 members, but gets taken away himself. Metashift slowly moving around and getting ahead.
Slowly but surely, the Snail wins the race. Primo did an amazing tectonic charge, but still, they didn't have the damage to follow up through. Yuichi is pretty underfarmed right now, and as well, Subs is too. But looking at the map is open in favor of Metashift. Only the mid tower is standing. That's the only tier 3 inhibitor left ready to rock. But still, the Hunter Strike was first completed by Yuichi. Then he's going to go into the Sky Piercer. Not much different. Pelmetronio is going to go for the Corrosion Sign early. Then into the Demon Hunter Sword or into the Golden Staff, if I'm not mistaken. What is something? This is something out of the ordinary, Mr. Kronos, Mr. Arman.
Not really, Zakota. If you ask me, nothing crazy. It's just the fact that you know that Wubba is going for a chop suey build. Just chopping it up, making sure everything can happen, possibly getting the tankiest possible build. But here for the fight for this turtle, already going Glorious Path onto Yuichi. Soda gets caught out. Tectonic Charge comes through as well. But you can see they're trying to make a difference. Brain is running out now.
Yuichi is doing a pretty good job at pushing out the enemies, but still Leave Me is going to try to single them out. He's going to get a tier 2 inhibitor on the bot side turret. Kronos is going out for a little drink right now, but Primo gets a pretty nice cancel right here. Boba Rusik is there. I mean, Leave Me is cornered. He is really cornered. Carry is going to get a tier 2 inhibitor on the mid lane, almost to half HP. But Kronos, are you back? Are you back from the Shadow Realm?
Yeah, I'm back. I've been here the entire time, my friend. Just a slight bit of a lapse coming through. But of course, you can see nice use of the Guardian's barrier to try and block them out. But Zakota, Primo's level 8, and they're already marching into the base crystal. Only inhibitors left now, apart from the mid tier 2. So Metashift have taken their time to get to this point, but they were going to get here eventually. Now it's up to Final Reign how they can make that comeback possible. They have the wombo combos. The Guardian's barrier to slow them down, but look at the glorious pathway in position just to make sure they can go and through. What's the minion doing? It's going left. They're dancing about. Soda right now caught in the middle of a no man's land. Curtain call being used by Bobarushik. He's taking too much damage. Meta shift slowly choking out Final Reign.
Almost 30 seconds to the Lord. A tier 2 is still getting punished. Bobarushik just doesn't care. He has that blue buff. He knows that he can take the fight because no one has the burst to kill him if they don't use anything to try to shut him down because he has so much movement. I think one of the most slept upon heroes is the CC. I mean, she's so great. She still has the mobility. She still has the curtain call. People will say, yeah, it's just CC. No, you can just burst her down. But still, Vengeance, after the nerf, it's still viable. I've seen so many CCs after all this nerfed spell, but, you know...
Oh my god, God believer with a 3-man tech charge. Leave Me comes into the fray as well. Primo hits his own, but Meta Shift are running and gunning, and now they're looking to take down Final Reign for one final time. Final slash, but no one present to follow up. Meta Shift getting the members that matters the most, and Final Reign can't do nothing about it.
And they're gonna get that already. The golden plating is down. The meteorite is gonna fall as well. Will the ball... What can they do here? This is so hard for Final Reign.
Oh no, that's another shield pop through in the mid lane as well. Bobarushik looks like he's gonna get caught out. Vengeance popped in, he's trying to survive, but the Sky Piercer taking down Bobarushik. Final Reign gets something, but Metashift gets the Lord.
It is a win for Metashift. The Lord is gonna be full HP. Even if his charge is down, the meter is gonna see a quick replay here. Big tectonic charge. Look at the damage coming in from the Valentina.
That's a massive one, man. Not just that. After the tectonic charge, following up with a skill 1 just to dish out more damage and dash out of harm's way, that's something a Grok just can't do. And God Believer, we've seen him do this before as well. He just plays the Grok better when he's playing a Valentina.
I agree. I agree. The Grok, I mean, the damage coming from the Grok ultimate, it just gets converted to physical. So you dish out a ton of damage. You can even one-shot. I mean, did you see the HP of Yuichi? Almost fell down at one attack from Valentina with the...
Oh my god, look at Soda. He gets melted down. Pelemetronio, nobody leaving him. Oh no, Primo goes down as well. No, Speedy Life is falling up. Cortez goes for the final slash, but only catches one. The Lord is already crashing in. The inhibitor taken out in the mid lane. Now they're looking to focus down the base crystal. Pelemetronio locks it in while the rest of the members are zoning them out. Yuichi, the last one left standing, but what can he do but just watch as his base crystal crashes?
I mean, almost flawless game coming in from Metashift. A few mishaps coming in the early game, but still, that's to be expected. They were not warmed up. They were not expecting them to be... I mean, were you expecting Valorant to put up so much of a fight?
What, the Valentina?
I mean, no, just like in general, the team, Final Reign, did you expect them to put so much of a fight?
Not really. I think they did put up quite a bit of a fight in the early game, in the mid game as well, and every single fight that was there, they took something away. All right, they didn't give it for free. It's just unfortunate that they're going against giants like Meta Shift. And God Believer, man, this, you don't want to pick up the Grok first of all to give him the Grok in his hands, because he is so good on this Valentina. We've seen him time and again. It's probably one of his best picks. And look at that. Oh my goodness. Yuichi. Yuichi was just melted down. God Believer goes in. Oh my god. It's too much. Soda can't really do anything. He was choked out early on. The moment you're left checking God Believer, you're leaving Pelemetronio untouched. And once he gets that Malefic gun, he has the range to dish out a lot of damage.
I mean, Kronos, this is what Meng wanted to be. This is what Meng wanted to do, but how? There were not any ults. If there's a Grok, I understand. If there's something else, maybe a Tigreal, maybe a Gacha, I understand. You have a chance at a follow-up. But look at God Believer. He almost one-shotted Yuichi on his own, a Granger. Almost half-built Granger getting one-shotted by a Valentina on her own. I mean, you know, not that common.
Yeah, I think it's just too much because of the damage as well. The buff that Lightning Truncheon got to it as an item, God Believer was able to do quite a lot with that. And look at the damage. Jesus, man. 53,000 on this Valentina. Just too much for the other side to deal with.
Bobo not that far behind. Only 4,000 or so damage behind God Believer himself. I mean, as a CC, you don't really see her that often. She worked extremely well into this comp.
Yeah, I think just because of the fact that they have a Fredrin on the other side, right? CC was just a blind pick, if you ask me. Just making sure that they can melt them down while they're in the tanky phase. But look at Metashift's God Believer. Did we even have a doubt? This guy's MVP. Every time Metashift played, this guy's the MVP all the time.
That's true. That's actually true. I think, one time Bob Rusik was the MVP on Yuzhong.
One time.
But still, that was a long time ago before the time had a name. But still, this is only game number 1 out of this best of 3 series. Maybe Final Reign is going to turn it around. What do you think, Kronos? Do you think it's possible? Do you think they have what it takes?
I mean, with the way that Final Reign kind of played the early, right? They could have made it possible. They had the slight bit of an advantage, even though they were behind in this early game. They had the advantage in the mid game. But Metashift are just so good in their micro. They're so good at their macro. They know what matters. They know how to win games. They know how to finish games. That's something that teams in Europe don't really know how to do. That's why they're one of the best teams. Yes, there are some players, there are some teams that are really good in the early game. There are some that are really good in team fights. There are some that are really good in macro, some good in micro. But not everyone knows how to finish the game, right? And that's something where most teams struggle. But Metashift are so good at finishing the games. They know how to stick to their win conditions. And sometimes they just play what's best. They have an early game composition. They can snowball. Once they snowball, it's hard to stop them. And they just wipe you out. And that's what they did in this game. They started the snowball in the mid game at about 8th-minute mark. After that, it was just a one-sided story.
I agree with you completely. They were, as you said, there were some hits up in the early game, but still, as soon as the Avalanche, there's no ball momentum. He just kept going and going and going. He never stopped, especially with God Believer. He just made a really big mistake on a turtle, but still, at the end of the day, he turned it around. He got a big 3-man stun after, but still, if he hit that turtle stun there, 4-man stun, I think at that second, I would have, if I was Final Reign, I would surrender. It's just such a massive stun. But Kronos, do you have any last words?
I mean, all I'm looking forward is to the next game, to be honest. So before we get into it, we'll be back after a short break. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. A bit of a shaky start, you can say, for Meta Shift, but make that possible. And we were singing their praises, but to give them that shaky start were, of course, Final Rain. And I think Final Rain, if they pull their socks off and lock in, they might just be able to cause an upset and take us to a game number 3. Well, you're watching the PGL MLBB Challenger Western Europe of 2026, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, Zakota. If you want to find out where you can catch us, of course, you can check out our socials. There it is for Zakota. It's Zakota Hessen, if I'm not wrong, Zakota. And for me, it's Kronos Casts ML. So make sure you can follow us as well at the same time. Make sure you like, subscribe. And also follow on Twitch while you're watching. We know the YouTube chat doesn't work, but the Twitch chat does. So if you have some opinions and want to say something about the teams and talk about your favorite players, that's the place to be.
Or talk about Kronos and his bad haircut, I know mine is bad, but his is worse.
Mine's not bad, man. It's actually nice. It's a hairstyle. It's a bushy hairstyle.
No, you look like one of those dust sweepers, like that you would clean in the 1980s made out of feathers. It looks exact. I have one of those in my other room. I could bring it out next time, but still, Final Rain is gonna ban out at Valentina, who was a complete troublemaker last game. I mean the MVP, the Grok punishment just came through, and the is gonna get banned out. What else is there on the chopping block, Mr. Kronos, Mr. Arman?
I don't know. It is a dangerous grass, so expect a Hilda out of there. But also at the same time, I think you can expect other heroes like the Yu Zhong, of course, the Yves, what else? We got the Jushin that's going to be coming out. Final Rain don't really like meta shifts Valentina, the Hands of God Believer. That's a respect man coming through. So I feel like Final Rain probably going to go for a Grok again.
I agree. I think that Grok is going to go Trojan. It's just like a wild card. You see the Valentina getting banned out. It's already telling a story. Hey, we're going to go with the Grok. The card is going to get banned out. I mean, they're going to ban out all the drafts of the previous game of Meta Shift. Dave is going to get banned out. I mean, it's just normal ban so far. The carry is a bit out of comfort because I would expect the Cloud to get banned over the carry, but still your first pick, so I understand. But
Zakota.
the Yu Zhong is on the table.
Final Rain are tunnel visioning, aren't they?
They are.
That's just two bans from the it's trauma, PTSD. Yu Zhong finally off the table. At least they were thinking straight there. We hear what could come. Jushin's off the table. I think Jushin probably could get banned out. Yeah, that's gonna go. So Meta Shift still thinking on their feet, head above their shoulders. Final Rain a little woozy after game number 1. Go for the Baxia. So that's 3 picks that they picked on the side of Meta Shift that they don't want to give to them.
Yeah, the teams are gonna maybe take out the Hayabusa here. Oh, Kalea Hayabusa or Kalea Baxia or Kalea Claude would be actually pretty nice.
Kalea, Claude don't really make a great combo, but then Kalea is so good right now. Claude is so good right now. You can just make it work with the other pieces that you can put around them. So I think Claude is definitely the answer here. It's got to be Claude.
But we haven't mentioned the map. It's going to be the dangerous bushes, just like his bushy hair. I mean, you need to get that head trimmed up a little bit. I have a head trimmer if you want in my shed.
I don't know why everyone's like, you know what? Just because you said that, I probably will, bro. I probably will. I don't want to hear all of that. Jesus.
That's right.
I don't want to hear all of that. I like my hair the way it is. I don't know why you guys
need to go bald. I think you need to go bald. Like me when I went bald.
Exactly. You and your receding hairline. But anyways.
No.
Final Rain.
My hair is great. It's healthy. It's plumptious. I just got a bad haircut. I mean, I always get bad haircuts.
You always get a bad haircut. You're the one who goes supercuts.
I'm cheap. Not even supercuts. I just got to I don't know. I've gone to this barber 20 years of my life since I was a baby. But still, we're going to see the Lunox and the Grok getting picked up into a Baxia comb. What is message we're going to go for on the jungle? Are they going to go maybe for the XP right now? Oh, the Louis? That's odd. But they're going to go for the TikTok combo. The Kalea Loi, diversion.
I think they just want to have some fun.
Boom, boom, boom.
I think they just want to have some fun, if you ask me.
Is this going to be the first best of 3 today? Like a full best of 3? Because we have only gotten sweep so far.
I don't know. I don't expect us this best of 3 just because of how good Meta Shift are, but with their picks, if they're trolling around, trying to do those TikTok plays like we're talking about,
if they play like you,
then maybe if they play like me, they'll probably win. But if they play like Dakota, it could go to a best of 3.
Lose, I think Insta lose. If they play like you.
This guy, man. But Harriet, Fredrin banned off, Bakshi's off the table. Whoa, Juan taken off? Ooh, that's nice.
I mean, they're going to try to go for a squish composition. I think they're going to go for the last vote here, or the Eastern Challenge is going to try to go for maybe, I don't know if you remember the M6 series final when they had the low E game, and it was extremely similar to this draft and ban. So it could work, because I mean, one is a great kiter and it's great into low E in my honest opinion, but still, as well into the Calais, you have a free purify every 14 seconds. You have the needles and flowers, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
at your disposal, but the Guinevere is going to get banned out. What is there to pick? I mean, the X-Borg maybe could work, but still you have, you know, the Darkness ultimate coming from Lunox. So it's going to be really risky. What is there, Kronos?
CC in the EXP, all right, just to make sure you can focus down on the Baxia as well as the Grok, try and melt them down as much as possible.
Are we going to see a Fanny?
I don't know. I don't think a Fanny is great here, not going to lie. But especially into a Moskov. I think Final Rain, we're kind of reading into it. Final
Maybe
Rain.
a Joy? Nah,
not a Joy. It's got to be something that's a Hayabusa, I think. A Hayabusa is the best shout, if you ask me, for Leave Me.
Hayabusa into Grok, Moscow is worse than a Fanny. Honest opinion. Maybe
Uranus.
They're gonna go for Uranus jungle here.
Well, I forgot this guy exists. I mean, can't really go wrong with the Eastern Shin. You have consistent damage throughout the game, early,
and
mid, and late.
He's your favorite hero, Kronos. I'm sorry for interrupting, but you said Eastern Shin is your favorite. And we forgot about this guy. You said it yourself. My favorite hero. I want to see him in a winning team.
All right, bro. This guy crying too much, Sakura.
You are such a two-faced. You forget about your favorite pick, Kronos? How does that happen? We forgot about this guy. I didn't forget about him.
I think Hayabusa would have been good here for an advantage, but Eastern Shin is just consistent throughout.
What
Why
advantage?
Not? When was the last time you saw Eastern Shin come out as a last pick? Come on.
2 games ago, I think.
Whatever. No, not really. It was not last pick. I haven't seen Eastern Shin in the last pick. But then again, I'm happy to see Eastern Shin in the hand of Leave Me, just so we can see how they perform. They have a good composition, well-rounded. They have a pick-off. They do have the fast mobility around the map with the diversion, the BMI. The Claude's good at the macro game. CC's good at rotating as well. Eastern Shin to provide the vision. Soda really needs to find advantage early in the game. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for Final Rain because this could be their final match. It is match point indeed for Meta Shift in this best of 3. And let's hope so, how it goes to a game number 3.
I mean, look at Double-Elimination. He's already getting into his comfort, but he's pushing as far as he can. Eastern Shin is going to go and start with the blue side clear. So is the Baksha. Complete polar opposite. But look at Boborusik. He's completely just dominating Cartes out of there. He's freezing his wave. But he's not going to be able to fully manage. Soda is going to try to go and do what happened to him. But look at Double-Elimination. He is going to get the retribution. Not even used, actually. That's a prime invade right there.
Yeah, I think that...
Not looking great.
Missing out on the retribution. Final Rain, not looking great so far. That gives Leave Me a slight bit of an advantage in terms of clearing the jungle. Pelemetronia against Yuichi, 1v1, actually getting the advantage there. Believe me, look at that. He's looking to snipe him down. I think he might just get it. Traceless forward. First blood in the hands of Leave Me.
And he forced out a Purify for some odd reason. But still, I don't think the movement speed would have helped him a lot, so I think maybe he should have kept it. But look at Double-Elimination. He's gonna get walled off in a few seconds, smacked with a big tower right there. Look at him. Primo.
Oh my god, look at that yin and yang. The dispersion rotation combo hits Double-Elimination with a title strike at the same time, just making sure Final Rain have to go back just before the turtle.
Yeah, I think Kronos, I think God Believer just picked loyal because of us, you know, yin yang, me and you, black and white. I think it's intentional, you know. He just wanted to see, yeah, guys. I
Could
know
be. They planned it. They planned it with us, didn't they?
Of course. I mean, I just told them to be. Oh,
the damage, man. Primo's tanking a little too much. God Believer has the diversion available when he wants to. Oh wait, I think he's trying to use it as well. You can see it around the map. Gonna go for a diversion play at this point. But looking at how Soda wants to use it, gets the turtle on the bot side. They make the rotation. Soda gets the turtle, but on the top side, God Believer goes
God
down.
Believer
Oh, Yuichi almost made it out with the help of the SOD. I'm not sure God Believer saw that coming.
I believe he did. I mean, who knows? But they're gonna get a turtle above invade for a kill, and they didn't get that much. They didn't gain much. Yeah, the gold lead is there. They got farmed to the gold laner, but still, both of the kids went to
Primo, man. Oh my god. They just want to unlock Pelmetronia as fast as possible. Don't they leave me with the Traceless already being used? Now I think he gets caught out. Heavenly Bow is there, but I don't think it's going to make it happen. Chaos coming through from them. Oh my god, he's able to outplay. Get that kill onto Primo as Saps makes it out alive even after the use of the Tsunami Slam.
And not looking great for the side of Final Rain. The gold farm is not up to par, but still look at Bobarusik. He's gonna have a pretty hard time against Runners because he can take all the damage, but still Bobarusik, he can just be a pain. He can just do a ton of damage after he gets up to Warrack. He's gonna have the sustain in the word, but look at Soda. He's gonna be a little bit ahead after a full clear, but Leave Me is gonna go for an invade.
Yeah.
The Tectonic Charge is ready. Are they gonna go for something here? Soda
trying to catch God Believer, catches Wubba Lubba, and I think right now, oh my god,
nice
this version rotation,
charge.
They go through, you can see. Nah.
He hit a ghost, you know, we are talking about ghost earlier.
Yeah, true.
It's all plan, it's all part of the plan.
Leave Me actually stole the... Is he stealing the orange? Oh, he stole the orange!
He did.
Oh no, he even took complete bot side jungle away from Soda. They were just distractions. Wubba Lubba right now looking to get Tsunami Slam onto Soda. Rotation dispersion already used. Tortoise's Poissons to get out of there.
This is not looking great for Mr. Soda right here. He's gonna be so far behind. He's not even gonna get his level 7 before the turtle spawns. Cloud is gonna be ready to rock and roll. Primo.
Oh my god.
He missed the Tectonic Charge?
He's been missing, man. He's been missing them all the time.
You know...
Wubba Lubba, Tidal Strike, catches somebody. Cartez is going to be the target. I think Leave Me comes in with the Mountain Shocker as well. Cartez zoning him out as much as possible.
Not so nice. Oh,
Diversion. Soda taking out low. The curtain call. Look at Diversion going on to the bot side. I think they're just ignoring the turtle completely, knowing that Soda has to recall so they can contest. But look at him trying to get the gold shield on the bot side, maximizing the use of this Diversion.
4 seconds for the shield. I don't think they're going to get anything. Maybe they're going to get a little bit of plating, but still not going to be enough. And Metroni and Wubba Lubba Dub Dub are going to be ready to rock and roll. Bobarusik doesn't have his tying yo-yo, but still Soda's going to get another free turtle. But bot side doesn't look that great.
Yeah. Bobarusik.
I don't know if the trade was worth it really, but the tower got almost chipped down, but still, was it worth it?
I think it is because, oh my god, Saps just caught him off guard.
Tsunami Slam.
Tsunami Slam just to make sure he gets caught. Primo with a tech charge.
No,
actually catching 2 members, but Bober should be able to get this kill. Saps not popping the Brilliance early enough. Diversion coming to the bot side to defend. I think Soda trying to slow down Bobarushik, but the mobility of the CC is too much and they're able to make it out.
I don't know about this song. I don't know about that on Mr. Leave Me. I think, you know, if you wanted to contest, maybe contest the turtle, then try to go for a 4-man rotation towards the bot side. But hey, I'm just a caster. Maybe it was just a bad call coming in from the shot caller, but still. Giving a kill to Lunox. I don't know. Is it worth it, Mr. Kronos?
I think on the bot side, you were talking about the turtle trade, right? I still think it's worth it for meta shift just because...
But he died after.
But yeah, the death after wasn't, but the turtle for the tower and the gold shield, I think it was all right because
he didn't get gold shield. He didn't get a lot.
He got a full minion wave, my friend. And I think Eason Shin with you know, with his kit, not really super with the lineup that they have, not really super strong in terms of neutral objectives. Yes, they have God Believer on the Lu Yi, that's super strong in team fights, but the tankiness of Final Rain is too much at the moment. So a couple of items maybe, and then they can go for these 5v5 fights where the Lu Yi will shine. As you can see, only the glowing wand still missing out. Maybe I would say a genius wand or a lightning truncheon to make something happen, and that's when meta shift will slowly start picking up the pace. Already Leave Me is ahead, has the Hunter Strike, going for the endless battle, and look at him, he's a farming machine. Doesn't stop whatsoever. Pelmetronia gets himself the Corrosion Sight and DHS. After the Golden Staff, that's when they want to go for an all-out brawl.
I mean, oh, SOD misses.
Faked. Oh! Leave me. Just walks out of there. Now look at that. This is how you play macro, my friend. Get yourself that turtle quite easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Final Rain are getting out macroed across the map.
I think the mid tower is gonna fall as well. Soda's not looking that great a shape, but still he doesn't have the 30th person there. Soda is not there. Primo is gonna hit it on his charge in a few seconds, if I'm not mistaken. But look at the damage coming from Luoyi. 1,000. A part of that HP is about 1,000 or 800, if I'm not mistaken. So the poke is coming through, and it's insane.
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Kronos. I don't know.
I think Meta Shift is slowly pulling this game away, right? It's slow. It's a slow burner, this game. Final Rain wanted to go fast, but Meta Shift don't mind taking it slow. They have Pelimetroni on the Claude. They have the Eastern Shin. They definitely have the scaling. Saps, on the other hand, he wants to get a couple of kills with this Lunox to try and get ahead. Even go for the lethal ignition in terms of the emblems, right? So they want some of these fights. They want some of these pickoffs. And Primo hasn't been the best on this Grok. You can see a lot of damage being taken from Bobarushik's curtain call. And on the top side, Leave Me able to get that 1v1 against Yuichi.
1v2.
I mean, 1v2, and oh my god, Tsunami Slam looking to lock down Primo. And you can see Dispersion Rotation come through as well. Tech Charge catches two members. Saps with the Brilliance now goes over the Chaos Assault. Catches God Believer, but Bobarushik able to get one back. 2-for-1 trade.
And Primo didn't fall.
Rather 2-for-2.
No.
Actually, 1-for-2.
1-for-2. Primo got an insane tectonic charge. He just got a reverse sweep right there, just a reverser. You know, the Uno reverse card. That's what happened right there. But look at Soda. Is he gonna die? Bobarusik is there.
Yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Curtain call. He's gonna be enough? No.
Oh, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Yo-Yo Blitz. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah.
So negative always.
Oh, SOD.
Hits.
Vengeance comes through as well. Bobarushik might not be able to survive this. Kartez chasing him down. Yuichi right behind him. Boba comes through as well. Title strike available. Does he want to hit a Tsunami Slam? Doesn't look to lock down anyone. And you know what, Zakota? I can't say this enough. I think Kartez hasn't really shown up here. You want Kartez to do a lot on this Uranus. You want him to be in the face of Leave Me. You want him to be a problem. And him not being a problem just lets Meta Shift stretch and breathe.
Indeed they do, but that object is gonna go towards Leave Me. Tsunami Slam.
No, Tsunami Slam, and he gets caught. Yeah.
He had the tectonic charge. He could have maybe pressed it one button. He can cancel Kale out if he jumps on you. Come on, Primo. You got Suicide Body Video, but Yuichi is in need of farm. He is 2-3. His KDA is good. He's been farming waves, but still he's so far behind the Metronio.
Oh no, you can see curtain call onto Yuichi and Kartez. Bobarushik looking to get that back line all the time.
Are we gonna see a red buff teleport? Red buff teleport?
No. The Lord is coming on the top side though. And I think
we're gonna try to get maybe inhibitors on tier 3 mid.
Pelimetroni is going for a Winter Crown as well, so.
Or, I mean, oh, Sky Piercer in the hands of Leave Me. He's gonna get it.
No way.
Yeah, way.
Oh my god.
Yuichi.
Oh, Yuichi gets 1v1, man. He's level 15. He gets a Sky Piercer, you're right. 10 minutes, 11 minutes in. He's level 15 already. How are you going to stop this? The goal leads 8k. It's ballooned too much. Final Rain don't have answers. Meta Shift slowly making a comeback. Oh, Tsunami Slam onto Kartez. That's Uranus we're talking about. If he gets melted down, it's a little too late. Oh my god. Final Rain hanging by a thread on their last legs. Meta Shift are looking to take them down. They don't care anymore. You can come at us as much as you want, but we have the damage and we will sustain you. Now Kartez is there. Leave Me with a Mountain Shocker being used as well. God Believer thrives in such team fights with this Luoyi.
I mean, the damage coming from Luoyi, I believe it's one of the highest, if not the highest in the game right now. The poke is coming through. Pelmetroni as well, as just going to build a Winter Crown, just allowing him to sustain a little bit more and do his Blazing Duet just unbothered, you know. He's flourishing, he's unbothered, but Leave Me. He got the Sky Piercer almost 11 or 10 minutes in, if I'm mistaken, 10:50? That's about 11 minutes. He got that Sky Piercer so late in the game, but Yuichi finally finished up his Trinity build, if I'm not mistaken. A quick look at item builds, the Winter Crown is finished. Holy Crystal, I think, is going to be in the hands of God Believe, or maybe even a pen item. Hunter Strike for Bobarusik. They are not playing around. They're just going to go and try to finish the enemies off. Looking grim, looking like a grim future for final reign, Mr. Kronos.
Yeah, it's looking grim. 30 seconds to the Lord. Final reign. I mean, think about it, right? What can they really do right now? The tech charges haven't been hitting. They've been outscaled so far. 9k gold lead in the hands of Meta Shift. I mean, can they really pray even? They got a God Believer on the other side. I don't know. Feels like it's going to be difficult. 4 members there. They could make a play, which is this diversion. Going on the bot side, looking to try and go for an end. Look at Claude. That's a blazing duet, and he's going to come back with a BMI. He's just baiting them out as much as he can. And Meta Shift already have advantage on the top side. The wave's going to push in too slowly for Meta Shift. And after this Lord, they could possibly go for an end. That's where they're blitzing through. They want to get the Lord in 13-11. And I think it's going to happen. They have a wave pushing on the top side. They just have to focus on the bot side.
A thing I noticed, neither of the roams or tanks on Team of Fire Lorraine have the new item. Neither of them have the anti-attack speed item.
Yeah, no Chastis Pauldron.
No
to try and slow them down.
Devil.
What, did they just get it?
Yeah, just Carter's just got it right now. But still, Sota should have gotten it a bit earlier in the game because it gives healing. It's basically like a Garen helmet. It's heal on as per se demand. Because when you get low HP, you're gonna get a ton of burst healing still.
Yeah, but like, it's too late now. The Lord's already crashing in. Look at the top side. No one stopped it, but he goes in. Cortez purified out of there. Oh my god, too much damage. Curtain Call being used. Tsunami Slam still available. Wubble Lubble looking for a flicker play. Tidal Strike could come out at any moment. Soda conceal. And I think someone they found a way. Wubble Lubble goes in, but you can see the backline. Primo with a tech charge. God Believer taken out low. Believe me, addition of the damage. Cortez gets on top of God Believer. Wubble Lubble gets taken away. Blazing Duet coming through with the Winter Crown. 3 members standing for Meta Shift and 4 for Final Reign. A 2-for-1 trade, but they're still looking to gun them down. Inhibitor still there on the bot side, but I think Final Reign want to defend this by the last thread that they can. Leave me trying to make it out alive. Mountain Shocker being used as well. The best that he can, but Yuichi slowly starting to scale.
They didn't have one anti-heal in that fight there, and I think that's what made them lose after Wubble Lubble died and God Believer as well followed the door. They didn't have anything to stop the healing coming from rounds. I don't know if you noticed, but he was getting poked a ton, but the healing was just on another universe. A quick look at the item tells us that is true, but Bobarusik is gonna go for the Sea Halberd. Ah, this is, I think... Is this borderline disrespectful, Mr. Kronos, going full damage CC?
I don't know. I don't even know if it's a Sea Halberd. It probably could be a BOD, you know. I mean, it is going to be a Sea Halberd, but look at the way that they're playing. A Malefic Gun coming in the hands of Pelimetroni. He's full build, my guy. He's got shoes that he's going to sell off soon, and then he's going to build, what, another, maybe Immortality even? No.
Yeah, actually, Emo, or maybe he's going to go for Rose Gold. Rose Gold is great here.
Yeah, Rose Gold's even better. So... And then he's going to be able to get those item swaps down. Yeah, Meta Shift is just a step ahead. 9k in terms of gold lead. That 9k hurts. It's making a big difference. They know it.
Oh, Tsunami Slam.
No, Tsunami Slam Purified. But the Purify is more expensive. 90 seconds cooldown.
Yeah, indeed. And also, they have a pretty good item on the Kalea. They have that 30% cooldown for free. The item gives, you know. Fleeting time is pretty overpowered. If you think about it, 30% free cooldown, and it gives you a bit of damage on top of that. And when you get a kill, it reduces the cooldown by 50, if I'm mistaken. Yeah, that's a pretty solid item.
Well, the Lord is already being started up. They're teasing it. The Tango has begun. Look at that. Tsunami Slam catching them down. Nice this first rotation. Oh my god. Sap's taking out super low, but here comes Pelimetroni. Nice tech charge to cancel everything out, but Bobarushik in the back line catching Yuichi. Vengeance pops, so he's going to get taken down. The 2 damage dealers are out. Make that 3, and now 4. The only one left standing is Soda. They don't need the Lord. They just need to march down the base crystal. Bobarushik chasing him down, but Soda's still able to survive. But for what? Just to watch his base crystal fall. This Baxia can't do nothing. Meta Shift have taken this game by storm, and now gonna call it an end. Take game number 1, and now game number 2. Of course they can end Zakota. It's gonna be easy. They're looking for the Winter Crowns, and I think they want to pop that as well. It's 5 Winter Crowns coming through. Insult to injury. Meta Shift are here to dominate the PGL Challengers for MLBB.
One of the best series coming in today, of course. It was only the 3rd one of today. There are 3 more after this one, Kronos. But man, what a series. All three so far were complete sweeps from one of the best teams, I think. Today in the tournament, we saw the best of the best. I'm only disappointed about the first game because, you know, I was expecting a little bit more of a fight, a full best of three maybe even. But Kronos, which of the games today that we cast, which is your favorite? This one or maybe a different one?
To say, I think the second one was really nice. Not gonna lie, right? The second one was the second series was the second series was a little good, just to see how they could come out. The White Army was playing really well, but with the way that it worked out, man, this game was no short of surprises. But surprises in terms of how much Final Rain could hold up against Metashift, you know, just denying them as much as they can. But Metashift just so clean. Leave Me was level 15 at what, 10 minutes 40 seconds, and the game ended at 15 minutes. So basically he had 5 minutes of time to be ahead, and still Soda couldn't catch up. Right? So that's how far ahead Metashift are in terms of their gameplay. 10k ahead in terms of gold. No possible way Final Rain could do anything. And after a while, it was just a one-sided story.
I mean, but if you take a good look at the things that happened today, this is the longest game we had so far.
Yeah, I think
16 or 17 minutes, if I'm mistaken. The longest game. Usually it was under 13 minutes for most of them, but man, what a game. A quick look at the items. Of course, we're going to see some items being sold. The Sea Halberd was sold by CC. And the Hunter Strike, and as well, Lim has sold a few items on top of that as well. Just to do a little extra taunt at the end of the game, but still, not much you can do. The Chastity Pauldron was built too late in the game. The Cloud is already on the, you know, just on the roll. He is fed. He is doing a ton of damage. You cannot contest him. But Soda, his build is a bit iffy. Maybe out of Wind instead of the Blade Armor for the dominant size to get that extra defense, because I'm always going to be in a fight. I'm a tank jungler. I'm around by people.
Yeah, I don't like the Blade Armor as well. I think you're right. It could have gone for the dominant size now that it gives magic defense as well. So alongside that, maybe that Chastised Pauldron that everyone is talking about, that you're talking about, just to make sure you get that extra bit of HP when you're low. Also reduce the attack speed from Pelemetronio, not just that Boba Rushik at the same time, right? That Curtain Call does do a lot of damage. And speaking of Boba Rushik, MVP for this game. 504 on the KDA. And look at that. Just had 3 items. I mean, he had 5 items. It was just swapping around to buy that winner crown.
I believe he had 4 items, not 5. He didn't have full build yet.
Yeah.
He was still a bit behind in God, but still, Boba Rusic, we're talking about that. The God Believer got a lot of MVPs. I mentioned Boba Rusic getting one, and now look at him. He proved you wrong, Mr. Kronos. You're just glazing Mr. God Believer a bit.
Look. God Believer is good. We know Boba Rushik is amazing, right? But after the first game, tell me God Believer wasn't great. Like that Valentina against the Grok, he did that before in the grand finals as well of the European Championship. We saw earlier on last year in 2025, but now we're talking 2026. It is the PGL MLBB Challenger, and of course, he replicated a similar play. And oh my goodness, what a way to turn things around, and what a way for the midday to wake people up. Because if you're still sleepy and haven't had your coffee like Zakota has, that game definitely woke you up.
Indeed, it has, Mr. Kronos, but I believe this is the end of the road for me and you. We are going to get taken over. The AIs are going to replace us. The 2 other casters, the lesser ones, as per se. Mr. Scared It and Mr. War are going to replace us after a short break. But Kronos, any last words you have?
Well, it's been great. Make sure you like, subscribe, and of course follow on Twitch. And at the same time, if you can give us a follow as well, KronosCast ML for me and Zakota Hessen for Zakota. And look forward to the next games that are coming your way, because it's going to be spicy, and we're going to be up for the next 3 days at the same time. We've got Saturday and Sunday, not 2 days. So Saturday and Sunday, look forward to it, and we're going to be bringing you more action.
Kronos.
What?
Today is a day as well. We're counting it.
Yeah, I know.
3 days of gameplay. It's gonna be a loaded day today. 6 games.
Sheesh. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire indeed. It's gonna be fire. 3 more best of 3s coming your way. 2 of the lower bracket, 1 more left in the upper bracket. I think the next one you want to watch, because it's Wicked coming back in Europe, and you know how he's gonna perform. Everyone's gonna be watching. I know I am. But folks, on that note, Zakota and Kronos, we're out of here. You'll be joined by Warren and Scared Yet, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We're coming back tomorrow and for the next few games now. Bye-bye.
The PGL MLBB Challengers 2026 is in full swing, ladies and gentlemen, as half of day one is finished. But we are the optimists. We look at the half glass full out here as three more best of three remains, ladies and gentlemen. And you've got, I wouldn't really say the new pair out here. I'd still say that we're on par pair with Kronos and Zakota. This is Skate yet alongside with Warren, my man. How are you feeling? How excited are you? Because I can see that smile on your face.
Well, casting MLBB will always be a pleasure. I love it. I love every second of it. And I think the match that we will have right now in front of our eyes should be a delight to see, because we will be seeing fake time again, though with a different lineup a little bit, because only two members that are still there from the old lineup that we were used to seeing on other tournaments is Garmadon and Gorinic. But other than that, it has been rebuilt from the ground up, and against them will be ET, Team Entity. But the names in Team Entity, we know them. There is Wicked, one of the biggest names around Gold Lane. Some people say he is on par with Pelmetronio. Some people say he's not yet there, but he's very, very good. Then there is Tiso, Laito, Moji, Enzo. Those two teams, really hard to say, really hard to pin it on whoever wins.
That's one of the big things, right, about the members that you just mentioned. You've got one man, and I thought you'd probably take his name. You can't really ignore Laito, our boy there. You remember his journey 4 to 5 months ago, back when he was a part of Jackpots? And they ended up performing super good, right? We were almost in talks about saying this might really be one of the best teams in Europe. But then things happened, he had to leave the lineup, went into a different one, kind of vanished away from the competitive scene and is now back in. And the same could be said for Wicked. After lifting up one trophy, this man was just nowhere to be seen. And now showing up with the lineup of Team Entity, I have got big hopes for this team though. But yes, leaving the Eve open, picking up the Jushin there, they definitely know their trades.
Hilda takeaway, so Gornic won't be sprinting around with this Ginger Lady, but he will be fine on Gato. Gato has received a little bit of a buff, so he should be very, very happy. This is a nice spot for him to be in. Claude, one of the most contested heroes. We can see that on the World Tournament right now. Claude, the highest prior pick. So, of course, if you leave it open, that enables your opponents to take it away. But there is one thing, you have Hayabusa who can be able to deal with him. Though, at the same time, Claude is not the squishiest carry. He is on the tankier side, if you could say that, in a sense where he has so much sustain in his build usually that it's not the easiest target to burst down as an assassin. So, little bit of a question out there. Can Marshall make his job come to fruition? Can he deliver? Can he execute? At the same time, there will be Jukshin, which he should be dealing with. Lastly out, that's an interesting shakeup. Talk me about it, Scared.
It's just a straight up hard counter of Claude in the lane. That is the only thing that I see. Plus, with the range, you can potentially stay out of the range of the Lantern Flare too of Jushin while dealing a ton of damage and hitting like a truck to the Hilda with that true damage that you have built up, right? So I think so. I understand the idea, but I really would have loved a carry ban here, because that could be the prio pick for fake time. Now she's been left open. Moji on the other side, with Gisunshin banned out, right? I don't know what next jungler is really good here, considering you need something that can reach up to the Eve too. Maybe you can go for a Basha. I think the Basha makes a little bit more sense here.
Right now, they are leaving it, you know, for the last pick. They will still leave us in the dark. I wanted to throw it out. I wanted to say Leo Moore just for the fun of it, because he got buffed, so just go for it. People have been trying with Leo Moore, but not really succeeding. I believe there wasn't a single Leo Moore to win today, but they were trying. They were trying. So that's still something that could be in the cards. Maybe someone will step up and show us how you can be successful with Leo Moore, but we still have to see. Fake time, they are not having their composition full yet. They need 2 last picks to kind of stick it up together. I'm thinking what the gold line will be. You said carry. Yes, they want it. Now with Esmeralda also being added into ET's composition, I really like that. And CC, yeah, there's so much tank threat that Esmeralda and Hilda will have very hard time to survive. So I'm thinking that the jungle for Entity should be a quick one. He doesn't want to play long fights.
Now that you really mention it, right? Yeah, I think so. They need something that can dish out the damage as well. Maybe a Nolan? I could see he could potentially have a decent time here, or maybe a Suyo. Just to try and iframe and dodge all of those immobiles and a bit of CC coming in from Jay as well as Tetra. Those are the two picks that I think might actually work out. I'd not say a Fredrin. There's already a carry on the other side, a CC on the other side. Yeah, that's not a good option at all. Maybe an Akai for a disruptor though, but I wouldn't really.
Ooh.
Harley!
The previous caster combination, they talked about it. They said it. They saw into the future and they knew that he would be picked up. Because it was mentioned that Harley could be a decent pick in the right circumstances. And right now Entity is saying, yes, he can be a good pick in the right circumstances. And we believe that the right circumstance is right now at this moment. We'll be soon loading up into the game. We saw the drafts. You got surprised by Harley. But how do you like the combinations of the teams? Which team do you think is the stronger team?
The rest of the things are looking pretty decent though, but I'd still potentially say I'm leaning it a bit more towards the Killbox composition that we're seeing, right? Because it's pretty easy to execute. You've got the Gato there, you've also got the Eve, you've got the real world manipulation dropped in, it's a box, there's also going to be the AOG drop down there. It is very easy to execute. The deadly magic, that's something a bit tough to go in for, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll fight it all out as we move into the third, or rather the fourth matchup of the evening. It's going to be Fake Time taking on Team Entity in this best of three. The Fake Time will start on the blue, Entity on the red as we move in the Land of Dawn.
We are rightfully in the Land of Dawn for the fourth time, as you mentioned before. Marshall will be starting up his buff. Not really anything spicy happening there, but mid lane, ooh. Hold on. This one seems a bit more tough there. Enzo is able to survive out, right? So he's going to be fine, but as the mid laner, you don't really want to take a lot of damage on you because you will lose control of the entire river, and that is what Fake Time is eyeing for them. Lighto with a trades against J-like. So far, he should be alright. This... Oh, Tetra!
Wow.
He had to flicker away.
I say that you can't really be losing your HPs out there. My man has just put a spell on cooldown for the next 2 minutes. This is tough for Fake Time. Oh, hold on. Deep... Yeah, Marshall ain't surviving that one. That was a massive catch coming in from Tiso. The map awareness is impeccable. And look at Harley in the meantime. Moi is instantly stealing away the orange buff too.
Yep. I believe he got it. I don't think Orange stole it away, but we will see in a second. Right now, boots have been finished up, rightfully so. Yes, you want to be speedy and around the map. Not really boosting the already involved movement speed with the shift in rivers, with the moving. Ooh, a pause is happening. That's actually interesting. There could be probably some technical difficulties. We don't really know just now what was the cause. But we can use this time to talk about the state of the game. Right now, Team Entity 600 gold lead. Do you think they can sprint away with it? Do you think it's really telling us something?
They could. Potentially they could, right? I mean, let's be brutally honest about it. Marshall on the Hayabusa getting caught in that bush wasn't really the best thing possible for them, right? Because one of the major impacts that this is going to have is that it will slow his farm down significantly unless he gets a couple of kills. He's not even level 4 because his orange buff was stolen away too, so the turtle priority instantly goes in the hands of Team Entity.
But you talking about turtle? Team Entity are not even thinking about Turtle. Harley is right now on the opposing side of the map and they are just scaling up. They are taking their sweet time and I think it makes sense. If you look at their team comp, they are not the strongest in the early game.
It's going to be a bit more tough out there as even the Vengeance was baited out. But guess what? Tiso seems to be in struggle. Or rather trouble there. Instant RW being dropped in. Now you still want to try and go in for the contest as Marshall steals away the turtle. Will be brought back in to the deadly magic. That's the card trick Moe has ready. But he gets caught up as well with Gory jumping in with the AOG. He will move back and he will be A-okay. But man, a jungler or a turtle? Entity will always take that trade as Moji still wants to move forward. But Jay is fine. He's a yo-yo player. He's a CC. He can fight it out.
The fight has been... Ooh, no, they can't.
What?
They saw immediately going for another one. 3 kills for Team Entity. They are not letting Fake Time breathe. Before I mentioned that Team Entity want to scale up, and right as I say it, they go in like madman. They take kills left and right. And actually, I have to take my word back because yes, they have some decent scaling on their side, but if you look over to the side of Fake Time, they are the stronger late game team. So Team Entity need to be doing stuff, and they are doing it.
I agree. They need to instantly go in and take this advantage out here, Jay. I think this overstayed is welcome. He wants to try and run back to safety as well with the Crimson Beacon out in the wild. He ain't gonna survive whatsoever as the aggression from Fake Time moves in towards the bottom lane, but look at the positioning coming in from Tiso. He just gives out so much information to Wicked. He knew that he's got to keep the BTMI ready to move all the way back. So that bottom engagement did not bring anything, but maybe this one in the mid can definitely do, etc. Dropping in the RWM as well. Catches Enzo too, but it doesn't matter. Falling Star Moon. Just a little bit out of range there for anything to be used up. 20 seconds for the turtle.
I might even mention that the flicker was a little bit premature coming from Tiso because I believe he would have been fine. Now he's lacking the flicker for some crazy spicy engages on the upcoming turtle fight, but at the same time you want to play it safe. You know that you cannot drop the ball because the moment you drop it, Fake Time will take it and they will go for the goal.
It's gonna be a big one. As right before the turtle, we have a look at the items too. Demon Hunter Sword being completed for Wicked.
And has been buffed.
Not really the conventional, not really the conventional corrosion side too. I like the idea of him as well as Thisso. He's constantly taking on that aggression as well with the Yugi Shadow Kill along with the Curtains Call. None of that doing anything to him as now the backline could be open for business. If Moji wants to hop in with a falling Star Moon dropping on to Marshall, drop down to half HP. This could be trouble. He doesn't have the Shadow Kill or the Shadows as well to survive as it's brought back in. The RWM was there as the AOG connects to the backline on too, but Tiso is there as the assassin of the team. It doesn't matter if he's the frontliner, he will still go and take out that backline. A 3-4-0 as Entity take the turtle.
Entity have a little bit better fights. We could have seen in the last moments of the fight that they got separated. One of the members of Fake Time bent the path down there. He tried to get to the tower, but he got picked up by Harley. Whereas on the top side, it was engaged from Enzo that secured the deaths of 2 other members from Fake Time. Right now, it's a little bit crumbling apart for Fake Time. The house has not been even built yet, but it already is falling down to the gusts of wind that are being brought by Team Entity. Tiso, a little bit too deep, my friend. That was overzealous, but it's a roamer. I don't believe there was a shutdown, so shouldn't mean big stuff. Right now, Lord will be spawning in 80 seconds, and the question is, can Fake Time do something or at least defend for long enough to get back into the game? Because right now Team Entity is with a very strong lead, with a very strong position, and they cannot drop the ball.
Oh, out there though, this could be a 1v1 we'd never expect. Wicked taking on Gory. Constantly going in for that back and forth as well with the Revitalize popping in there. Everyone from the side of Entity will have to move back. They will have to respect the damage of Garmadon. Now, the entire fight that happened over towards the top side previously, right? There was a 1-for-1 trade down in the bottom too. Wicked, Garmadon, they both took out each other. And right after that, when Garmadon was spawning, he got a kill on Tiso too. Now, that's the reason why he's instantly back into that gold earning leaderboard. And with that, I don't really want to face him out here as the RWM drops in as well. Laito should be fine. Half of his HP dropped out, but he's A-okay. But maybe the bottom two players are not going to be Tetra, Garmadon. Alright, this should be fine. Yeah, they're not gambling.
They were trying to use the bushes to their advantage, but Gornich, ooh, no, he misses.
Just out of range. It's fine, it's fine. 3 more seconds for the turtle. Hayabusa was putting the pressure up top as well, so Marshall will get to the vision of Moji too. But now he's got to run back to safety. Shadows used up. Tiso, Enzo, Moji, all of them know that the Haya ain't coming in for the contest. So that's another free turtle. Good map presence by Entity.
At the same time, I would beg to differ. Not beg to differ that it's not a good map presence, it indeed is, but at the same time I feel like Fake Time should be given the space because they realize early game, mid game, that's gone, that's behind them. They need to focus on the late game, they need to scale up. If they just keep throwing themselves onto Team Entity, they will just be losing more and more. So I think this was a right move, but Marshall on the top side could be dying for his actions, and at the same time, fighting the bottom side has got de-escalated. But Marshall, yeah, he gets picked up by Moji.
Nice map presence as well by you two, Warren, because even I was watching the exact same fight and I'm like, yeah, he's sandwiched. There's no way he's surviving there. You've got Tiso on one side, you've got Moji on the other side. A while ago, we also had the damage charts as well for all of the players, and you could clearly see that Tiso was on top of that. Now, the only reason why that had happened is because that man built a Fury Hammer on a Rome Hilda. I really hope he hasn't completed a Blade of Heptases there, right? Otherwise, I'd be pretty worried for Wicked.
I mean, isn't that a classic thing that you finish Blade of Heptasis as last item? I know, like in rank for sure, but I was thinking that in competitive you can sometimes do it all.
Oh, Gory seems to be in trouble out there as the AOG lands in no man's land, but Laito instantly bursted down, destroyed, as well as the backline was separated thanks to the Yugi shadow kill. But guess what? Tiso is ready to welcome Marshall. You can't walk in your own jungle like that without Tiso being there. He's just one step ahead of this Hayabusa. Ain't no way. This is the leader of the shadow sect, because this time it's Tiso who's putting light on that shadow.
Marshall definitely doesn't have his good game, or at least it feels like it. Everything is crumbling in front of him, everything is going wrong. He got caught off in the opposing jungle. Right now the Lord will be started by Team Entity because they know Fake Time need to respond and need to do something. Try to do something about it. We will see how deep is their discipline, because I believe that Fake Time should not be doing something about it. Yes, I think this was the smart move, but the thing is they didn't really stop the bleeding. The bleeding just keeps bleeding out, and there is more blood on the floor, and Team Entity, they are happy with that. They are happy with Fake Time not bandaging up their wounds.
Oh no, yes. Fake Time, they can strike back at any time. Right? That this is the strength of their composition. You've got the Hayabusa, you've got the carry as well, and as long as Garmadon stays alive, you will never have a safe breathing room. The wave clear is there, so I'm not really worried about the slot attack too, since now the Trinity is completed. Garmadon should be hitting like a truck. But look at the presence of Team Entity. Just as you mentioned too, Warren. They've got every bush in the map control.
They knew why they...
Moji was just being a little bit more ambitious, I'd have to say.
I mean, ambitious or at the right place at the right time, because he forced them away. That meant that Lord will have free reign over the top side, and now they could be aiming to get the gold aura off. They did just that, so that's one less thing to worry about. Second less thing to worry about, because aura's gone, top side, mid lane, so next Lord will be very, very deadly and probably will take away either mid lane tower or top lane tower.
Good thing for Fake Time was that the mages or the waves were mismatched, right? So they didn't lose any inhibitors whatsoever. Just the top one being shrunk down a little bit, and they're absolutely fine with that. Entity though on the other side. I just feel that Moji is trying a little bit too hard to take down these tanky players there, right? Jay and Gory are the only two frontliners, and every single time you see the deadly magic, it is on either one of those two. Now, one
He
has
has
already
it.
got the radiant armor, other has got a silence room.
No,
So-
no. He has it.
Yeah,
Look.
Heptasis. Well, oh my god. I'm just already pretty worried about Marshall, man. He's died 5 times this game. And it feels like 3 to 4 times it's Tiso who's actually killed him. Oh, look at this pincer. This could be brilliant. This could be disastrous though for Gabadon as well as Tetra out there in the open too. The deadly magic right. Not on the target. It's an instant takedown with the blazing duet in the middle of it all. Garbadon's shut down though, and Wicked survived for a while, but it's still a triple for Enzo on the Jushin. As this man with the butterflies is no one to be underestimated. Make it 4 for 2. Make it 5 as well, could you? But this is a beefy Gato and it's not surviving for long. Big play by Team Entity, and that pincer was picture perfect.
Right, I agree with you, but there is one thing that has to be given credit for. It was Goranich stealing away or taunting away Moji. This fight could have been a complete, it was bad, but it could have been complete disaster if Goranich wasn't able to secure the pickoff on Moji. We will see it right now. Look on Goranich. Look how he is able to taunt up Moji so they can burst him down. Garmadon survives and then he deals a lot of damage before he dies. If he wasn't able to do that, the fight could have been so much worse. It probably would have been 5-0. So this is a little bit of a saving grace for Fake Time. But right now the Lord has been picked up, I believe, in the left down corner. So it will be marching down onto the base of Fake Time once more. And I think Golden Auras are missing everywhere, I believe, even on the bottom side. So, oh yes, Lord is marching down the bottom. This bottom tower will have big trouble. But the question is, you said it before, the waves were not synced up. And if we look at Wicked, what is he doing on the top side? I believe he's hitting that, so the wave is going faster. I don't know if that was the right call. It's again not synced up. What is going on? I would expect much more precision coming from Wicked especially.
At least the mid and the bottom are being synced, so that's one thing that could eventually help them out. The top one, nothing to worry about for Fake Time. Plus, considering that Tetra has also built up the Divine Blade now, he'd be able to clear out those waves faster and would be able to poke a little bit more to the other people's shadow. Did connect onto Moji, but it's not really going in there. Bottom inhib taken down. Mid one, it's going to be the next target. You've got to take care of this Lord as quickly as possible though, but no one can actually touch this crystal out. The AOG in the middle of no man's land with 5 people dodging it. Now it's going to be Gory isolated, but look at Venkat and Lytho barely surviving by the skin of their teeth as it's going to be Garmadon finally shut down, and it's still Tiso on the Hilda. My man, the muscles on this lady are nothing to be underestimated. Finally, the Yugi Shadow Kill catching one, maybe not the second as Enzo survives too. Oh my god, this should have been a bare minimum 3 for 2 trade in favor of Fake Time, but the kiting of Entity, it's impeccable.
You can speak about their kiting. What I will speak about is Lyto getting
Lyto?
picked off.
Almost with the Winter Crown there, my man. Had to burn up the flicker to survive. But at least they've got all the inhibitors out.
But my next point in the presentation would be glazing Goranich, because he taunted not one, but he taunted 2. He got 2 targets into his taunt, and that enabled the rest of Fake Time to deal so much damage that the fight was able to happen in this specific scenario where they got 3 for 2 in this losing position. Yes, they are losing by 7,000 gold, but if those taunts keep happening and if Goranich keeps scaling up the numbers, well, in 3 minutes he's taunting 5 members.
That's one thing though, but taunting 5 members? Don't you think that's a bit ambitious?
I don't know, he can do it. I believe in Gory.
You know what? If he's actually able to do it, then it should very well be a wipe on the Fake Time. 4 seconds left. On this lot to try and hop up. No map control for Fake Time whatsoever. And look at Entity. Playing it a little bit too smart there. just making sure that their wave is stacking up down bottom, and it's Tiso who's all the way there. Because guess what? This Hilda can utilize the mobility around the map too, and can rotate back into the team fights while also getting ready for a flank right there. Marshall.
No.
Go back to the base. Go back to the base. And Enzo on the other side, though, he's going to be taken down with Blazing Duet out in the open. He's still trying to catch Garmadon. And Wicked shuts him down. But guess what? Is it going to be enough out there? 3 people still caught out in the no man's land with the real world manipulation dropped in. Without Garmadon, they don't have enough damage now, so this could very well be trouble. They're trying to clear out the wave as well as Wicked moves back. Gory now seems to be the main person on the front line, but can he take on to that aggression for longer? AOG for the defense. Minions in front of the crystal. They're trying to burst it all down. There's no way to clear it all. He's also taking the base down as well, and they will win the game number 1. It is going to be Team Entity to kick things off.
This was a beautiful ending, and I love the storytelling that we had, because I was saying that Gornich, yes, his taunts can lead to victory, but then in that last fight he tried to taunt up Wicked, and if he was able to do that, I believe they could have turned the fight around. But Wicked, at the absolute last millisecond, jumped away through his trap, and he jumped backwards and dodged Gornich's taunt, and then of course the little bit of a decent cooldown comes in, and Gornich is not at all as useful as he could be if he lands those taunts. So Wicked, beautiful execution at the end, great mechanics. I think great victory coming from Team Entity. They were the more polished team. They not that their nationality would be Polish, but you know, like their team was a little bit more sharp, a little bit more synergistic. What they were doing looked much more, not flawless, but much more closer to flawless. They all were connected together. Whereas for Fake Time, it looked like everything is going bad, but then Garmadon and Gornich are trying to make the best of it. Of course, that could be the story, that could be the thing that might be happening for Fake Time, because you have 3 new members. You have Jay, you have Marshall, and you have Tetrahedron, right? So for them to be in this new environment, in this new team, they really need to settle in. Whereas Gornich and Garmadon are the old dogs, the old guys that are there from the old composition. Oh wait, I did not realize. Did you see that Tiso had Malefic Roar?
Yeah, I did. At the very last, I noticed that. It is literally his last item there. And that's the strength of this Hilda, man. Like, you can't really underestimate the damage that comes in, specifically from the power of Wilderness. It just bursts you down when you've got the 4 stacks of Hunting Mark on top of you. And every single time, he was actually catching Marshall. Marshall had no shadows to run away, because it was after the fight where he would hop in there. And this is one of the big things which I was noticing. Whenever the entire fight was over and Marshall is like, all right, now I'm getting out of here, that's when he would fight Tiso. And guess what? The only reason why he was enabled to do so was because of the presence of Enzo. He did not need protection thanks to the Clock of Destiny as that item too. He made sure he's got some extra HP with the mobility as well coming in from that first talent passive out there. He could easily kite around along with the Crimson Beacon if things got a little bit too chaotic there. And that is something that allows your roamer to run around and create your own plays, which Tiso was able to do.
Yes. Honestly, it's a decent level of play that I expected from Team Entity, but at the same time, I expected a little bit more of Fake Time. I think they should be able to shake themselves off and get a little bit more prepared for the second game, because if they fail to succeed in that, well then that's not really a good strong message coming into this playoffs. Yes, they made it into the top 8, that's great, even with this new roster, with this new lineup, but they need to show us a little bit more. So far, I didn't see the reasoning behind the switch up, because this Fake Time is not the Fake Time I was used to seeing. We still need to see how much can they scale up.
To be honest, yeah, I'd have to say that. I agree. But you know what? We've got a lot of time to discuss about all of these things. I apologize for that. We'll find that out after a very short break, people. Don't go anywhere. Give me some time to set up because I'm pretty sad about fake time losing like that. Find us after the short break. Don't go anywhere. The PGL MLBB Challenger is literally a roller coaster of emotion, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back again with my crying spree. Warren didn't give me enough time to shred down my tears. But guess what? We've got the second game ready for all of you out here. Because what if Fake Time can actually pull this one off and maybe force us for a game number 3? Is that going to happen? We will find that out pretty soon, Warren. Because that first game by Entity was looking really good.
Yes, it was a great game, but I'm a great believer in Fake Time, you know. I know there is not a God believer in the lineup. That was some other match, but I am a Fake Time believer. So I'm hoping that they could find a way back into this series, because it would be very, very sad to have a fourth series of today to end 2-0. Because so far we had no full BO3s. It's always a little bit sad. But at the same time, it's the first day of the top 8, so the teams are kind of getting lined up, and we are still finding out which teams are stronger, which teams are weaker comparatively. So we are still looking for that power scaling. So far we have some winners, so far we have some losers. Some of the losers could be going home already today, later today. Not yet for Fake Time and Entity. This is their first rodeo, but in the next 2 upcoming series it could be GG for some of the teams. But let's not speak about it, let's speak about the draft. Freya has been a recent addition into the bands of teams, because she got a little bit overtuned. We had some talks over that, and the teams picked up on that. They are picking Freya. Sometimes they're going for that. Yuzong, the classic, he has been there 2 months ago, he's there still. Yesun Shin, Lapu, the 2 classical guys as well. What do you think will be the finish for Fake Time and Team Entity? What are we missing in the bands?
Zushin? Eve? Hilda? Interest. That's an interesting man out there, along with the Sora too.
Sora, yeah.
I wasn't really expecting Eve to be left open like that, or even the Zushin, considering what happened in the previous game. But they're gonna still secure the Hayabusa from Marshall.
They are double dipping.
That could be tough. Yeah.
I don't know if that's something that you want to go for after the not so good first game, but you are already switching it up because Hilda is gone, so you have a little bit of a different approach, force upon your enemies, but they go for Kalia, and Kalia, honestly, she is Hilda with green hair.
Or a Cho with green hair.
Ah, yeah.
She gives you the same setups, that's all I'm gonna say.
Apples, oranges, you know, like.
Oranges are better. Just
All right. You fruit racist, fine.
No, man, that's just a preference out here, right? Just like Wicked has a preference of Claude over a carry. Every single time there's Eve on the other side, he's picked up the Claude and he's made it work really well. And alright, they instantly ban out the Leslie as well. They don't really want to give it to Gavardon whatsoever, is all I'm gonna say.
I'm surprised that we are still having Lancelot bans even after the nerfs, because I felt like the nerfs are pretty noticeable.
I don't think so, man. Lancelot again. Apart from a Yisun Shin and a Leomord, he's got one of the best execution lines. And the only other one who can actually match up against him, it's a Fredrin. But in order to use him, you've got some specific conditions. With Lancelot, you can just pick him up in any kind of draft. You put him in the jungle and he works.
Flexibility, yeah, I agree. Though Team Entity are not making me happy. You know why they are not making me happy, Scared? Because they banned Sora again. I want to see Sora. Come on. Kronos and Zakota had the pleasure of watching him, of casting him, but I want some of that Sora gameplay too. Come on.
Here's one fun thing. If in case Fake Time ever picks up a Sora, Entity are gonna just lock in a Valentina in the EXP lane. They have done that. I've seen the history and they have done that. But a Tamus against an Alice, I like it.
And do you know what's the nice trip down the memory lane? I believe it was Fake Time on the interview that told us that they believe Tamus is a direct counterpick into Alice. They said it, they mentioned it, because it was something that they kind of discovered along with some other teams. So this is kind of a throwback to the times where still there was Jungly on the XP lane of Fake Time, but now it will be Jay. The question is, can Jay deliver as well as Jungly did, or will he fail to succeed? Joy on the side of ET, the teams have been locked in. We will be having Flying Cloud, so super aggressive. You can go in from the base and then go in again after you recode through these clouds. What are we thinking about the two team comps? Is there one team comp you like more? Is there something that you feel is lacking?
I mean, both of them have got their own win conditions out there. I'm still leaning towards Fake Time's composition a little bit more. But here's the thing. Entity showed us what they did in the previous one, so I'm expecting them to go in for the same thing. The only off thing is that the Kalia and Jushin combination in the mid lane, right? You've got the Tsunami Slam to pick someone up, but you don't really have someone who can finish the other person off.
True. You will need someone to finish them off. There is a lot of DPS, but not that much burst. Yes, there is Moji, but that's basically your only burst that you have. Other than that, it's fully DPS-oriented composition. Right now in the mid lane, ooh, Purify already being used up by Tetrahedron. That's not a happy place to be in. Enzo needing to use his Flicker because Gornich's aura forces that away. Though Team Entity will be taking the jungle as well, so there is a little bit of gold on their hands. But at the same time, Fake Time are with a gold lead. It's tiny gold lead, but it's there.
A little bit more. Yeah, I agree. But here's the thing. These kinds of slow goal leads can eventually snowball out of control.
Enzo, he might be getting picked off as he gets first-blooded by Tetrahedron. This is a nice start if you are a fan of Fake Time.
If you're a fan of Fake Time there. A good pick out there in mid. Enzo just getting a little bit too ahead of himself. I like what Fake Time are finally pulling up though. And Marshall, at least he's got his buffs.
He got his buffs, that's upgrade compared to the last game, but one of his jungle monsters has been picked off. Jay against Lito, getting kinda dominated. This is not a matchup that should be happening like that, but it is. Tiso, he needs to flicker away, but there is Marshall. Jay continues on. Lito gets pulled back in, but he should be fine. He goes back inside. Lito is dancing on the knife's edge, and that could have been deadly to him. That's why Hidorn gets picked up. There is Gornish taunting up Moji, and everyone is in everyone's hands. They are throwing it together with the turtle, and
wow.
I bet the turtle thrown some damage in there too.
Yeah, it definitely was. But man, Fake Time just overextending this, staying up for longer than necessary. And now look at bot side. He's safe.
Don't be overhyped scared, you know, come on. Garmadon, like, as if he can die. Oh, he might be dying. Moji, Garmadon, wicked. He is fine. Actually, he is fine.
Barely, literally.
Under control, 100% of the time.
I think so. I don't think so. We should keep our emotions in check here, man. Because both of these teams are literally going wild out there. Down in the bottom, it's literally been one of those ego challenge battles that's been happening constantly between Wicked and Garmadon. And let's just say this, Claude versus Carry has been constantly going on since the previous game. Enzo, on the other side, just constantly being a nuisance there. Normally, the Hayabusa should be able to catch on to a lonesome Jushin, right? But Marshall, after the previous game, I think so he's kind of lost his confidence. He's not looking as aggressive around the map as he was in the previous game.
It's very hard for me to not compare Jay to Jungly, especially in this matchup where we saw Jungly succeed so very well. I don't know if you were casting that match with me, but I believe he was able to solo kill his opponent at level 3. Right now, Jay, he's just getting pushed in. He's not feeling himself. But now, if a play that could be... No, he jumped away. There's sound coming from Enzo. Coming on Enzo. There's Lito in the back line. There's a lot of damage coming his way. Lito gets popped just like that. Moji as well. Shut down for Jay. And just when I say that Jay is not doing well, he goes with a blast. Double kill for the XP laner of Fake Time.
It was an interesting one coming in from Entity, right? Because normally you would start the fight with a Tsunami Slam and not want to end the fight with that. Because that's what Tiso did. Picking up Jay as well into the tower with a Vengeance, he was able to survive too. So that was a big AOG that came in by Gory to help out with the additional damage just so Marshall could finish the rest of the people off. And he's also got the Flame Retribution as well, right? So he's going to steal away that attack, and here we go, another fight.
He is already starting it up. Garmadon gets picked up. This is not a good fight. Airborne on Gato. Jay, he is the first to die. No more vengeance. And you were saying that the Tsunami Slam was useless, but Team Entity knew that Jay doesn't have his vengeance now, so they can pick him up just like Marshall, who gets killed as well.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's just about the Hilda. I think so. It is literally about just Tiso being a nuisance. Not even in just one game, but even in the second one. He's knowing the rotations of that Hayabusa. He knows what he's got to do, where he's got to position himself. And look at Lito. Just easily able to clear out the wave as well. Even though the Thamus is supposed to be the counter of this Alice. This is just nasty.
It's just mental games. It's just that Lito is very, very... he knows what he can do. He knows what he is capable of. Confidence is the word I was looking for. He is very confident. Whereas Jay, he's in Fake Time. He exchanged their player that were here before, and he is kinda getting used to his new environment. And so far, you know, that's not something that comes with confidence. Confidence comes with time, when you get used to playing with your team. And there's fight happening in the mid lane because L is going in. That's could be very deadly. That Raidron gets picked up. Marshall killing spree for Tiso. That's not so many kills that you want to be having on your Kalia, but you know, you are winning so far, so no worries.
Yeah, his positioning inside that bush was just impeccable, man. And as soon as he saw the positioning of Marshall, he was like, yeah, I'm just hopping in. This guy's getting Tsunami slammed back into the fountain. And as soon as that happened, you instantly saw the rotation coming in from Lito as well. Now, because he is going, or rather, I'd have to say winning in the lane against Jay, he can rotate a little bit more fast, right? And I think so. Fake Time is gonna struggle.
Fake Time are gonna struggle. Yeah, so far they are struggling. Wicked going in for Tetra. Hit-Ron killing spree for Wicked. As he tries to go forward now, no, he is not there anymore. It's just Alice. And Alice, she knows her way around fights. Thorn of Roses. And she's just out of here.
On 3 men. And one of them was Garmadon. A tank killer, a tank buster, must I say. And even after all of that, he was still able to survive and come out. I wouldn't say unscathed, but this time Marshall is dead. He is gone. No way he's surviving there. And every time Tiso finds him, it is after the shadows.
One thing has to be said. Yes, they run it back, and yes, Marshall is again not having the best time of his life on this Hayabusa, but it's a much better performance overall than in the first one. So I see what they might have been going for. The thing is, it's not really coming to fruition yet. And I don't know how much more time they have on their hands, because Team Entity have a snowballed up Moji with 4-1-1, and that's a pretty deadly thing to look at, to be near at, to be near at. Solis goes in, big Thorn of Roses, and there is Tiso pushing Marshall back in. Tetra Hydron gets picked up. Double kill for Moji, as I mentioned before. This little yellow lightning has to be taken care of, and I don't know if you have anything to deal with that guy, that girl, right?
That's also one of the things I wanted to point out in the draft itself, right? Yes, as much as everything else is looking pretty decent for Fake Time, one thing they don't have is a hard stun for Moji. You don't have any high loss in your lineup that can stop him in his track. You don't have any kind of suppression as well. So Moji is going to run freely, and look at the damage of Wicked on Jay. That is just basic attacks with the Art of Thievery.
I think there is something wrong with Jay's build. It's either that or Wicked is so much fed. But I think Jay is going a little bit more on the damage side of his hero. And from what we saw, that's not the best approach every time. Yes, sometimes it is, but mostly what we were seeing was sight into tank items. And this felt like Jay is going a little bit more into that damage.
I think so. It's probably Corrosion and Vorax and then the rest of the tanky items. Oh, Blazing to wait.
That's a big engage coming from Team Entity because they are saying this game ends right here, right now. Well, maybe that's a little bit overzealous because the Lord, yes, it's marching onto the top side. Tsunami Slam, he picks him off. He's tanky for quite a long time, but Jay gets killed anyway. Marshall, maybe he could have tried to stop the Lord, actually, maybe, because I believe he cannot really do that much in the base. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. Skirt, yeah, go on.
I just thought maybe it's a good decision to hop in down bot, considering Entity might have wanted to go for an end from bottom lane itself, but yeah, looking at the cooldown timers on the rest of the players, I think so you could have cleared out the Lord by staying there for a little bit longer. But I believe it is just because of the absence of Moji around the map. He decided that maybe he's about to show up top, so rather just not risk it.
Fleeting time completed for T, so those Tsunami Slams, they will be super low on cooldown. Lord has been taken care of, Lord has been dealt with, because we saw it in the last game too. Team Entity, yes, they are very good, but there is one thing they are lacking in, their coordination with the waves. They are not really setting up the waves as well as they could be setting them up, because honestly this Lord, it didn't do a thing.
Gory and Wicked are just having their own fun time out there, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's been fighting a world war there. Meanwhile, these two people are Switzerland, just chilling out in the middle of the entire chaos. But all of that said and done out here, Entity still have got the map presence. They've taken all of the jungle as well. Few more seconds for the purple buff to spawn up too, and Fake Time will use everything they have just to try and take this buff away. Guess what?
Engage coming from Lito, as he may be a little bit, that bit overzealous. There's Jay Wicked in the backline, but he is alone. He gets popped. Shut down for Gornage though. 40 seconds on the timer for Lord. I think Wicked could be back right in time.
But you could see a bit of a lack of coordination between Lito and Wicked, right? Then this is the thing about Claude. Whenever you've got a Claude in your lineup, regardless of how priority that pick is right now, you need to pair him up with someone who can dive in the enemy backline. Because he wants to hit 3 or 4 people there, right? At the bare minimum 3. And if all 3 of them have only got 1... Oh!
Moji with that backline initiation, trying to go for Tetra Alice with a big pop. Garmadon is the first, next is Tetra Hydron, and there will be more coming their way into the mass grave. Gorinich as well falling down. Jay like Jindeo is on the ground too, and it's just Marshall trying to defend his base alone against 5 members of Team Entity, and I don't know if he can do anything to stop them.
He doesn't have the ult. Oh, he just got it off the cooldown right now. But this could be difficult. 5 more seconds for Garmadon to hop in as well. Inhibitor falls now. It's got to clear out this wave. Oh, alright. Entity with the discipline. They just give it all up and they're instantly taking the inhib.
Marshall, he wants some retaliation. He tries to go in. Big first pop. Tiso gets picked up. Lito might as well. But there is Wicked in the backline. He destroys. He kills everyone around him. But there is Jay that has something to say about it. There was Vengeance available. Jay is quite tanky. I don't know, Moji, if you can handle that. He will try to do so. Oh, Jay, he is quite tanky. One of a guy. He tries to go for Moji, but there is Winter Crown's up. Jay is still alive, but so is Moji. He cannot sustain shutdown, and now it goes for Gorinage. But I don't know if that's the target you want your shutdowns to be on, but in the end, you are still in the game.
Laito just gave up in the end. He's like, yeah, I ain't catching this Thamus without the sights. I'm just getting out of here. That was pretty funny, I'd have to say. But man, what a fight. What a call coming in from Fake Time. They just realized that it's an overextension by Entity, and instantly after the full burst of Ugi's shadow kill, you had Garmadon just free hitting with the dual light wheels. The only fight that mattered was between Wicked and his shutdown, and Gory smacked it on his face. And then Laito just instantly moving away by his skill 1 towards the buff just to get an extra healing back is the only reason why Entity was not wiped out in that fight. Otherwise, that could have very well been a Fake Time fight and them pushing out all the turrets. Well, what a way to go in for that engage. Now, this shows to Team Entity that Fake Time can fight. You cannot underestimate this team, whatever.
And just as you talk about it, Peso is the one to die. And this enables Fake Time to play 5v4 for a bit. 30 seconds to be exact. Can they use it to their advantage? We will see.
This could be a tough one, man. Out here in the open, with the Chastis Pauldron coming in as well by Gory. We've got the Athena shield too. Normally, you'd like to have the Radiant Karma here, considering there's 3 people. Gory.
Gorinage going in. Laito, untargetable Wicked, popping everyone off, and he was able to succeed in his job, in a sense, because he picked off one. Moji was able to pick off another. And there is Marshall with a 1 against Laito, but Gory is still alive. Moji will be fine this time. He
Marshall
going for a re-engage. Marshall with a 1 against Laito. He almost gets him, but that bit overzealous. So going in, there is JV Vengeance. He is smacking left and right. His sides are burning with rage to take down his opponents, but he won't be able to succeed in that just now. The thing is, if you stick to Jay, he will be able to deal with you, but if you are able to kite around, well then, you are making his life super hard for him, and that's exactly what has happened this time around, because Moji, he gained some experience from that last encounter.
Don't freaking give the Alice to Laito. This dude just knows the last limits of this hero. The amount of times he's escaped death is atrociously high. You are not allowed to do all of that, man. This is just insane performance. The last time I got so hyped up seeing the EXP lane was when Sanford got in the double kill in one of their previous matches, but here we go.
Gorinage with a down, there is pick up for Marshall, AOG on 2, that Rhydon gets picked off and the fight continues for a bit, but it's not really going super well for Fake Time. They try to fight back, but now they need to run back. Gorinage ends a little bit too deep. Gorinage went in. I don't know for what reason to be exact, as Team Entity will try to finish off this game. Jay still has his vengeance. Can he do something about it? He will try to. Ultimate has been popped. He tries to deal with the minion wave. Vengeance is still available. He tries to pull them away, but I don't know if there's enough time on his hands, if he can create enough time for his team. He tries to. Yeah. He might have been successful in that because Tetrahedron will be back.
Wow.
And this has been a successful defense of the base.
Big play coming in from the Thamus, man. This was not allowed to happen, but Fake Time are living on their last breath right now. But they're still refusing to give up. Lord is gonna go in easily for Team Entity, but the good thing Fake Time has to look forward to is that they've still got the chance to defend. They have got their high ground up. You've got the real world manipulation. You've got the AOG to prepare it all up with. Marshall needs to find his timing. He's just really not getting that opportunity. This last item now being forced in could very well be the Blade of Despair with the way how things are going. Or might as well want to go in for an Sea Halberd for just extra bit of anti-heal effect on the other side. Garmadon full build, no Wind of Nature. That's a bold move against a Claude with the Winter Crown. And now the boots as well sold up for Wicked for the Rose Gold Meteor. He'll be extra tanky. Vengeance is up for Jay. They could potentially defend it, but the waves are stacking up perfectly.
This time, yes. This time they learn from their past mistakes. But can they do something about it? There's initiation coming from Laito. He immobilizes Garmadon. Garmadon is still alive. He was able to purify it. Garmadon, he is dishing out the damage. He is dishing out the pain train. He goes for one. He tries to go for two. He pushes them away. The base is still alive. Lord has been taken care of. And this fake time, defending their base once more successfully.
I have not seen a better defense from any other team right now here. In all of the games that we have seen, this was just picture perfect from Fake Time. Even though the waves were being managed perfectly, right? It was Tiso as well with a conceal that he tried to make in from the top lane. But then Marshall just saw it coming. He Oogie shadowed kill and sidestepped the entire tsunami slams, and Tiso was just forced to go on Garmadon. And as soon as he jumped on him, there was the Purify. We will see all of that in the replay too. Kudos to Jay as well for moving the Lord a little bit more around before letting him hop back in. The AOG eventually at the end as well to disrupt the entire flow, and then the rest of the members showing up.
This initiation coming from Kalia. She goes for that tsunami slant. That Rhydon gets picked off. Enzo is dying too. Mid laners are gone. Garmadon is gone too. And I think this is the last nail in the coffin of Fake Time, because I don't think this time you can defend. But Jay will try. He has immortality available. He has vengeance. Vengeance. He's been bursted through. Immortality, Winter Crown. I don't think he can do it this time, because there is more waves coming in from the top and bottom. And this is the end of this series for Fake Time as Team Entity take their victory, rightfully so.
Jay can only do so much with the Thamus, man. There was nothing else that he could do after that, but what a game from Team Entity. And I'd have to say, what a comeback coming in from a few of these players though, right? We all forgot how good Laito was in the EXP lane. We used to have an argument with others as well, where if Laito is one of the best EXP laners in Europe, or if it's Boborushik, with that Alice play, I'm pretty sure I can crown him as one of the best Alice players, and no one comes close.
It was a pretty nice performance, pretty darn nice performance coming from him. We can see over on those highlights how Team Entity was able to play some of those fights. Probably we will see some of those defenses that Fake Time was able to pull through. There is something that I have to talk about, and that is Jay. In the second half of the game, he came online, and it felt like he knows what he's supposed to be doing and how he is supposed to be doing it. But during the laning phase, that was pretty weak coming from his side. I think that's something that he can definitely work on. Maybe it's some of that not enough confidence in the lane. You are standing against Laito, so maybe he's in your head and you are not really feeling yourself. But the later the game went, then he started being himself, playing like he wants to play. So I had a little bit of that vibe coming from him. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more how well the composition of Fake Time can work. But this time it's all about Team Entity. I love to see Wicked back on the stage, casting Wicked again. I love to see him play. He's definitely one of my favorites, and the rest of the team. A beautiful performance too. There is not really much that you could say for Team Entity. Yes, sometimes Enzo a little bit overzealous. Yes, sometimes Tiso a little bit too deep. It wasn't flawless, but it was very good MLBB. Though Fake Time, great defenses. Couple of times, I believe it was 2 times that they were able to turn it on its head, where Team Entity wasn't really that disciplined. Discipline was a big topic that we talked about in the last year. That's something that they were lacking a little bit. Moji, 16-5. With that buffed item, I guess. Did they make it broken, or was it Moji? What was it about, Skir?
It's probably Moji, man. That triple kill early on enabled him to make the Genius one early, and then he just went in for the neutral objectives, instantly going in for the Holy Crystal because he was getting a lot of farm, and then into the Divine Glaive, just to counter any kind of early magic defense as well on the frontliners. All of that worked out really well. He paired it all up with... You've also got that extra bit of damage item as well, right? And I think so the Wishing Lantern adds on to that damage. There's a reason why people say that it's one of the demon hunter sword of the mages per se, because with every 800 to 900 damage that you deal extra magic damage to the other side, and he's got a good burst with the consistency of the electrifying beats. So all of that just worked out perfectly well for him, and I believe if this is the way how Entity is going to play, I am pretty sure that other teams will have to be a bit more careful, especially around Laito.
Well, but you should definitely be careful about the next series that will be coming on after the break, because that will be Zero Vision against Memento Requiem, and as I mentioned before, this will be the elimination stuff, so it will be pretty deadly.
It's gonna be fun one, ladies and gentlemen, and I know that all of you want to watch it, so we'll be back.
Hello, welcome back, our lovely viewers, to this broadcast today. It's me, Varn1x, joined with Scared, your second duel for today, and we will be soon having the next series that should be happening and be hyped you about. But before that, let's look over at the bracket. How is it going? So everyone is on point, everyone knows how it's looking, and we can go over the journey that our teams had so far. So basics 2-0, they were able to advance. They will be matched up against White Army tomorrow. Meta Shift was able to advance through Final Rain, and they will be matching against Team Entity, who were able to advance through Fake Time. And the rest, Scared, what can you tell me about it?
Here's the thing. All of the 4 matches that we've had for the upper bracket have been a 2-0, right? So it's clean sweep after clean sweep. Metashift, Final Rain, there was just no competition there. Metashift just steamrolled through them. And the same could be said for Team Entity. There were slight moments of Fake Time showing up, but I believe it is more about the team coordination that hasn't really been helping them out with yet. I think the players haven't had enough time to gel up together that well, which is the reason why they see themselves in the lower bracket out here. But here's the thing. You played one best of 3 here, and now you've got to play one more. And this is a do-or-die matchup. So the things are not going to get easy whatsoever. If anything, it's one of the hardest runs you'll have to follow. Plus, you'll have to beat the teams that are already in the upper bracket. It is going to be tough for them.
It will, but as tradition, or not tradition, but we are used to having the second chances on those big tournaments. Usually when you are in the top 8, top 16, top something, there is the chance where you can bounce back from the, let's say, loser bracket. So most of the teams that, or not most of the teams, but some of the teams that we saw fail so far today can still succeed, can still make it deeper into the playoffs, but that's all up to them. But right now, with this next series, we will be saying goodbye to our first team. Because between those 2 teams, only one can make it further, and it will be Zero Vision against Memento Requiem. So we will see which one of those 2 can succeed. And you know what, Scared, I would love for it to be a full series, because yes, we had fun with those 2 zeros. Yes, the teams showed us how strong they are, that's great, but I want to see full BO3. I want to see some spice.
You just really want to see that 1-1 scoreline for both of them, as you mentioned. I just personally feel at this point that there is a high possibility we would potentially see that, considering Memento Requiem currently are on the blue side, Zero Vision on the red side. So at least in the first half of the draft, they will have the priority. Now, here's the thing. Memento Requiem reminds me of one of the old teams of Memento Mori there, right? And their former glory, which we saw. But man, it seems, I'd have to say, tough for them out here right now, because things aren't really looking that pretty. Now, with the first man, they're going to take over the Cho?
You mean Kalia with white hair? Yeah, they are banning that out. Well, for Zero Vision, they are still thinking it through. I am a little bit surprised about the Cho ban. Is there some Cho one trick, some Cho lover on the side of Zero Vision? Am I reading that correctly?
I've got genuinely no clue there. I don't think so. That even if there's Cho one trick, you have to be scared of the other side, right? There's Mark, we've known this man for a long time. The same could be said for Origami, My Lobby, and Nikki Ikichiki too. We've seen all of them perform in a few of the previous events too. If anything, My Lobby is one of the people that a lot of players in Europe look up to, right? As one of the standard EXP laners who can play anything, who's known to make nasty outplays in front of us. So that's something I'd have to say everyone needs to look forward to. Even in the previous series that they were playing, My Lobby was trying to make the plays, be it on the CC, be it on any other hero in the EXP lane. And that's something I believe Zero Vision will have to focus on, that they need to enable My Lobby and then follow up on his plays.
Yes, he should definitely be one of the main building blocks. upon which you can play the rest, you can do the rest. Sora will be banned out. That's why there was a little bit of a sadness on my face, because I was really hoping that someone will let it through, but not yet. And of course, there can be no mistakes being made by either of those teams, because as I said before, one of them is going home after this series, so they really need to lock in. So I want a very spicy series. Kerry being banned out. So that's already telling us that Zero Vision could be thinking about that Claude, because usually Memento cannot or should not be going for Claude first pick. That would be very, very weird. I don't think that's something you typically see. So they need to come up with a threat. Either ban Claude or have something ready against them.
They can potentially let Claude through, right? And maybe prioritize it for the first pick. We've seen quite a lot of teams do that though, but there's also the Yu Jong. I don't feel like that this is something you can let through for both of these teams, if anything. But out here, Lunux being banned out, Origami is being respected, that's all. There's still an opportunity of picking up a Kimi out there in the mid lane, or maybe locking in the Farsa. You've also got the Eve available along with the Jushin, right? So a lot of those power picks into the mid lane still left open, which any one of them can eventually go for. Basha is also open out there, so this could very well be a Basha early jungle pick. But I don't know if ZL wants to play that.
Well, ZL has spoken in great lengths, or people speak about in great lengths about his hero pool. That's a big topic about ZL. Some people say he can only play Link, some people say he can play a little bit more. So the question is, how much can he play? As I saw him play some decent picks, I saw him play quite a lot of picks. But definitely he is not the first one that comes to mind when you think flexible guy with a big champion Ocean. He looks like from what we saw from him. Yeah.
He looks more for the comfort in the jungle.
Yeah.
Rather than any kind of adjustment there. So yeah, I kind of agree.
But we can see if your Claude first pick will come to fruition. You said some of the teams like to do it, so we will see if Memento is one of those teams. No, they like Yuzong. Yuzong, who will be in the hands of Focus, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I absolutely like it. You can't really let this one through. Also puts off the Farsa from the table, right? You don't really want a Farsa into the Yuzong. Really difficult to play around with. Even the gold laners now are going to be in a bit of trouble. Even if it's a Claude with a Purify, you know that a Yuzong is actually going to be very big problem for you to deal with. So we'll just have to wait and see. Pelia? That's a Jushin and a Claude. Interesting.
Yeah, I have to say I disagree a little bit with what you said before, because you said yes, Claude has hard time into Yuzong, but what gold laner doesn't have bad time into Yuzong? Honestly, like any gold laner, you can input any gold laner, he has bad time into Yuzong. That's just the design of the hero. So Harit, yeah, he has a little bit of a better time, but what I mean by that is that it's just a scale. It's a scale of how bad it's into Yuzong, and Claude, he is on the upper top of the scale, where I believe he is one of those heroes that can deal with Yuzong a little bit better than the others, especially with his mobility and with the amount of DPS he can dish out. Because usually burst heroes are not very good into Yuzong. They are decent in the early to mid phases, but when it comes into late game, you cannot burst him down 100 to 0 immediately. So DPS is what you are looking for. So in this regard, I like the Claude pick. Grog will be locked in, and we will see if Memento can make it work. We saw some Grogs being picked up, and it wasn't really working well. So that's the question. Can they make it work?
It's gonna be difficult, man, with the Grog, I'd have to say, especially against the Claude and the Jushin. Claude is slippery with the BMI. Jushin is slippery with the Crimson Beacon. What's going to be the last pick? Something that can actually deal away with the Yu Jong as well as the Eve. Maybe a Lapu. What if it's an early Lapu or an Esmeralda pick?
I think I would like Esmeralda a little bit more. Because yes, Lapu can deal with Eve, but you don't see enemy gold lane yet. And Lapu is not very good into Grog. And some people say he is good into Yuzong, but I would still stand my ground by what I said before, and that is burst damage is not good into Yuzong. If he survives the initial burst, then you have nothing left, and he will just sustain. Zero vision.
That is it.
Yeah.
That is actually a pretty good point out there, though. But again, then what are you actually going to go with? It could be an Alice, though.
Yeah,
It's not even a burst
Esmeralda,
damage, it's more like a
Alice. Yeah, I think.
sustained battle there, and Alice can also pose a bit of a threat to the Eve. Or maybe they just want to lock in their mid lane right here. Kimmy?
Yeah,
I think so. Kimmy is a good option.
I don't know what's going on for the side of Zero Vision. They don't have.
Maybe.
Yeah,
for
they
trouble.
also. Yeah, they also missed one of the bands. So we should be getting back to that. Right now, just for your information, the draft has been paused. You probably already understood that by the timer disappearing, but just making sure. Of course, we will be resuming the draft as soon as we can. And right now, we look at the picks. Let's talk some strategy. Let's talk some tactics. We were saying about some picks for Zero Vision, but let's look a little bit more global. How do you think their team comp has to be played? What do you think they need to pick up in order to make it work for Zero Vision?
Here's the thing. I always talk about it. Whenever you've got the Claude, you need someone who can dive in the enemy backline, right? And Jushin doesn't really need a lot of protecting, so I think so you can pair him up with something like Gato.
Yeah, I agree.
AOG, Blazing Duet, can work well. Khalid.
Yes,
Khalid is a pretty good pick. Hop in instantly at the Eve, and then Claude can hop in as well with the Blazing Duet to try and take them down, though. But again, that Croc is going to be a bit of a thorn for your own team, so your jungler needs to be self-sustaining.
Yeah. Could be that Baksha we mentioned before. Pretty decent front line. Will be able to enter the fight before you, and then Claude can stack himself up and go in together with Juxin. Could be making sense. As you were listing the roamers before, I would like to add Hylos on top of that. I know it's a little bit peculiar maybe, but I would like him too, because if you just put down his ultimate, then Yves has to run immediately and drop the RVM, or I mean cancel, drop out from the RVM, because then the rest of the opposing team is just on top of her immediately. It's like, in a sense, what Yu Zong typically does against Eve or Farsa. So that's where I think you could succeed. For the side of Memento, they really need to go either way, because right now for them I see two ideas. They could either double down on the initiation where there is Yuzong, Tectonic Charge and this kind of stuff, and they just go in, burst the backline down, or they could make it a little bit more defensive where they just stand around Eve. Yes, Yuzong is there, but he is not there as a tool to engage backline per se, but he is there as a tool to make some space. He's standing in front, he's standing tall, maybe building a little bit more tanky, and just sustaining up and go in front to back team fights. So I think those are the two ideas I'm seeing for Memento Requiem. Of course, we will see where they will go with that. Would you agree with me, or do you see it differently?
I like the idea that you mentioned, right? I think so it should be an all dive too. But you already have the Grok who can disrupt the Claude on the other side. So you technically have his counter. There's something that can support the Yu Jong while he's jumping in. Gisun Shin has been banned out. Lancelot seems to be a good option with all the kiting that he can also do around the lantern flare of Origami. That is something that could work for us. And don't tell me you've forgotten about the Lancelot of Zedel. In the previous event, it was one of the flashiest Lancelot that we had seen. Didn't really win a lot with Void Kids, but he still was performing really out of his mind. And I think so that could be something which works well against a Claude, because with one BMI use, now you don't really have anything for the next 1.5 seconds or so. So we've got to be very careful whenever there's a Lancelot on the other side. And a semi build, it works wonderfully well.
I didn't want to shine away the spotlight from Jay in the last series, but honestly, when I saw him defend, in my head, my brain was telling me, it's like Zadel. It's like what Zadel did with his Lancelot, where against all odds, he was able to stall away and defend the base for long enough for the game to continue. So that's what my brain was telling me. So I'm happy you came up with the same idea. Honestly, we wouldn't have after seeing Zadel play that wonderfully. So we will see if he has a little bit more of that Lancelot pie in his fridge, and if he will deliver on that, or if it's something else. Maybe, you know, over the Christmas he learned some new recipes, so could be something different, could be some different pie altogether. Well, Scared, right now we are in this tactical moment. So I would love to talk with you about a very specific thing that I learned about that's happening in another MOBA. I'm not gonna mention the name of the MOBA, it's not important, but the thing is that they are letting coaches talk with the team when they are playing. Do you think that's a next step in the evolution of esports? Because, for example, if you play basketball, if you play football or something like that, the coach is there during the matches too, and he's talking with you, he's kind of setting up the strategy, and he's talking with the team. But in MOBA games, in esports altogether, the coach is not there, he is not on standby, he can only talk with you between the games. So when I stumbled upon that, it really got me thinking. Because I don't know what I think about it.
Here's the thing, you know. I mean, let's be honest. In all the other titles that we normally see, it's not a constant build-up of 10 to 12 minutes and then an instant burst of a result, right? Because if you're talking about MOBA, specifically ML, whatever you do from the first minute, that includes every single step that you're taking, where you're moving your joystick, how precise your movement is, how well you're clearing the buff, and what is your next step. Every single pixel that you eventually use up, it builds up onto what's going to happen towards that 8 to 10 minute mark, right? Because if you're half a second late at taking your buff, you could be half a second late at taking the first neutral objective, and then everything could just snowball out of control. That is something which is really specific to MOBA. In all the other titles, you got, let's just say, round by round differences that are in front of you, right? And then there's a reset after every 2.5 to 3 minutes. So you've got the opportunity to take some timeouts and then talk to your players, right? All right, boys, time to reset, time to calm down, focus on the main objective. When we're coming about MOBA, you don't really have that luxury, right? So you can throw away the option of pausing the game in between and then talking to your players and then continuing it forward. So I think so. Now coming back to your point, the only other way that remains is for you to talk to your team during the game. Now, I believe that is going to change a few things, right? For the IGL specifically that we normally have in the game, the responsibilities are just going to lower down, because mostly it's going to be coach who'll be giving you that guidance until and unless there's a time barrier in it. Like, right, you can only talk for 1 minute to your team and then you've got to go back silent. If the coach can talk for the entire game, then congratulations.
The idea that I heard
and the
about,
shot caller.
Actually, the idea that I heard about was something along the lines like 3 times for 45 seconds during the series.
That is good.
And he can choose when he wants to use it. I think it was something along those lines, or during one match. I'm not sure exactly, but something like that. So yeah.
Yeah, that's good. That is actually the perfect iteration, which I think so should be implemented here too, because let's be honest, yes, the players might actually get fatigued, pressured, and then they'd not be able to perform up to the full expectations or their fullest potential. So if the coach steps in at that moment, it could be a big help for the entire team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one of the big help is definitely by our production team out there and the backend department who've instantly fixed all of the issues, and we are hopping back into the game. Shout out to the entire production PGL specifically for that. Now, with the Fanny being banned out, with the Fanny being banned out. Not something I never really thought I'm going to say in the first half of the draft.
Well. I have said it a couple of times. It's not my first rodeo where Fanny has been banned in the first part of the draft. So I understand some people are new to that, but you have to respect it. And in hands of mechanically gifted players like Zadel, for example, it could be pretty deadly. And with your composition that you are lining up, it might not even be that you respect Zadel that much specifically, but you just respect what Fanny can do to your team comp. If you look what Zero Vision has, they are so squishy. They are so paper thin that if Yuzong looks at them wrongly and he goes that Hunter Strike Vorex build, he just obliterates all of them.
Just gonna ignore for a second what you said there, but yes, if with that Hunter Strike, Vorax will can definitely destroy the other side. But this is one of the big strengths out there for Yu Zhong as well, right? If you remember in the previous game I mentioned about Sanford too. That dude is a beast on Yu Zhong, and with the M7 going out around the corner as well, you know that is a player a lot of other EXP laners look up to see the potential a hero can be used up to. That dude literally just spams Dragon Tail. I don't know how much CDR he builds up, but it is just insanely high. And that helps him out to constantly be in that backline, get more of the shard residue back. And I think so Yama on the other side, or rather Focus, he's still going to do the exact same thing as well. He's going to make sure that he's as annoying as possible to Nikki, to Origami, maybe in certain cases with the Petrify combination to even YJ.
We will see where Focus will eventually end on, because I believe I saw him play in the jungle, so there could be some Swaperinos happening. So we will see if it will actually be in the hands of Yama or if it will be in the hands of Focus. The important thing is that Yuzong is locked in for Memento Requiem, so we can think about how their composition is going to play out. Kalia being banned out and Lancelot, sorry, not Lancelot, but Arlott, right? That... Yes, Lancelot ban for Zero Vision, it should be, but I think they burned their ban. Yes, they don't have it. Or maybe it's just that it's taken some time because it has been paused, so maybe we are just waiting for that. I would expect it to be Lancelot ban. Zero Vision need to beef up their team comp, they need something very, very tanky. If it's anything else than something very, very high HP, yes, this is good.
Gato. Yeah. And you were asking as well, right, what good pick would be to pair it up with Claude. Gato was instantly the answer for both of us. So I really like them locking in that additional bit of dive along with YJ. So you've got 3 people who will be diving onto this Eve, right? So you've got to be a bit more careful on that. The RWM has to be dropped down to the perfect point. Now the last thing for the gold lane, the good one that can work, Harith. It's going to be tough to pull a Harith off here. But if he's able to build up some early Feather of Heavens into the Calamity Reaper or the Stallium side, it's going to be really helpful. Last pick, Jungle. Lancelot, Nolan. Nolan can work too.
It's Yuzong jungle? Am I seeing it right? What's going on really? What's going on here? Is there a
jungle?
Yeah. What are we thinking, Scared? Like, what is it?
Harith jungle is the only thing I can think of. CC? No. Absolutely not. No, sorry. Yeah, not happening. No, 9. I'm gonna turn Tesla for a record of Ragnarok. Yu Zhong? By the time his skill 1 resets,
yeah, true.
Joy would have cleared his own jungle.
All right,
seems Harith. Straight up counter for the Harith. Even if it's a Harith jungle, you've got a straight counter on the other side. I think so. Zero Vision have got a very solid lineup.
Yeah, I don't know if I really subscribe to the idea that Requiem and Memento had. So, sorry, not Requiem and Memento. Memento Requiem, right?
Same. Yeah, same. They've done this only because of how they've not really locked in their jungle, and probably it's going to be Harith, or rather it's a Yu Zhong in the hands of Zedel.
Wait, it actually is. So I was right. I was right on the money. It's Yuzong jungle. I'm a little bit worried about what you mentioned before, and that is the first clear. Because yes, after he gets Vorex, after he gets Hunter Strike or whatever, something with cooldown reduction, it can start, it can get going because his damage is super high. The base damage on the first spell is super high. He is typically one of the heroes that can take away the gold crab on the XP lane the easiest. Like, there is almost no hero that can take it away from him. It's like 1,200 something in the early game. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the first clear, that can be pretty tough. But of course, it's Adele. Probably he has it prepared. Probably it's not something that he just came up with right now. It's something that has been cooking up. So I'm very excited about it. But if you look at the team comp scared, which one is the better one?
Zero vision. Zero vision. You don't even
Just
ask
like
me that
that.
question, yeah, bro. Yeah, you don't even ask me that question. Joy jungle against Yu Jong. Yeah, it's Joy who's gonna. By the time Yu Jong finishes up taking his own purple buff, Joy would have taken his own jungle and stolen away the orange buff. Good luck trying to survive through that fast clearing. But here's the big thing, right? If it is supposed to work out, then it's going to be the side lanes. There is no other way that I see for Memento Requiem to win this one out. If they've got to win it, it's got to be the snowball coming in from the side lanes. Maybe a CC could help you do that. Harith, I don't think so that much because the Claude's lane is going to be a brick wall lane. Every time you'd want to push it, you'll always have the Blazing Duet on the other side to clear the wave until he gets the Demon Hunter Sword. Once he gets the Demon Hunter Sword, good luck. You're not winning the lane at least. That's the thing. You've got to force your build towards the Holy Crystal. And by the time you get that, there's going to be the magic defense on the other side. So a lot of ifs and buts and big conditions for the win for Memento Requiem. So I think so it's easy for Zero Vision to play to their win conditions.
Yes, but I would say two very specific things before we hop into the game. And that is, if Yuzong miraculously gets some lead in the early game, it could be working. And the second thing is, if Harith is able to squeak out some lead, some gold advantage, XP advantage, something like that, either with help of his teammates or by himself, then it can start to get going. Because if there is a little bit of a lead on Yuzong or Harith coming into the first turtle fight, it could be very, very deadly, and you have to respect it.
That's one thing, right? And I'm still thinking, why not the Leo? It's not like Ziddle hasn't played it. If anything, throughout the open qualifiers, he's played Leo mod in every single game. They won all of those games. So it's interesting to see how things are going to go in out here, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into the land of dawn itself. It's Memento Requiem on the blue side, taking on Zero Vision on the red side.
Right now, Mark has been trying to take away the orange buff, not really working out. Zettel so far, actually with a decent clear. Yes, I know Joy had to run from the purple buff to the top side, but this is not a bad clear. Zettel was able to already pick up his own purple buff and cleared fully his bottom side jungle. He's actually the first level 4 on the map.
Interesting. Look at mid out there. Yama being picked about along with Meng as well, who's got to run away. Brought back in as instantly. He's got a flicker out of the harm's way as well. Lobby on the top side. Bullying focus on the CC.
Before I could even hop in, it was already down. Zero Vision with a pretty nasty start of the series. Oh, there's more action coming in. Yama.
Yeah.
There is G going for Yama, but so far so good. Zero Vision will be dancing around the turtle. Yama very low, so this could be going in their hands.
Very well be out here now, with the turtle instantly being bursted down as well by Zero Vision. Look at them. They're already starting to set up for the invade as well.
Yama caught in real manipulation. Yuzong in counter engage, going for the backline, sunning up Mark. Origami needs to flicker out of harm's way, but I don't know if it's enough. The Black Dragon is in the backline. Origami gets burned. Almost. No, he gets picked off. Double kill for Zaddle. And he tries to make it a triple. Zaddle with a triple kill start. And this is exactly what I've been talking about. If this is the start of the game, Memento could be pretty deadly.
Not something I was expecting at all out here, man. Zedel on the Yuzhong, winning in the jungle against YJ on the Joy. I believe it is just the strength of that hero now. I'm again not a big fan of him still playing it up in the jungle though, but if he makes it work, then all of our doubts are going to be put all the way away right now. Bot.
Yeah, sneaky cheeky with that 1v2, he will be fine. And I would like to add to what you mentioned before, that our ranked games will be pretty cooked from now on, because we will be seeing Yuzhong jungle in our games, and he won't be as good as Zaddles.
Jokes on my teammates, I'm going to be playing Yuzhong in the jungle.
You are one step ahead of them.
Absolutely. Just like how Mark was, Yama
was one step ahead and almost dying for it.
At least he's alive and he's safe, he's well, he's a-okay. Let me search for more adjectives there while I have a look at the items. For people. Oh my goodness!
This was
just getting locked. Yeah, he's getting locked out of his own house. He ain't surviving that.
RVM for Gami, he needs to ult away, but this is 1v4, I don't know if Zaddle wants to take it, but he decides against it. No, he is running away. He doesn't want to take it, it's a little bit too much, needs to run away if he wants to keep his life, his head on his body. Origami against Focus, needs to flicker away, but it's not quite enough. Focus will pick him off, and there's AOG needing to use defensively for Mark to survive. Memento Requiem, not with a goal lead, but with a decent goal in their pockets. The goal is kinda even, Steven. My lobby trying to steal it away, not really successful in that. And Memento actually with a little tiny lead.
The individual plays are good from both of these teams, right? But the only big problem is that there's no proper team set, which we would normally look at. Like Zedel hopping in with the Black Dragon form along with the tectonic charge coming in from Yama into the real world manipulation, which was dropped down by Meng. That is one big combination that I'm actually looking at the top.
Focus could be getting focused up. Not really, it looks like his aura is too high for them to approach him. Origami cannot really say the same thing for him. He had to retreat and use his ultimate defensively again. Not really meaning that much because 70 seconds for Turtle. Yuzhong, his ultimate being burned down. Still, I think 65 seconds, he should have it for the spawn timer. My lobby is pressuring very heavily against Focus. Is this the way this matchup should be going? I'm not sure.
I mean, you know what? It's my lobby, bro. Give him whatever you want to. That is how the entire matchup will go. He steals away the purple. Walks up between four. Just throw him a stick and he'd bite your leg off of that. What a way this man is playing on the Esmeralda now. With that, the pressure is down bot.
Actually, if you think about it, it was sneaky too. Oh, there's action coming in. Tectonic charge for 2, but there is no one else that can follow through. So Memento needs to retreat. It may just be a defensive move.
But they took the tier 1 down bottom. And there's no trade coming in on the other part of the map as well. So Zero Vision have actually got a big macro in there.
The question is...
Oh my god.
Yes?
Look at the amount of damage dealt by my lobby.
That's quite a lot.
35,000. That's... Oh, Run! Run!
It's a lot of damage, I would say, yeah. It's quite a lot of damage being inflicted upon his enemies. But rightfully so, he was so annoying on the top side. Now he was trading with Zedel, so the numbers even went more up. And actually Zero Vision was able to squeak out the turtle take, so 2 turtles in their hands. The big question is, Can Memento win in the late game scenario, or Zero Vision will be taking it home? Because I'm not quite sure. Both of those teams have late game security, but if we look just at the gold lane, it has to be Zero Vision. Claude is a super crazy monster in the late phases of the game.
And here's the thing. The only idea with the Yu Zhong that you pick up is that you enable your mid-game snowballer. And in this scenario, it is key on the Harith. I want to have a look at these items as well to see how much is already built up. I'm pretty sure it should be Stallium Sight up. Yeah, he's gone in for the Feather of Heaven and now he's going in for the Stallium Sight. That means he's still going to take somewhere around 2.5 more minutes to build up the Holy Crystal. With the way how things are going.
It could be going bad. Origami gets walled off, needs to ult away, but there is G getting picked off by Focus on the bottom side. But in the meantime, it will be Gamma dying too. But Roamer for a jungle, that's a decent trade.
But the tier 1 up top, that's something that can take. Oh my god!
Nikki.
He ain't surviving that! Nikki is just insane.
Nikki is cooking.
Nikki aka chicken bang out of there. Don't even know what that means though.
You don't know what his name means?
I mean, I actually do, but the statement that I said.
Alright, Zedel with a 1v1 against my lobby, and I don't think Zedel has dominance. His Focus will be focused down and picked off. And this is bad stuff for Memento Requiem because the Lord has been spawned onto the map. And it's the first Lord of this match, and it could be going in the hands of Zero Vision because honestly there is nothing I see that's defending that from happening. Zedel with an engage on his head and needs to run away. This is a perfect spot just to take the Lord.
I think, right? With the Yu Zhong, as I said, you needed to enable your mid-game snowballer. That did not happen, and that means Claude on the other side in the hands of Nikki. He just farmed up uncontrollably. And now Yama is far behind. It's only Zedel who's level 12. Everyone's gonna get poked down out of there. Tier 2 should fall.
My lobby needs to run away from here. Flicker out of harm's way. Nikki Chicky in the backline tries to burn them down. But he's just out of here. That's the beauty. Or scariness of Claude. He can just hop out whenever and deal so much damage along the way.
Scary was also the distance between that cannon minion and the Holy Shield. Right before this wave.
AOG, there is G engaged to pawn. Yu Zhong in the Black Dragon form going for the backline. At the same time, Mark is being focused down. Immobilized Yama, but there is Zedel in the backline. He's finally doing his job, burning down the rest of Zero Vision. Double kill for Zedel, and this is exactly what we wanted to see from him, but I'm not sure if it's not a little bit too late, because right now Zero Vision was able to get back on their feet and they are able to fight back, and they actually pushing inside of the base of Memento.
Every other macro objective is being taken by Zero Vision. Yeah, I mean, it's my lobby, man. He was able to steal away the purple once, and now he stole away the orange as well, so you can't really blame him. The red tree was also on cooldown at that point, so Zedel could not have done anything. But coming back onto that same topic too, it's Memento Requiem. Even though they've got more kills on board, Zedel is going 5-0-2. In terms of the macro objectives, right, I've mentioned they need to win the side lanes, and that is not happening because look at the most gold earned. It is my lobby at 7,500, and at the first is Nikki Iki Chiki with 9,100. He's almost 2.2k ahead of the gold winner on the other side. That's one entire item. That is where the trouble began for Memento.
Trouble could be beginning for my lobby too. Half HP getting burned down, but focus a little bit too deep. Killing spree for my lobby. But it shouldn't mean that much because he should be back for Lord, though it will be some damage on the mid lane tower maybe.
Could also be forced up towards the top because that's where my lobby is bringing the next wave of minions. YJ just dancing around as well with the Rhythm of Joy out up top. Since all the waves are dropping down individually, Memento Requiem are not having any problem defending it. Maybe now.
Lobby goes in, but immediately goes out. This was it looked like a start of a very crazy fight, but as fast as it started,
Pulled a fake.
even faster it ended.
Pulled a fake. My lobby just traded a 120-second cooldown spell for his own ultimate. That's a bit of an interesting take there. The Sky Piercer now completed as well by Origami. You know that is going to deal a ton of damage with the Blood Wings and stack up a lot of those kills because of the Sky Piercer. And you don't want a Sky Piercer Zushin stacking up on the other end. Now he's probably going in for the Clock of Destiny as well for that extra bit of HP. One thing that I really like is again Nikki carrying that tank emblem on the Claude. You normally could go for either a fighter emblem or a tank emblem. Both of them give you a decent amount of sustain in the early game, and even in the mid to late game, the burst it doesn't hit you that hard. So I'm really liking the priority of these emblems as well on the players.
At the same time, if you look over to the side of Memento, they are going a little bit more on the damage side. They're caring that much about the tanking of Destroy Tower on the top side of Memento. Zero Vision will try to maybe get the mid lane tower. I don't know if it's in sync. Could be, because there's still a lot of HP on Lord. Tectonic Charge just picks up one. RVM, Ilobi gets shut down. Destroyed. Monster kill for Zettel. But he immediately runs back. That's a discipline. That's good. Pick off, do what you need to do, and don't overextend. Zettel needs to continue this gameplay if he wants to make it back into the game. He tries to fly for Origami, he goes for that backline. I don't know if he can pick them off. 1v2, he will try to. G is getting super low, but in the meantime there is another fight happening. Nikki Chiki, 1v3, I don't know how he really got into this position. Zettel missing, trying to go in. Nikki Chiki get involved off, and he will be going in the hands of Key. Focus gets picked off as well though, so it's a great 1-for-1. Actually, this wasn't bad for Memento.
Good wall off, I'd have to say. Especially from Yama, stopping the exit of Nikki. He was off positioned as well. He thought maybe he'd be able to outplay with the battle mirror image, but instantly the Guardian's barrier on his face. That is the strength of a Grok as well, right? And yes, as much as the Claude has got that mobility with the BMI, after the first one, you can't really go anywhere. That's when you're caught. It's just like Hayabusa having only one shadow to fall back onto, and you've got 3 people ready with 3 of their different weapons to shut you down. And I'm not even counting the implosion of Tigreal. Just some rank game things happening. As you have a look at the damage numbers, man. 81,000 by my lobby. The next one to him is Nikki with 57.
But at the same time, you have to also look how much damage Joy has for Zero Vision, because it's not really that much. I don't know if he caught it, but it was 17,000.
Yeah. Probably even lesser than Mark.
I think he was on par with Mark, but yeah, not that much.
It should be not something he should be proud of either as well, right? Mark is the sandbag of the team. Now, there we go. Oh my god, Zedel!
Yuzong already half HP, untargetable though for now, tries to go, but cannot continue because he is kinda low. The fight has been separated into 2 groups, 2v4 happening on the mid lane, make it 3v5, but Lord has been already picked up by Zero Vision. This was beautiful cooperation coming from Zero Vision as they will focus down CC. She gets pulled in, she gets slain, and this is 5v4. RVM tries to do some damage, and it does, but I don't know if it's enough. Mark will maybe pay for his actions. He has killing spree for Key, and Nikki Chiki continues with the onslaught. There is G. He tries to rack up some damage before the game ends. 3v3, can they defend? Milo be completely missing Zettel, or maybe Zettel virgin out of harm's way. This time, Memento are able to clean some of their opponents off, so maybe the defense can be successful. But Nikki Chiki is coming back with more HP and more drive to kill, more drive to do some damage. Nikki Chiki getting ported away by his spells to survive. Half HP on the base. I don't know if they can defend. They will try to immortality being popped on here. Nikki Chiki, it's available. He tries to dance around, but the base crystal, I don't think it has enough HP. Zell will try to fight back, but I don't know if it's enough because he gets picked off in the end too. And this marks the end of the first game of this 5th series of today.
Big play coming in yet again, man. And I'd have to say, Memento Requiem, as good as they were looking out with the early picks coming in from ZL on the Yuzhong in the jungle, but the problems were still there, right? You did not have anyone to move all the way up and take the baton away from ZL in the mid game. And that's where the struggle began. And it just kept on going bad after bad after bad, and my lobby. If he is not the MVP, I am going to tilt hard. I need my lobby to be the MVP of this game because the amount of kiting he was doing, the amount of chances and opportunities he was giving his team, constantly hopping in front of 3 people, isolating ZL and the rest of the members, and still surviving while dealing the most damage. Yeah, that is an MVP performance right there.
It looks like he took some notes from Kid Bomba's playbook. Because this Esmeralda, that was good.
Way more than good, man. Good is an understatement for him, but yes, I 100% agree with your emotion there. And look at that. Even right now, through this Lord attack, he's hopping in, quickly using that dance, running back out, and then repeating the same process. So he's taking the aggro and then going all the way back to safety to hop in and take the aggro again. Now this is the type of kiting that you are supposed to do with her. And with the Ice Queen wand added into the entire build, he was able to deal a lot more slow. So Memento Requiem had absolutely no idea how their movement speed was being reduced so much.
Oh, did we notice that? Yes, 99,000 damage for my lobby, but did you notice that last nasty item that he had over there? The Ice Queen wand, I believe it's called. Yeah, for the extra slow. Yep. Ooh, me not like it. If I was Zedel, I would be probably very, very sad, very, very mad that I'm getting slowed down. Because honestly, slow is one of the worst feelings for Yuzhong. He's not really that mobile, yes, in his ultimate, but after he drops it, every slow, every CC, anything that doesn't let you get close. Ooh, actually, it goes to Nikki. All right. I call fraud. I like, you know, Nikki played well, but my lobby?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not accepting any hate on my lobby, man, for that. Just kidding, man. Even Nikki was doing a fantastic job in that entire game.
Yeah.
First of all, holding the lane against a Harith alone, that was one of the big wins. And you mentioned it in between the game. That's it. Shout out to production, man. Shout out to production. And there we go. Total heal 213,000. That's the amount of shield he was able to steal away and convert back into his HP. That is just insane statistics for this dude. 99,000 total damage, full build on that Esmeralda. Talk to me about the emblem.
Love it. Extra cooldown, so you have more uptime on that. That spell vamp, yeah, love it. That's what you want to use. That's how you want to be super, super obnoxious. Honestly, Esmeralda is not my cup of tea, a type of hero, because she is like that, you know, like that mosquito that constantly flies around you. But in the end, she just drinks you up like a smoothie. She just drinks you up like a fruit smoothie, and suddenly you are just lying on the floor and your base crystal exploded. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't really have those big bursts of damage, but she just chips off pieces of your health until you have nothing left on your HP bar, and her shield just gets bigger and bigger. Definitely a hero I don't want to be playing against. I think she's one of my most banned heroes. Well.
Yes. Here's one of the big things as well. Harith was the only main damage dealer into that mid game, and it gets instantly countered by the Esmeralda on the other side, right? So, a lot of things that happened out in that draft, which needs to be fixed up by Memento Requiem. If they'd be able to do that or not, we will find that out, ladies and gentlemen, after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to this lovely afternoon that's being filled up by a lot of MLBB gameplay. It's me, Warren1X, together with Scared, your second caster duo for today. And we should be heading soon into the second game of this series. The first game didn't really look that good for Memento Requiem. Yes, there were some good bright moments for Zedel specifically, but the rest of the team, it wasn't really working out that well. It was a spicy pick though, so I have to say, the next time I'm filled in the jungle, I'm locking in Yuzong. What do you think, Skill?
I'm absolutely not locking in Yuzong. I'm happy with that dude just staying in the EXP lane away from my jungle area. But though I'd have to say Zedel played it really well. Everything else with the team, it just did not really fit in well, right? Because I mentioned right before we moved into that mid game or anything, right? As soon as we moved in the Land of Dawn, that the side lanes need to win. Zedel can enable a few things, but he cannot carry the entire game just out of the way. So it's the side lanes who will create that pressure, and that's when they'll finally start their snowball. That's when your Harith will start to hit like a truck, right? Because let's be honest, his damage has been nerfed a little bit. So without the Holy Crystal, he just doesn't hit as hard right now.
You need some time to get going, and I've been mentioning before that Nikki needs to be shut down, or not really shut down, but whoever wins that gold lane will be dictating the rest of the game, and it happened exactly as I mentioned, because Nikki, I believe it was like 3-minute mark, 2-minute mark, something like that, where he was diving 1v2 against his opponent gold laner, and he wasn't really caring about anything else in the board. He was a menace. I believe he even survived the dive after he got reinitiated upon. I think he just jumped back to his clone and was fine. And this much pressure being put upon Harith, who should usually be strong in the lane, that's not something you want to see. That has to be accredited for through mechanical expression of Nikki, because his mechanics, god damn, they are great.
I mean, that is one of the strengths when Nikki hops in onto that side lanes, right? Even with his Granger, we know that he's pretty good. But considering how things are going right now, Granger had it, yeah, they've been slowly and steadily moving out. Now, Granger is a very safe pick for most of the people, but Claude and Carry are literally the priority. You give them the same amount of time and they input just insane level of burst damage there. And for now, Memento Requiem will decide to stay up on the exact same side. So maybe they can pick up the Carry or maybe the Claude for themselves and not really let Nikki Kitschiki pick one of those up.
That could be a nice switch up, getting one of them for themselves. Sora, he will be out. I am already almost crying because it looks like I want to be seeing him today any single one time. So let's hope tomorrow. Fingers crossed, but let's not talk tomorrow before today ends, because there is still a lot of MLBB action being delivered to you right now. Zero Vision will be going for their second ban. I definitely agree with your point that Claude should be something to think about for Memento, especially since we saw Nikki perform very, very well on Claude, not just against them, but even before that and even before on some other tournaments. Claude is one of his heroes, and you have to respect it.
Yeah, I agree. And for now, Carry again being kept in the banning position also means that Zero Vision will be eyeing out for the Claude. Memento Requiem. Balls in their court yet again, banning out the Yisun Shin, keeping it the exact same like the previous one. I think so they're still eyeing out for the exact same Yuzong, man, but this time they pick him up somewhere else. So and guess what, Zero Vision realized that they'll let the Fanny through. Will Zedel pick the Fanny? Now that could be an interesting pick. I hope not the first pick, but interesting. Yeah, the steal of the Claude. You mentioned about it, Warren. They stole it away.
Yes, they got it. The art of thievery was on their side, you could say. Well, for Zero Vision, they probably expected that, especially with that Yuzong ban. I think this was something they saw in their books. Nikki has to be thinking about something else, but What else could be picked up when Carry is off the board and when you see Claude being picked up against you? I'm thinking Leslie, because she could deal with him. We saw that being a prio ban whenever teams went for Claude, so they could be going for Leslie, but maybe you have a different opinion about that.
The fact that you say Leslie and not even think about a Hanabi with the ages. Alright. It's an Eve and Grok. I'm not
It's
gonna
a
talk to you,
Grok.
Warren. You're just ignoring Hanabi and talking about Leslie. Yeah, alright. I'm not gonna talk to you. Alright,
It's not that
jokes
I
apart.
ignore Hanabi. I like, I ignore her. Yeah, you got me red-handed.
Oh my God.
I ignore Hanabi because I don't really like her. She is in that pocket of heroes I don't like. You know, my left pocket, there are the heroes that I don't like. In my right pocket, there is Phevos, Lapu, all the good heroes.
What do you mean
Though
by Lapu?
Uranus...
There's only Phobias. There's only Phobias there. You only like one hero in the EXP.
There is Lapu too. There's Lapu too. Well, there will be two other beefy guys picked up for Memento. That will be Gato, who recently got that buff that we talked about, and Uranus. I didn't see that much Uranus lately, especially today. I think Uranus wasn't picked up a single time today. So I'm quite surprised by them going for Uranus. I am not sure how I feel about it. I think it's a little bit too early for Uranus. I think you don't really see what the opponents are packing, so you don't know if it's good into them. What do you think, Skirt?
It's just the poke of the Eve, right? On the other side, Uranus can take that poke and it'd be like, all right, yeah, I'm fine. What else you've got? It's just that the Basha pick is something that Momento Requiem did not really realize in that jungle. And now since it's been picked up, they can try and prio ban the jungle for the next one. You already banned out the Yisun Shin. Maybe take away the Lancelot, or maybe ban out the Joy, which can actually create some problems for Origami. So those could be a few picks. Momento banning out the Arlet, just prioritizing that EXP lane. Maybe the next one could be the gold out there. I was hoping for a Fanny, but yeah, that ain't showing up.
You were hoping for Fanny, really? I don't know if I would quite like it. Yes, there is nothing to really shut her down, because Tectonic Charge, it will completely miss. Baxia has very hard time to hit her. But at the same time, if you would pair it up with some XP lane that's on the tankier side, then Fanny has really not that many targets to focus on. So I don't know if I would like it myself. So that's what I have to say about it. Memento thinking about their last ban. That will definitely tell us a little bit more about what Zero Vision could go for. But there is one thing that they need to consider. They are lacking damage. So far, they don't really have damage on their side. They need to up this up.
I like the Lapo ban coming in because, again, you've got the Basha, you've got the Grok on the other side. A Lapo hopped into the same matchup. Everyone's diving on your backline. So Nikki will not have a good time either. And whatever mage you're trying to pick up now against an Eve will face problems. And I don't see a lot of options. You've got the Gato. Kimi could be a good one. And you mentioned about the lack of the early damage. Kimi actually takes that box. You lock in the Kimi. You pick something that can also frontline for your Kimi. Maybe lock in a Fredrin. Go for a bit of tanky jungle there. And you've got a pretty beefy front-to-back composition with Nikki diving in the enemy backline along with Yama and Focus.
Though if you go for Fredrin, I'm worried about, yes, you have AOG on top of Eve, but anything other than that, they really need to take their sweet time to get to him. It's not immediate. Yes, Claude can jump in, but before that he needs to sack up. Yes, he can do it on minions, but there is still some prep time that he has to go through before he can go in, whereas AOG is just like that, you go in. So for Memento, if they want to go this path, diving into the backline, I would like some immediate button clicks. I would like some heroes that can immediately go in, something along the lines like Gato is, where you can just follow through. You don't need to wait for anything. But Yes, Farsa. Yes. I wanted to mention her before. I like it. You are looking like you don't like it, but I like it a lot because I think that Farsa is a decent pick into Eve. We saw it many times. She has a little bit more range on her ultimate than Eve has, and she's doing kind of the same thing. And if she gets in trouble, she can always fly away. And if you look at the comp of Zero Vision, other than ultimate from CC, which I believe stops the bird form coming from Mang. But other than that, there is nothing really stopping him from flying away when the time arises. Leomord being picked up for Zedel, and fingers crossed. I'm not trying to be biased for Zedel, but I want to see a single Leomord win today. Come on.
It's a Beatrix lock-in as well for the last one. I was thinking there's no other thing that you can actually go on to that gold lane to try and run away, but as you rightly mentioned, you know, initially I wasn't really liking that Farsa, thinking the Basha is there. There's a tectonic charge on the other side. There's a lot of disruptors for that feathered airstrike. So it might not really be the best case scenario. But now with the Beatrix, yeah, I think so. The lineup of Memento Requiem, they can do pretty good job with ZL picking up the Leo mod as well. This is bringing me all the way back to the open qualifiers. Again, all 4 games, ZL picked up the Leo. They won every single time. And let's be brutally honest. As much as his build was a bit rigid, right? But he likes to adjust right according to the game. Sometimes he likes to go with the Vorax as the first item, or rather the second item. Sometimes he builds up the Rose Gold Meteor, depending on what he's trying to face in that game. So that adaptability on the fly is what makes him and his Leo mod a force to be reckoned with. But ladies and gentlemen, will that force be with the Memento Requiem to force them into game number 3? Or will Zero Vision push them out of the board and right into the sea? We'll find that out after this game.
I mean, not just after this game, but during this game too, because let's not pretend like we have Zero Vision and we don't see anything happening on the Land of Dawn and we just get handed the results like in the old times through radio or something. We will see all the things, all the little plays, big plays, teamfight plays, outplays, all of that we will have in front of our eyes. So far, we cannot really say anything. There's like not really anything we can look at and be like, yeah, one of the teams are winning. Though we can talk about the emblems.
Yeah, again, those tanky emblems coming in. Hold on, Origami. Yeah,
he's fine. Talk to me about the emblems.
Yeah, again, the tanky emblems coming in for both of the gold laners just to try and sustain a bit. Nikki instantly picking up the leather Jenkins along with Key so that they don't really get poked out a lot on the other side. While you already have Nikki just going in, I'm pretty sure, for the Blade of Despair. So that's something, right? He wants to build up onto that first burst item as quickly as possible. Hold on, Meng.
Meng was going for a bait play. For a second, I wasn't sure what he's doing, but Zell was going from the bottom side. It was interesting play, but I think Zero Vision realized because it didn't really make sense and it was just on the timer when Zell could be ganking. So they read them like a book.
Marksman emblems coming in for both Leo mod as well as my lobby, right? That's interesting for me. Because you don't normally see them with that. Oh my god.
Man, he gets squished like a bird. He gets squished like a bird. A bag is what you usually say, but he gets squished like a bird. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't fly through that, and Zero Vision will be getting the first circle of the game, probably.
Yeah. Coffee. No
and
problem. Hold on.
On top of that, because they, after the bird, they wanted something bigger. They wanted a horse, so they got themselves that too. And Zero Vision suddenly with a decent goal lead, 1400 for their name, and just under 3 minutes.
Why is this game turning into heyday by every passing minute? Hunting down those animals and adding them in your loot inventory, but alright. Zero Vision right now, as you rightly mentioned, they've got a goal lead of around 1,500. Now the bottom lane, I hope we don't focus on here because this is one of the most greatest matchups. Go for it.
That was rough. I don't know what Yama was doing there. He was definitely trying to make some plays happen, but the plays have happened to him. It wasn't the other way around. Mang will try to keep Zettel alive. Looks like he will be fine. But this is scary, because if we look at the XPs of the roamers, we can see that Zero Vision has even one level above the opposing roamer.
Yeah. And that's something that shows you Zero Vision are farming up pretty well. Down in bot, focus. It's gonna be safe. It's gonna be fine. Again, you know, EXP matchup these days, it's one of the most crazy matchups, right? You see everything. Where they both attack each other, go back, heal up, and attack each other, go back, heal up. And none of them die.
So far.
100% attack, 0 damage is what I'd say.
So far, no one died, yes, from the XP laners. But the fight could be started right now. RBM not really hitting anyone. Zettel gets picked up. He's still alive, barely holding. There is Yama. He's left alone. AOG out of harm's way, so he will be fine for now. But Zero Vision could be taking this one, and on top of that, they will be taking Mang. Yes, they take the second turtle and Mang on top of that. And the hopes and dreams of Memento are crumbling apart.
Yeah. They're struggling out there slowly and steadily. And you look at the damage dealt yet again. This time still, it's my lobby. Hold on.
I think my lobby will be getting caught off a little bit out here. I was worried for a sec because he got close to that wall. I thought he would be jumping over, but he wasn't able to do that. Damage dealt is also leading the damage dealt chart again. But honestly, if you are laning into focus, not into focus, I wouldn't dare to say that, but laning into Uranus, those damage numbers, they will be high, they will be super big. Because there is not really anything else you can do than to just trade with him infinitely. And since my lobby doesn't really have any resource to use, of course he's gonna be doing just that. And ironically so, the second one with the highest damage is Uranus. He's right there.
Yeah, you know, here's the fun thing. It's the big trade that's going back and forth there. Focus is like, you know what, my lobby, I haven't even hit up with a yo-yo. Why don't you just hit me a little bit? And my lobby is like, you know what, it's been a long time since I haven't dealt any damage. Already 2 seconds. So hop in front of me and I'm gonna hit you with my yo-yo. That's the back and forth relationship that both of them have got. And that is just the hero interaction. Not even by the players though. 30 seconds more for the next turtle out there up top. Because that's where we see Zettel and he could be in trouble.
Zettel could be in trouble, but we completely missed the situation where he was 1v2ing, 2v1, and Zettel gets picked off. AOG gets picked off too, because the 1v2 wasn't really successful. Well, it was successful for Zero Vision, but not for Memento, because the dive wasn't working out. I don't know what he was thinking. That was a crazy, crazy roam for nothing.
2 for 1 out there, that's all I'll say. Hold on. Revitalize. Yama should be fine. Yama should be fine. Yama should be fine.
Oh,
Yama
yeah.
is not fine.
He should have been fine, but then he decided he wants to die anyway, and he went in.
Yeah, it did not even have the AOG available there, so that's tough battle for him. That's all I'll say. And the beauty which we were talking about, Nikki needs to rush in, instantly picks it up as well, and already had the Fury Hammer from early on, so he will be building onto that Malefic gun pretty quickly. And once he does that, Meng will have trouble hitting him. As much as he's got the range on that Farsa, with the nerfs hitting on the glowing wand, you don't really hit as badly as you did previously. So you've got to wait for your second item power spike to eventually do that. Now the question is if you would want to go for the Genius wand or maybe something else.
Maybe something else like catching my lobby of guard, because right now Memento Requiem could be thinking about going for the turtle, but nah, they are just farming up. Zettel will be getting some creeps for himself, and Zero Vision looks like should be having no trouble getting this turtle in their pockets. Yama has been caught red-handed in the bushes. but not really anything happening to him so far yet. Yes, he has 2 deaths, but he won't be adding one more onto that.
That's also something Focus says. The only difference is he's got 0 deaths. Ledell hasn't really been impactful with the Leo mode out here for the airstrike.
RVM, Uranus trying to survive, but needs to use his ultimate. Consecration has been popped and Flicker too, so Focus, he won't have it for the... Yeah, he will have it for the Lord. I thought for a second that the Lord has 30 seconds timer, then I would be maybe thinking that he doesn't have it, but of course 90 seconds, that's plenty of time. Probably he will use it like 2 more times even. There's plenty of time, but the state of the game, the state of the team fight on the top side too, because now CC could be getting picked off himself, even though he was the one that started the scuffle. Nah, he will be fine, but there is my lobby joining in. Yama knew it, he read him like a book, so he immediately went to say hi to him, so Menk is fine for now.
Oh.
Needs to pop the Purify. Ooh.
Yeah, just to run away from a curtains call.
That...
And now the RWM, he ain't surviving that.
I don't understand the part where he just went back to his death again. It seems to be a little bit of a trend for Memento members, where Yama went to his death on the top side, Meng went to his death on the top side too. Focus, I don't think you can blame him really. He got caught in there. He tried to do something, but he got caught after that. Zedel, he's still scaling up. Zedel is the hope for Memento. If you are a Memento fan and you are watching and you are having your fingers crossed and you are hoping they will come back, it has to be through Zedel and it has to be through some crazy Lemur plays, which he will try to do. But this is 1v5. I'm not sure if he has it in his pocket. I don't think really there is anything he can do, because he just dies and Zero Vision will be getting this Lord in their hands. First Lord of the game that will be marching onto the top side.
Look at the beautiful idea from Zero Vision as well, right? They did not really waste a lot of time. They realized 3 people are enough to take down Zedel. And as soon as he falls, no one from Memento Requiem will contest that Lord. So 2 of them started the Lord. I love that idea. Oh my god!
What can you say? It's in his name. They have to focus it.
I wasn't expecting Uranus to be bursted down like that. It seemed like it didn't exist.
Now he doesn't for 7 seconds more.
Even in that moment.
This just looks tough, and the worst part about Memento Requiem situation is that they don't really have crazy buttons to push. There is not really anything insane that they could do with their heroes that can outmaneuver, outplay, catch off guard their opponents. Because yes, there is Feathered Airstrike possibility, but she doesn't really have damage, so this is not catching off guard. Then there is AOG, but as I said before, they don't have enough damage. And then there is Claude Wu.
Wow.
You get obliterated just like that. Claude is off, he is dead on the ground, and Yama might be next. He gets on through, but killing spree for CC, and there's really not anything else you could do, because this will be the end for Memento here in the playoffs of PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. Because just like that, the series ends for them, and their stay and welcome in here ends too.
I have no idea how long back was when I saw Renner's Apathy, which was used up right now. Zero Vision.
It was a great game from them. What can you say? But at the same time, I have to give some credit to Memento, especially for the first game. The second game, I think they don't want to think about it. The second game really crumbled apart everywhere. The cracks were from the top to bottom. But in the first game, they stood their ground and they had decent moments. Honestly, in some of the moments of the first game, I was believing, I was a Memento believer, and I was thinking in my head, they could maybe make it. The specific spicy pick from Zedel's Yuzong in the jungle really shook things up, and it was looking bright. but the second game it kind of crumbled apart, and really not anything was going for them. If you remember, the first game ended like 12-12, I believe. This game 16-4. There was really no contest.
That is one of the big things which I noticed as well from Memento Requiem, right? In the previous one, at least, there was a fighting chance because of the jungle. This time was opposite. Meng on that far side, right? I was mentioning. I understand the outranging potential against a Beatrix, but everyone else is going to be on top of you. That was a
Origami.
struggle. 2-0-13, man. Insane performance again from this dude. Not even getting caught out once, even by the Phantom Steed, and then going in for the Lightning Truncheon and Divine Glaive combination. He was bursting down everyone.
Definitely Yves is one of the heroes that I have paired up with Origami. Yes, I have it paired up with some other players too, but Origami, he is one of those Yves players. You have to respect it. You shouldn't be giving it to him. Those RVMs were destroying your Volt line.
That's one of the big things out there, right? The real world manipulation into the Basha's Shield of Unity. You don't have anywhere else to move. You will be picked off instantly. But yeah, as much as it is unfortunate for Memento Requiem, I'd have to say Zero Vision performed really good. Fixed up all the mistakes that we saw from them in the upper bracket, and at least are surviving for today in the lower one.
Well, before we send it off into the break, we should definitely hype you up for the last series of today, because it will be Final Reign against Fake Time. And the question is, will the reign be over, or will Fake Time fake it to victory? That's the question that you can think about in the break, and we will be joining you pretty soon. Hello and welcome back to this lovely afternoon. It's me, Warren1x, joined of course with Scared Yet. Scared, are you scared that this last series will not be a full one as well? It will be a 2-0, sloppy, dirty, bad 2-0.
Listen, we call it an early night, we go back home and prepare for tomorrow. That's all I'm saying. But here's the thing. Everyone wants that entire 3-mapper series as well, right? And we haven't really seen that happen for the entire evening today. So I really hope at least we have this one go the entire distance. But you know what? I'd be absolutely on fire as well if in case day number 1 is known for all of those 2-0s, right? Because it's just one team constantly dominating, not just in the draft, but also in the game itself with the macros and micros.
Also, if the full day of today will be 2-0s, it kinda sets up the expectations for tomorrow. Because if all of those teams are able to 2-0 their opponents, that kinda really tells us that yes, there are some teams, but there are some other teams that are just a little bit better. They have one more level above them. And into tomorrow, when we will be going in, we will be having those teams left. Most played heroes, though, is something that we can look over. Claude being the most picked makes a lot of sense. It's kind of copying what is happening with the War Tournament on MLBB, and Claude being the most picked up. I'm missing Yisun Shin, though.
You're missing Yisun Shin. I'm missing Lancelot as well. I mean, why is Moskov there picked up 3 times? That's just me hating on Moskov. It's absolutely fine, though. I still don't want him to be seen picked up so many times. That too up above a Farsa. It's on par with the Kimi on the other side, right? But I like the Eve and the Lunox into that mid lane. You know that Eve gives you a lot of utility. Lunox gives you a lot of burst damage and DPS. So it's like one entire type of play style and then other type of play style also being prioritized at a similar level. But it's all the way those beefy boys, man. Grog, Gato, and Baxia being picked up out here. One interesting hero that I've noticed, which I'm pretty sure Kronos also mentioned, is the fact that there has not been enough emphasis on glue. Like, no one is really picking it, no one is really banning it, while it is literally busted right now.
Glue could be something to kind of think about and add him to your repertoire. Most banned heroes, though, Sora, right next to Yuzong, Zhuxin, Yisun Shin, so that's where those Yisun Shin picks are. They are being banned, so of course you cannot pick him up. Actually, interesting thing is that Carry is one of the most banned heroes, but at the same time one of the most picked heroes. So that's an interesting statistic to keep in mind. Yves also has this same spot where there's a lot of bans being thrown her way, but a lot of pickups going through. Actually, what I'm a little bit surprised about is the Cho Prio. Of course, maybe it will change up as we go deeper, but yes, I know it's 3 times, but Cho Prio ban, I don't know about that. Kalia, yeah. But as I said before, I would like those numbers of Sora to go higher in the picked heroes and lower in the banned heroes. I want to see him, I want to cast some of Sora gameplay. We will see if that will happen in our series. Because maybe it will. Scared, how you like Sora? I know he's been around for some time, but this is one of the first tournaments, at least for me, to be casting with Sora being available. So where do you feel like he is in the meta?
I know you think that I'm tripping right now, but I played Sora on the advanced server, right, a couple of times, and I was like, yeah, this hero ain't really going in jungle. You don't really get a lot of stacks out there. I'm definitely putting him in one of those side lanes. The day Sora was launched, I've been playing him in the gold lane. It wasn't Innocent who picked it up in the gold lane first. I was playing him in the gold lane from day number 1 itself, right? And I just knew that he can individually dominate in that gold lane. No one was able to poke him out well enough, including the Granger, because of the nerfs that have actually hit him. You can either poke out the person or you can clear out the wave. You don't have enough energy to do both of them. So Sora can still play around, get some spell vamp by skill 1, and then get ready into the fight again. And as soon as he's level 4, your flickers are going on cooldown, you're not surviving if you've got no mobility against him. And that is the strength he brings up on the table with that much mobility, with a Thunder form and Tempest form for the later stages of the game, so that you can tank all of that up. It is really nice to see him being banned out every game, because if not, he should be a priority pick.
We will see if he will be up in those ban numbers or those pick numbers. Because I believe in the pick numbers department, he has only single pickup. I think there's only single pickup. I think it happened in the first series of today. You could correct me on that, might be wrong, but it definitely happened in the first half of today. That I know for sure. Fake Time are right now thinking about their own ban. Final Rain. They went through the heroes with us. They saw most picked, most banned, and they were like, you know what, Yuzong, he's a decent one to look out for. Fake Time, banning Arlot, so that's already telling me that they want a little bit of a front-to-back comp, where you don't really want some movements happening to your composition, because then your carries are not defended. So I think they will be going along those lines. How you see it, Scared?
Could be possible as well. Carry, maybe ban out the Claude as well. But I'm really liking that smile that you have in your heart right now, not seeing the Sora ban for the very first one. But don't worry, my man. It could potentially be banned in the second banning, or not even the second banning phase, in the second ban from Fake Time. It is Carry on the other end. You mentioned about it. Good call. I'm also thinking around the similar lines. You know, simply just taking away all of that utility off. Could be an Eve ban. Could also be a Jushin ban. It's just about the question what you can play against rather than what you want to deny to the other side.
Is Sora
Don't be
going
happy.
through?
Don't
Is
be
Sora
happy.
going through?
Hold on.
Or will he be?
Valentina ban means that you can't play Valen EXP. Sora as the very last ban, Warren. I am sorry for you. I am so sorry for you. I was hyped up after seeing the Valentina ban. I kind of knew it that it could be a Sora EXP pick.
Well, not anymore. Eve being picked up, we saw her being very, very deadly in the last series. Makes a lot of sense. She's been part of the meta for quite some time. She's definitely up there. Yes, she had a little bit of ups and downs, but definitely. I feel like Eve is that type of hero where her ranked experience is completely different to the competitive environment, where if you would pick up Eve in your ranked, yes, you could have a little bit of success, but probably not the best. But if you pick her up in the competitive, since you have the coordination, you are all on the voice call, you can set it up, set up those team fights. She is super crazy deadly. So that's definitely a troublesome hero to patch around and kind of nerf buff for the balancing team, because in the competitive she's very, very strong, whereas in ranked not really that much. But that's not our job. Our job is to talk about what's being drafted. Juxin with Grok. That's a super strong early game mid lane duo. And the answer of Final Rain will be Joy and Gatot.
Killbox composition. Straight up. Martial locks in the Hayabusa yet again. Fake Time. We've seen the similar draft from them. They don't really change a lot of things. The only difference here is the Grok in the hands of Gori. I personally feel that Goranich doesn't really like to play a lot of Kaliyas and the setups like that, right? Or rather the pickoffs, which you would normally call it. He likes more about with the Wombo combo potential heroes like the Gato, like the Grok. So that's something which it kind of lowers down his own hero pool and the entire team's potential of bringing something out of the ordinary on the table.
Well, but that's where he definitely shines in his rotations, in his micro, and in the moments where he decides to engage in. Because yes, you could be talking about his champ pool being possibly a little bit wider, but the angles he is able to find, especially in the game that put them in this position into the, let's say, loser bracket, he played his Gatot to perfection. Like, other than that last moment where he didn't taunt Wicked, but that wasn't really his fault. It was more like Wicked played it that well and waited for the last second to dodge, that there was nothing he could have really done, because Wicked would always do that, react like that. So other than that, his Gato was impeccable. So we will see if he can bring this energy to the table again in this series, because as we said, as I mentioned before, this is it. This series is it. You will either go further or you're ending for today. Not just for today, for the whole event. That's it.
You don't really want to give up after reaching so very close to the trophy itself, right? And so much close to that prize pool out here. So everything's going to be put down in this one basket as Final Rain locks in their draft with the CC and the Moskov. Not a big fan of Moscow, not a lot of range, but Yuichi feels comfortable on that, so who are we to question it? Plus, you also have the Spear of Misery to survive against a Hayabusa if it decides to dive on you. Garmadon with the Ruby. Alright, this is supposed to be a double damage item Ruby. I want to see the War Axe, I want to see the Hunter Strike. It ain't working without that. Triple potentially? I mean, in the very later stages, after a bit of sustain of maybe the Queen's Wings as well as the Oracle, and then you can go in and pair it up with the third one, that's the Malefic Roar. Or if you want to be a bit more annoying, just go with the Endless Battle. While Tetron the Jushin will have to sustain and survive, or rather kite around the Joy as much as possible. It is... I think so Fake Time has got this one in the draft. What about you?
Well, we will see if Gargamel got it. If he can do those combinations, if he can do what his hero is capable to do, or if Final Rain will have their word to say about the result of this game. Of course, they will have their word to say. They will definitely be saying a lot of stuff. But the thing is, will it be enough? Can they play well enough to beat over Fake Time? Because in my eyes, Fake Time should be paper-wise the stronger team.
On paper, they are stronger. But in game, the translation is different out here as Final Rain could potentially hop one final time in the Land of Dawn in this very last best of three, ladies and gentlemen. As you rightfully mentioned as well, though, but here's the big thing. Yuichi is going to be zoned out instantly by Garmadon on the other side, and he has already denied... He's not yet denied any minion right now, but he's really trying to. Yeah, that can... Rather, the mage minion is not really going in his favor, yeah. That's a small win, but these small wins can actually scale up pretty big.
Primo getting pulled in. Could be... Nah, he should be fine. Yes, he's alive.
Close. I mean, a bit too close for comfort, I'd have to say, but... He's okay as of now. Revitalize was used up, so it's not going to be available before that turtle spawns up. Final Rain would want to delay this turtle as much as possible. The mid lane poke is going to stay the same. Interesting to see. Gori is actually going all the way towards the bottom side right now. Probably just wants to try and help out Garmadon a little bit, just to show that he's not getting ganged. And then we'll eventually move all the way up towards the turtle.
Also, the thing that I wanted to mention is that Garmadon was the one able to steal away Yuichi's creep. But if you look at the gold, it's the same. Oh, Primo going in, but there's no one to follow through. Doesn't matter because Gato, he packs a punch. He's level 2, but his heart is level 60.
Wow. Probably. Or maybe 6,000, depending on for how many years this troll has been sleeping. The stone troll. On the other side, though, now, level 4 power spike. I still feel Fake Time should be able to catch this one, though, but Cortez and his Curtain's Call is going to be the key.
RBM being dropped, forcing Marshall away, but there is initiation. Subs need to flicker out of harm's way. There is Tetrahedron going for Sap. Soda is able to finish it off, and together with Gorinage, he gets 2 turtles, you could say. Marshall gets picked off as well. And just as I mentioned it, Fake Time, paper-wise, are the stronger team. Final Rain step up to the plate, and they are like, nah, you get it all wrong, all mixed up. We have 3-0 in the third minute.
Oh, they steal away the purple too. That is big deficit for Marshall now. And it's just like what happened to them in the previous one. Marshall being picked off by Tiso every single time. This time around, it's almost the same thing. I told you about the curtains call, right, from Cortez. It is going to be crucial in the fight. And he got both of them. One of them being Marshall. So he was not able to run away back to safety. Eventually got picked off. The turtle was taken away by Soda as well. So, yeah, this snowball seems to be building up now, and you've got two people to worry about.
If you look over at the emblems, are we seeing something spicy? Are we seeing something crazy? Well, one thing I would love to say is that we are not really seeing those defensive emblems, I believe, right? Like, we have it on Moscow though, right?
Yeah, on Yuichi. He's fine about that. He's got that one, so everything else looks absolutely decent. Assassin emblem on Gori. That is interesting to see. Wasn't really expecting him to go with that one.
Armadon with a 1v2 RVM dropped on its head. He gets stick to the wall, stunned for a bit, and he gets finished off because there was no need for Spear of Destruction because he was finished just before that. That's right, when trying to chase for Yuichi, but the stacks are not quite enough. He will be fine. Primo, he gets pulled in, but that just Ref from Netrahydron being mad that he couldn't finish off Yuichi.
One of the big things that happened is the fact that Yuichi probably missed out on the standard minion. But, you know, he's already got one kill, so he's made it up with that. Corrosion Scythe already picked up. Gonna go in and complete the boots probably after this one. You really need the tough boots here. You cannot get caught in the chain CC on the other side as the turtle gets contested.
Already sorting up Primo, taunting up the front line, but that's not really the target you want to go for. And suddenly as the fight started, the fight is at its end, or maybe it re-engages, reinitiates, reignites. RVM dropped, Primo missing with the AOG, Marshall trying to do something, but it looks like he's
done.
Just dying.
He's done. It danced around with the shadows a bit, but that's about it. Did not even hit the level 8. And that is tough for a Hayabusa. Because on level 8, you get the second upgrade of your ultimate. And that means your Oogie shadow kill is longer. If it was longer, he could have potentially gotten a kill on Saps. But it was still level 1, so it didn't matter. And in the meantime, Yuichi was able to take the tier 1 up top, so even in the far lane, it is Final Rain who are winning.
True. Yeah, you're right on the money. I would love to add onto that it just feels like Marshall is not really feeling himself with the tempo of the games. It feels like he is not really yet. Oh, tectonic charge going in. Primo get knocked up, but it's a tank in the front line. You don't really care about that. And just as it starts, it just ends like that. But back to Marshall, it feels like the tempo is a little bit too fast on him. Ooh, yeah. Spear of Destruction. That was nasty. Do you think Yuichi wanted to connect?
Yeah, I think so. It was just like, yeah, maybe if it connects and they try to push forward, it's going to be GG's. Oh, hold on.
Marshall with a troublesome 1v1, but he will be fine. And that's a good thing, because Soda, he's 2 levels ahead, and Marshall was able to survive with that. Props to him. Primo, not props to him though, because he gets picked up, and that means some go for fake time spots.
Probably more than some, considering.
Great to play from Gargamel as he goes in and picks up 2.
Make the turret as well for the third and the final nail in the coffin. That is a big play coming in from Fake Time out there. And this is something you've got to eye out, because if this happens more often, then Final Rain will lose everything that they've built up till now. They had around 3,000 gold lead. With just that one play, it's been brought down to what, half of what it was. And I really like it.
Yeah?
I just like it. It will give Marshall enough time to probably catch up on the farm against Soda.
I like it too, and if you look at the goal turn, yes, let's talk about the fight.
Big I'm offended, Pullman. That's the only thing I'm gonna say. Neither Saps nor Yoichi was prepared for that one. And even though Yoichi was, his Purify was on cooldown out there. So that one specific cooldown timer is something Fake Time will have to play around with. They'll have to bait it out first and then get ready for the second fight to engage so that they can pick off this Moskov.
You need to be constantly thinking about the cooldown on the flicker on Garmadon. Oh, Marshall getting almost picked off. He was able to retaliate with some damage back. There is Jendero going in. Soda gets picked off as well. So it's jungle for the jungle, but Jay will die. And Echo pausing the match. So we have a pause going through. That's quite an interesting evolve of the situation. I guess there was a problem. There was a problem on either of the sides of the teams.
Probably.
Though, what can we say? Well, we can say that Fake Time are slowly hopping in back into the game.
Yeah.
Back into the first game of this series. And final reign, they need to respect the flicker plays. They need to be constantly thinking. The clock has to be ticking in their heads about the cooldown on that flicker, because it's the single deadliest thing that Fake Time has in their arsenal.
And that's something which probably Fake Time for waiting for too as well. That they can lose as many fights in the early game as possible. It's absolutely fine as long as the goal lead doesn't cross that 5k threshold. And then with Garmadon's flicker plays, with the I'm offended, cool, they can bring themselves back. And that's what's happened in the previous fights. So one thing that I noticed was Marshall getting constantly harassed by Soda. I wouldn't even say picked off. First in the top lane, he was able to survive thanks to the Yugi shadow kill, hopping in, and then the quad shadows coming right off the cooldown at the very end. But then in the mid lane, his HP was just too damn low to try and do anything. And the early deficit which he had eventually led him to not have enough damage in that previous fight, right? You remember I told you about that butterfly effect? That every single movement of your joystick counts?
Yes.
I'd have to say that Marshall eventually got caught on the shorter end of that stick.
Yes. His joystick wasn't his friend, it was his enemy. Oh, there's
my
big
God.
coming from Garmadon as he goes for Cartes, AUG in the backline, but not really hitting anyone. Garmadon trying to kite around, trying to dance around, but the thing is that you cannot really change. Oh, 1v,
Wow.
3v4, they pick one Tetrahedron, killing spree for Savs though, and Luckily it continues because Garmadon pulls in Sabs, tries to go for Primo. Marshall going for that backline kill. He shuts him down. Marshall is there back there, but Conti's getting through. Garmadon gets picked up by Soda. Shut down for him as Jay is the sole survivor of this onslaught. And final reign could be thinking they will be doing this work.
I take a small breath of air and I see Marshall at less than half the HP. I don't know what's happening to the man. But it's been happening from the previous series, even in this one. I saw him all the way towards the back with full H. Oh!
He's a madman, he's a maniac, he stole it away. Even though there was red... Did he hit
Yeah,
red?
it was on CD.
It
was on cooldown.
Goranich, he's a crazy man. That was nasty.
Can't really say sorry. I didn't mean to push you. He definitely meant everything that he did in that bush. Oh! Lucky dash from Yuichi at the last second though. Otherwise he was caught in the I'm offended and pushed all the way back to the abyss. Lord is getting prepped up all the way from bot. Top minion wave will push itself. Marshall is just there making sure that Soda doesn't clear it up. And now with the level 12 on his hero, he'd have that level 3 ultimate. That means the maximum
Tectonic
range.
charge goes through. Primo stopping it in its tracks. There is AOG going on 4 members of Fake Time, but no one to follow through. RVM will separate the fight so they have time to deal with Lord. Actually, nice base defense. Now Garmadon with a flicker play. I'm offended. Goes through. Subs is down on the floor together with Yuichi. Goranich gets picked off by Primo, but doesn't really change the fact that this fight looks so good for Fake Time. They continue on. Primo will be the next to fall. And Soda with Cartes need to defend their mid lane tower.
Man, I'd have to say it's Soda who's protecting the entire game for his team. And Garmadon doing the exact same thing for his own team. That one flicker forward play all the way. Hold on.
It's a 1v2, but I think... Oh, Ayo, there is the Spear of Destruction. Goes for Garmadon. Garmadon completely misses, and that means this is his death sentence. As Jay will fall next to him, next to his brother in arms, and they are both dead now. But doesn't really mean that much, since I don't believe there were shutdowns, and I don't believe they won't be able to respawn in time. You can look over the beautiful skill of Goranich. I don't even think there is anything you could add to that scare. Like, it was just beautiful.
Nothing. That's the only word that describes it. But this, on the other side, Garmadon, flickering forward in the RWM. Saps cancelled it out as well, and then instantly with a combination of the Yugi Shadow Kill along with the Lantern Flare, Marshall and Tetra were able to get both of those people in the backline. But then, it was again the Curtains call coming in by Cartes that caught Marshall. It is just so unfortunate for the man. First it's Tiso destroying him in every other bush, and now it is the Curtains call that is catching him every other time. He's just losing confidence after confidence in every single game, and it's not even his own fault.
It's tough for you, for anyone to be Marshall, and the hardest it is for Marshall to be himself, because right now he's late for the Lord take, and Soda will finish it off. Tectonic Charge goes for 2. There is Primo in the thick of it. He tries to do an AOG to separate Cartes with a popped Vengeance. Marshall actually making some space for his team to disengage. Not a bad play from this ninja with the usage of Yugi Shadow Kill, able to make the window which Fake Time can use to escape.
He got caught up in the Curtains call again, by the way, before that. That was the reason he couldn't really go in and take the backline out. And had to force all of his attention on Cartes on the other side, but there we go.
Garmadon started it up, but he is dying himself. There is the yo-yo sticking him to Tetrahedron, so he gets picked off, and suddenly everything falls apart for Fake Time, because Final Rain are the final 5 guys you see before your base crystal explodes, because they go for more. Goranich with a crazy play trying to change the outcome. Cartes gets picked up, but I don't think it's enough. Goranich, you should have bought a Blade of Heptasis if you wanted to do something like that, because Final Rain will be taking their base crystal and exploding into this series with the first win of the first game.
Just a couple of instances where we thought Fake Time could do something, but then you already had the answer ready on the other side, man. This is one of the big strengths coming in. Every single time you look at Fake Time, you know that the roster is packed up. You know they're going to do every single thing that you could think of with the composition that they cope up. And I'd be honest, yes, there were moments where we thought maybe Fake Time could actually pull this one through, specifically in that bottom lane. Then there were a couple of moments of Garmadon's flicker I am offended plays. But once all of that was left out, yeah, it just seemed that there is absolutely no other way Fake Time can actually make this one forward, because of how well Saps was positioning himself, how well Primo was standing up on the faces and taunting everyone, and the Curtains call of Cartes.
Beautifully said. There is nothing else I could add to that to describe the situation. We all saw the game, we all saw how Final Rain were able to play, and honestly, it shouldn't be as surprising as it could feel to some of you, maybe, but they have Primo, they have Yuichi. Those are names that carry a lot of weight, especially Primo. That's a guy you should know about. So they are not greenies. They know their way around, and the rest of the team was able to play just wonderfully. And if this trend continues, this will be the last series of today with a 2-0 again.
Potentially. With the way how Final Rain played, even though they lost it a bit in the mid, but they were still able to pull it all the way back up. Yeah, I think so. This could potentially be the last series. Having a look at the items of everyone. Trinity with the Malefic gun, built up by Yuichi. Full defense by Primo, added the Dreadnought armor. He just knew that neither Marshall nor Garmadon could do anything to him. And then Soda with the Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, everything. There is a reason why he dealt that much damage. But the standout player is definitely going to be in the hands of Saps. He's got Wishing Lantern for extra poke. Obviously the anti-heal item and the Divine Glaive being picked up early on, just to get some early bit of penetration as well. I like the build.
It's funny that he's using 2 nerfed items, but still being the MVP. Of course, it wasn't nerfed that heavily, right? But 2 nerfed items, we can laugh about that. Apparently not nerfed enough, I guess. Did you hear that, Moon Tomb? More nerfs. Nah, just kidding, of course. It's definitely about the skill of the player, about the skill of the one that's playing it. Final Rain, first map winner, rightfully so. First game for them that has been won, right? It's the first game that they won in this playoff, and we will see if they can add one more, because if they do, they will be joining the top 6 and they will be eliminating Fake Time and moving into the tomorrow's games. But I know we shouldn't be biased, but my heart is there for Fake Time. Come on, guys, show me something I can work with.
I mean, we've been seeing Garmadon and Goranich for quite a long time, right? All the way back in the previous event as well of the MVC. We saw them on such a long journey with the exact same team, but with 3 different members. And let's be honest, there was a certain point when everyone was a believer of Fake Time. And I really want to see that Fake Time as well back in action, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe after taking a breather, they can show that performance up. We'll find that out after this short fun. Don't go anywhere. With all things said and done, ladies and gentlemen, we are out here with potentially the last map and matchup for the evening. You are having a look at Warren. Along with him, you have me, Skadiet, and you all are watching the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. Yes, this is the very first event of the entire Euro for 2026 year, and everyone wants to eye out on that top prize. But guess what? Fake Time are just one step away from losing it for forever. Stuff.
It was pretty dark, but I felt it. Like I have, you know how they say it. My back is frozen. I don't know how to really say it in English, but you know what I mean. I have the spider tingling. I'm like shaking myself because yeah, as I said
stable.
before. What?
You said you're shaking yourself. You're sitting stable, bro. I haven't seen a more stable person there. Oh, like. I
Maybe I have AI camera, you know. If I switch it off, you will see. Maybe I'm not even a man. Maybe I'm a woman. You never know. Well, in this day and age of AI and deep fakes and things that you never know if they are true or not, the only thing you can be sure about is that you will see good MLBB today.
True.
And that you will be having Carry Band and Claude Pictor Band too. Those are the constants, those are the things you can be sure about, because everything else can be a lie. But this should be correct. And also there is another thing, and that could be a Sora pickup.
Ban.
Could be no.
Ban. You see, a Valent Van Sora is not going through. I'm sorry to say it. If it was not a Valentina van, I could say that Sora could potentially be picked up. But with a Valent van, yeah, that ain't happening. And it's an Eve instantly locked in as well for final reign yet again. It's like, in the previous one, they went in with the Jushin, or rather, no, they still went in with the Eve. The Jushin was picked up by Fake Time. It is open right now, so they can potentially go for that.
They go for it.
Grog has been banned away, so Gato for Gory? That's the only thing I see.
Yeah, I think he should. Though it opens up space for final reign to either go Cho, go Kalia, go something like that. Ooh, no. They go for the fourth time for Hayabusa. It didn't work for the first time. It didn't work for the second time. It didn't work for the third time. But fourth time is the charm, they say. I'm a little bit worried because... Yes, I agree that Marshall is leveling up. I think he's getting more confident. I think some mistakes that we saw in his first premiere, in the first series that we saw him in, he is not really doing that. He is feeling a little bit more confident. That's at least what I am seeing through the screen, but I don't know if it's enough. I'm thinking if there is some other hero that he could have in his champion pool, because if he is only confident and if he only believes that he could be successful on Hayabusa, I don't know if that's the hero pool you could be having to be in the top 8 and making it further through top 8. Freya being picked up for Garmadon, that's what I like, because Garmadon and Goranich, they are the two members of Fake Time that the team stands upon. They were very solid in all of the games that we saw them in. So if there is a way for Fake Time to come back into the series, I think it's definitely through Garmadon having some crazy carry performance. And if Freya is not the crazy carry performance option, I don't know what is.
I don't see a good roam option for Gory now.
Yes, they targeted him heavily. Mino Hylos.
Yeah, and they picked up the Gato for themselves. So I don't know what Gory is actually going to pick to try and help out Garmadon on that Freya. And now to counter all of that, you could eventually pick up a Phoveus for yourself. Because Freya has got all the dashes in the skill too, and you've got Marshall as well with the Quad Shadows who's going to be running around. So that is something you can pick up. Combining it all with the Claude's Blazing Duet into Primo's AOG2, I think so this could be a really problematic combo. But hold on. They go for a Gwyn jungle for the setup potential of the team, and they go for the full.
At least I will be a little bit happy because there is not Sora, but there is my old love, that being Favos, of course. But it looks like Orange will be cooking. He is going for that Rom Baxia. That anti-heal will be very, very useful against Favos, against Guinevere, against Claude especially. So there are 3 heroes that already heal a lot. I wanted to mention that I would even consider going Atlas. I know it's crazy, but I was feeling like Atlas could be the way to go, because he could initiate, everyone follows through, and it could be very quick job done. Guinevere, she typically wants to stack up for her ultimate before she can do anything big. So if the fights were very, very quick, she wouldn't be much happy about it. But with Baxia, you are kind of playing their own game. You are kind of saying, all right, we are on the same terms. It's a long fight. Let's see if we can play it better.
One of the big things that I also noticed, and I agree with your Atlas suggestion, is that there's not a lot of engaging tools and setting up tools for the side of Fake Time. The only thing they're relying on is going to be the Shield of Unity by Gorinich, ladies and gentlemen. And will that shield unite Fake Time? Or will it be the final roar of Final Rain out here to close the series out 2-0 and move all the way forward in that lower bracket? We'll find that out in this game as we move in Land of Dawn for potentially one last time.
I would like that for myself one last time, would be good, would be great, but we will see if it will come to fruition, if it will be happening. Right now we can see both of the junglers clearing. Marshall is dancing around. He went for the Little Wanderer because he's trying to use the dominance that his team has in the mid lane.
No. Bit of a
Looked
problem
like
for
trouble
Saps,
for
though.
a bit.
Yeah, but not a huge problem. It's fine. He's A-okay. On the top side is where I want to focus my attention on, because Yuichi, he is going to be a big target considering Garmadon, Gori and Tetra would want to dive on him.
I would say, ooh, he got it. Yuichi
Wow.
got it. He stole away the jungle camp, so this whole time they were working for nothing.
Yeah, they wasted it all. At least they've got their own one for the protection. Soda.
Soda.
Wants to run back though. Stunned up. I don't think so there's going to be a lot of problems. He's fine. He's a Guinevere running in on Impure Rage out here though. The chase from the other side could be a problem. But they're all fine.
For now. But Freya is going for the cut, so there could be a dive. No, not really a dive. It looks like he is making time for him and the rest of the team to rotate to the turtle and make it 5v4.
Right now, this level 3 on Jay could be a trouble. Does not really have the Falling Star Moon. No set potential out there though, but with the Revitalize out on the other side, this could be a big one. As on the back line is Garmadon, who wants to try and zone away Cortez. He's ready with the bonks up on top, not really going in for it, but a big Violet Requiem coming in. But still no full commitment on Soda. Still got to try and run back to safety as finally the RWM has been dropped in as well. 2 people super low, but they all will not survive either. It's Saps with the double. As Yuichi hops in, rightfully mentioned by you, Warren. Good eyesight out there. But it's still a 3-4-2 trade for Final Rain.
The idea was great for Fake Time to cut the wave on the top side, force Yuichi to collect, and then use that to your advantage, make it 5v4. But then they overstayed. It was too long for their liking, because then it was enough of a time for Yuichi to pick up the wave and then rotate through the whole map and join in. We will be seeing that. Look at the map. Look how Yuichi is moving already. So you are burning the time. Now was the moment when you should have been like, all right, we are hopping out. This is it. We just take the turtle. But Gorinch went in, Garmadon went in, and it was a little bit of an overstep. Marshall luckily was able to secure the turtle, but there is another fight happening.
Yeah, right now they really want to try and take it all the way over towards Purple Buff with Violet Requiem on to 1, but they don't really have enough damage right now. It's Garmadon to shut one down. Golden Staff already completed, and look at the aggression of Fake Time. Want to try and catch Saps as well with the flicker burnt up. This is a big win for Fake Time. Make it a bigger one, as Saps made the mistake and paid the price.
He paid with his life. He was the strongest hero of the final rain composition, but right now he's eating dust and dirt. Demon Hunter Sword collected for Yuichi, so he will have a little bit of that extra tankiness to lifesteal and also a little bit of that extra shred, which of course will be able to scale up into the late game especially. So even more levels on that Baxia, even more levels on that Esmeralda, he doesn't care. Also, he will be shredding, and that's something to consider, he will be shredding Tetrahedron too, because typically, if you are building Jushin, you are building such item, HP items too.
Yeah. Just want to get a bit more sustain, hopping in to try and kite around a little bit more. Spatial migration on the right target out here. The backline though, Freya hops in and gets spot. You've got a full support of your own team as well as Marshall was able to collect one. Turtle low in that HP, but will be taken off instantly by Marshall as the next two people are in line as Cortez and Yuichi will move all the way back up in the safety, but Primo doesn't have the luxury. Yuichi falls as well with a perfect sandwich coming in by Fake Time. They take the turtle and also double up their lead.
It looks like they don't have anything else in them. Final Rain, great first game, super strong, dominating first game. But the second game, yes, the first couple of minutes were decent, but right now Fake Time are in the rain themselves. They are dictating how the game is going to be played, what is going to happen in the next moments. And Garmadon, what a highlight this was. This last fight, he was 1v3 in one moment, popping Vengeance at the absolute last second and clutching it out.
I was not really expecting the Vengeance Freya, to be very honest though. But it's been making it work so very well. And guess what? They can try and make it work even more on Primo. As he tries to hop back into the tier 1. 6 levels to 9 is the difference between both of them as Yuichi BMI's out of that. Dodging the Valkyrie's descent at the last second there. As they clear out the wave. But they still don't have the map space.
Decent fight
Hold on.
gameplay. Ooh, Jai.
Yeah, they really want to hop in even more as Soda seems to be in trouble with the AOG connecting as well. Violet Requiem was used up to try and save his own life, but it's not enough as Marshall shuts him down. It's a 1-for-1 trade for Soda and Jay, but Fake Time will take it every single day.
Decent fighter gameplay is definitely one of the topics that you are talking about when you are mentioning Garmadon. He is one of those gold lane players that can not just play typical gold lane marksman, but he can play those fighters too. He was very successful on Ruby, now he's been very successful on Freya right in this game, and I think there is a lot more where this came from.
3,500 gold lead right now. Fake Time, if they increase it a little bit further, then that's going to be a problem. Valkyrie's descent onto 1, wants to jump in on Soda. Retribution not on time as Jay collects the turtle along with Marshall. They want to go and tag all of them. Bonks coming in from Cortez, but guess what? It's only delaying the inevitable. 3-4-0. Turtle locked in. Fake Time increasing their lead to 7,000.
We were talking and praising the teams that are able to win about their team coordination, but right now the team that had the coordination in the first one doesn't have it in the next. Fake Time are the ones with better synchro, better macro and better team fights.
Oh, Marshall. Yeah, he's gonna be taken down. Again, just
when I praise Fake Time, this happened.
Yeah, he just got a bit over jealous there. Overzealous is the word I was looking for. Just like how he was looking for 1 kill. Didn't really find it.
He got none.
Yuichi though.
Even died on top of that, so not really the best trade. Would be like
shut
going
down
for,
goal, yeah.
Yeah, would be like going for milk and then they take your Coca-Cola. Well, Jay, he is retreating under his tower. So he should be fine. Baxia driving around. Does he have a driver's license for that wheel of his? Not really saying. Garmadon, he is going crazy.
Yeah, with the Valkyrie's descent, wants to catch one though, but guess what? With the Violet Requiem, He was able to get knocked up as well. 3 people stopped in from the eye, but Cortez wants to run back thanks to the AOG. No one's chasing him, but the same can't be said for Saps. Just chased down by the fighter of the Northern Vale and buried 6 feet under in the sheet of ice. That is the Tier 2's story on the other end as Soda. They can try and just maybe run back to safety. Garmadon has got a ton of shield there as Yuichi gets bursted down. No more thievery being committed by this Claude as the art of thievery didn't help him out at all. It is fake time who are destroying Final Rain.
Honestly, I think you are putting it wrong. I don't think it's fake time. Yes, you have to tell. You have, yeah, you should be saying it's the team, but let's not lie to anyone. It's Garmadon, right? In this game, it's him, and not just him, but a lot of him.
I want to have a look at the items as well before this lot pops up. 5 more seconds for that to happen. Brute Force picked up. But that's just the second item as the Winter Crown. I don't know, man.
Soda doesn't have damage.
And neither Sustain.
Yeah, I'm missing.
Scott,
I'm missing the sustain. I think that should have been there.
Yeah, he's just going utility there, right? And I believe that is where the problem is. No one's built up a Chastis Pauldron to slow down Garmadon. He's got 4 items cooked up right now. And now everyone wants to run away from her. And Esmeralda with a falling Star Moon catching 3. They're just moving all the way back now. Finally, Marshall hops in as well with the flank angle. Revitalize forced out. Big utilities right before the Lord marches towards the inhibitor.
Lord will be marching and will be taking away the Golden Aura, as well as on the main lane, Garmadon.
Yeah, he wants to hop all the way back in though. Primo still able to push him all the way back with the AOG catching 2, but Marshall from the back line. Minions are there and they eat up most of the Yugi shadow kill, but that's still 1 for 0. Make it a 1 for 1 as finally they get a pick onto this Hayabusa. The ninja ain't that slick no more, but they still get the inhibitor. Guess what? They probably want a little bit more though, but End has healed to get more. They dip the odds against them even further. Soda falls now, and it's all in the hands of 3 people to defend 2 inhibitor towers, and one of them is being taken by Garmadon alone, man. This man is not stopping.
They tried to get more and they got less. This is what ends up happening if you are overconfident, overzealous, and you chase a little bit too deep. And yes, it's a finicky game because you are kind of dancing on the knife's edge and you are trying to get the most out of it that you can, but this was a little bit reaching too far and you got cut for your actions. Specifically, Soda died and he is falling further and further behind, and very, very soon, and it might already be happening, he will become useless. He will be just a meat shield.
You know, at this point, I just feel like even Trinity is not going to be enough for Yuichi. I feel that he's got to go for the Wind of Nature. Winter Crown is not going to help him
survive the Freya? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Because Garmadon is just free hitting everyone there. No Chastis Pauldron, that means he's got full attack speed for himself. Dominance Ice, yes. It's going to lower down the shield, but that's about it. Ain't touching the damage. And they've got the full map space towards the bottom side.
And how much attack speed he has with that golden staff completed, paired up with his passive, with Freya's passive, it's nasty.
And he's constantly creating the space as well with Valkyrie's Descent, right? All thanks to the vengeance that he's carrying.
Gun. Ah, cheeky Garmadon, cheeky Gargamel, he has even more attack range. Oh man, it's looking bad for Final Rain.
Gori has completed a Chastis Pauldron as well, so that's one good thing. Now, Yuichi will not really have enough time, or rather enough damage when he's hitting down that Baxia. And he will inevitably hit him.
Yeah.
Because that's his job.
There is no way around it. Like his ultimate especially, he cannot do anything else than hit him.
Are we going to see an anti-Curious from Soda and Cortez while Primo goes in for the Justice Pauldron? I hope they actually get it right before the slot marches down. Otherwise, this game is GG's.
We'll see if it will be GG's in this last fight, possibly. Let's see about that.
Yeah, see Halbert being picked up as well by Garmadon. So that's a lot more attack speed now, along with a bit of an anti-heal coming in. An extra damage to the people who've got high HP. AOG used up. Primo just barely touching level 11, which is not really that best now. Gory with the Revitalize as well, tries to move back in. Valkyries decide down to one. Yuichi, that's the Blazing Duet cancelled out, but Soda picks up a big bounty. But is it enough? Says no, Garmadon. Full HP Freya just tries to shut all of them down alone, but Yuichi stands tall, and the Trinity with the squad, with the man who steals it, is still not enough. Garmadon backdoors the entire game with minions, so many there to be cleared up. It still is Fake Time surviving in this elimination game.
They are surviving, they are still alive, the hope is there, and this is the first confirmed full BO3 of today, and I'm so happy we were able to get at least one. And honestly, who else to deliver it than Garmadon himself, right? He gave it to us on a silver platter, and he was like, would you like that, guys? Would you like that? Yes, we like that a lot. We like this third game, the full BO3. And this is quite a predicament that we are in, because Final Rain and Fake Time, they both dominated their respective opponents themselves in each of those games. So how will the third game play out? Yes, Garmadon was good in the first one too, but in the second he was the deciding factor. The thing is, can he step up for the third? And can he step up on something else than Freya? Because I don't believe there is any chance that he will be getting Freya again.
I think so. It is going to be Respect Band out there, but I'd have to give a lot of credit to Marshall in that last team fight. Soda got a big Violet Requiem on 2. After getting the shutdown on Tetra, he almost got Marshall as well. But he instantly moved in the Yugi shadow kill and got a return kill on 1, while his teammate picked up the kill on the 2nd. And that was the reason why we saw Garmadon ending the entire game with a backdoor. Otherwise, that was not happening. So Marshall, I'd have to say, that man has finally redeemed himself with just that very one last play.
I've been telling you, I was saying it, that he is leveling up. And I am feeling that a little bit of that nervousness, a little bit of that confidence is back in him, and a little bit of that nervousness is back from him. So I'm feeling if Fake Time are able to go further, we will see Marshall in much better light than we saw him for most of today. I think this game is telling us what he could be capable of. But of course, this game is just all about Garmadon. We said it in the game. This wasn't Fake Time. This was Garmadon and the rest of Fake Time.
It was Garmadon time.
True,
That's what the man literally said. Going in with the golden staff instantly. And then into the boots, War Axe, moving in towards the Malefic gun for that extra bit of range. Mind you, you already get a lot of range with the Valkyrie's Descent. And he adds more on top of that. Who do you want to turn into? Moscow with the blade? That's what this dude was doing. And let's be honest, the timing that he was picking up, right? You combine it so very well with Goronich hopping in on that Basha with the Shield of Unity. Everyone was just trying to run away, dissipating back on one or the other side. And the Guinevere was not being able to catch anyone. And that was solely because of Garmadon's instant Valkyrie's Descent.
He was a constant threat. That was... this is exactly what you want to see from your teammate if he's able to be on a carry hero and get some resources. This is what Zedel tried to do, but he wasn't successful in that. But Garmadon, he tried to do it, and he did it indeed. He was able to be a menace, to be a nuisance, to be a monster that his enemies couldn't deal with. But Final rain in the first game were the monster that Fake Time couldn't deal with. So it's iffy, hard to say, but the only thing that will give us our closure, the only thing that will give us our answers, we will go and continue further into tomorrow, is the third game, is Fake Time and Final Rain. They have the answers, but they will not tell us before the break. Right now we hop into that and we will see you after that.
with a new life in the eyes of Fake Time, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, we're going to be hopping back into the land of Dawn itself because they've finally pushed us to the third game of the best of three for the first time in this evening. You've got Warren alongside with me, scared yet for the hosts and the casters for this last game. Warren, what are your expectations?
My expectations are that Freya will be banned. That's one of them.
True. Should be. If anything, she should be. Because with the way how things have been going on, you'd really not want to give comfort picks to Fake Time because they've shown what they can do. So you might want to ban it out, but who will you let through?
Well, we can see that both of the teams decided to stay on their respective sides. There's not really anything switching up. So I'm expecting that from the side of Fake Time there will be Sora bans in the typical stuff. They might ban carry.
So sad.
For the yeah, I already conceived. I FF'd. I'm like, all right, guys, no Sora for me. Might see him tomorrow. We will see about that. Lapu, there's a little bit of a switch up because I believe Lapu wasn't banned before. Yeah, Freya. Oh, come on, man. This was the easiest bet of my life.
True. But no
Fake
one bet
Time,
against
I
you.
think. Yeah.
No one was betting against you.
I think everyone in the chat, they didn't trust.
Not reading it, and I knew that they will ban out of Freya, but Grok, who are you letting through? Valentina and Sora have been the standard. It's an Eve ban.
It's a Claude first pick, I think.
This could be a Sora.
Nah, I don't think so.
This could be a Sora.
No.
Nice try. You've got to have the hope.
Actually, yeah. My bad. Because if they go Juxin, they can still go carry or Claude. They can decide, like, they can get whatever.
Yeah.
So this makes much more sense with them banning Eve. Actually, very, very nice drafting for Final Reign so far. Of course, just the first pick, but I want to give them props. Decent mind games. I think Fake Time, not that they didn't really expect it. There wasn't really anything else they could have done. They had to ban Sora. Marshall with the Hayabusa ban. That's, yeah, of course. Claude will be collected for Fake Time, so now Final Reign need to respond. They need to get carry, but the question is what else with carry? Because they could be thinking, I think Roamer. I think they want a Roamer. I think it should be a Roamer that you pair up with Juxin. What do you think, Scared?
I was thinking of, I don't know, maybe a jungler to lock in as well for this phase because the Hayabusa has been locked in on the other side. So you probably might want to pick something for Soda, which he's comfortable on. His Guinevere was decent, but with the team coordination, it was not looking that pretty. So I was hoping for an early jungle pick, but it's fine now. Fake Time. Farsa or a Kimi? Which one do you want to lock in early on? Gori has shown that he can be put to very last. It's fine. But the lock in the Gato. All right.
Actually, it makes sense because I think Final Reign have fumbled the bag a little bit because they were the ones that were supposed to pick up Roamer. In this position, Fake Time can just ban 2 roamers, or 1, really depends how many they believe could be a threat to their team comp. But now they hold the cards, because Goranage has his roam, so they can be shooting shots at the roamers, just picking them off.
Could very well be the case. So ban out a high loss, that can stun you up. Ban out a Grok.
Grok is gone
That can
already.
pose a... Yeah, it has been gone already, so maybe a Minotaur?
Hilda, yeah. They're
Makes
lacking
sense.
damage. Yeah, I agree. For
But
the
yeah.
other side, I think Final Reign are going smart about it. Farsa being banned, yes, obviously, they have to.
Ban out a Lunox on the other side for Final Rain. That's what I feel.
True, yeah.
For Fake Time, it should be a high loss ban. I don't think so you'd really want Final Rain to pick it up because that would make a very good pair, specifically for the early game poke.
Are you sure? I'm feeling like if they went Minotaur, it could be crazy. Don't you think? He can stop Claude. He can re-engage into AOG. And if someone goes, if Marshall goes for the backline, he can just wait with the ult. I don't know. Am I too spicy?
It is a coin flip. between both of them. You ban one,
It's
the other
high
one's
loss.
going to be picked up. Yeah, the only reason why I felt high loss is because, first of all, you've got the instant Law and Order stun.
It's CC actually. Lunox is open. Oh, I think that's a fumble. I think Fake Time have free Lunox.
But what are they going to pick in the EXP lane though then? Esmeralda?
That's
Don't
for
think so,
later. That's for later. You don't need to worry about it now.
I think so. This is going to be their EXP pick. They should be. Not
But
really
why?
thinking of a mage.
But
because
why?
because the jungler is still remaining. They can either go for the utility mid, or they can go for a damage mid. Alice or an Esmeralda.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Dive in the back.
What?
That's all.
Oh, okay.
Go for the Esmer.
You see? It's a minor. I said it. I called it.
You called it? Or no one called Fanny?
Yeah, no one called Fanny, but I have to say, out of all the options where Fanny could have been picked up, I think this is a very, very decent one. Whoa. Yo, production? Is that correct? Are we seeing it wrong?
It's been years, man. It's been months since we last saw Lilia.
That's...
I like it. You need poke, you need a bit of range. You've got that with Lilia as well, with the recent buff that was there. You can poke down the Minotaur, poke well enough so that your backline can instantly hop in and burst him down before he could use up the Minoan Fury. You could do the exact same thing with Uranus as well. Now, considering you've got the Wishing Lantern too, he will soak up the damage while not regenerating enough. Considering you've got the anti-heal too. I'm liking the draft of Fake Time. I really love it with the pick of this Lily. I think so they've got this one.
Ooh, we go as far as like that, But there is one thing to consider. Garmadon, yes, he's on Claude, but it's not Freya. It's not something crazy. You know, it's just Claude.
It indeed is, but I wouldn't really call it just Claude because it's Garmadon on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. You've got Yuichi ready to take it up against him. In this last game of the series, the winner stays on, but the loser goes back home.
True. Cornage.
Oh, big fight coming in out here. Soda picked up instantly, make it 2 as well. This Gato is not a defensive Gato, it's a battle Gato. Recalling on their faces for a second there, but still did not survive. Marshall, level 2. Sam's got nothing except for a flicker. He's back to safety, but what an aggressive start of this game.
That's what you have to expect from Gornage. I think no one from Final Reign saw how Gornage looks in real life. Because if they saw him, they would know that he is ready to fight.
He was the ambassador as well for the place. Not really want to mention here, but he was. Now looking at the emblems as well again. No big changes out there. Fire emblem coming in for Soda on that fan. He wants to go for an extra bit of spell vamp. On the other side.
Are we
Which emblem
liking?
out here?
Are we liking Assassin emblem on Uranus?
Yeah,
Huh?
I don't know about that. You know, there's a reason why we don't mention certain things, right? And
Okay, sorry. Let's forget.
it's
last. Yeah.
it's like Voldemort's name, right? He whose name shall not be taken. Right now, it's he who shall not stay up in front. Oh my God! Instant black shoes coming in from Tetra. He wanted to go and pick Primo off there, but Saps was there with the lantern flare. Now the turtle should be easily contestable. Primo up in front, just level 3. Heals Saps up. There's no one to try and steal it away from Marshall as the red tree is on point.
I'm loving the evolution of Marshall. He is truly like a Pokemon, you know? Like, he's just getting better.
He's Raichu now.
Yeah.
All right, up and top. Though there's the Mikasa we always talk about. Garmadon instantly going in for the Blazing Duet as well, getting that extra bit of shield and sustain. And Soda is just level 5. Soda is level 5 on a Fanny jungle. Out there in mid, Primo is going to be running back to safety. It's fine. It's just Marshall on the other side. Not able to deal enough damage right now. But if this continues for Soda, things are going to get very difficult for him. Oh, hold on. Minnow and Fury knock up 4 people out with the AOG as well. They want to try and catch everyone off, but it's cancelled. And guess what? It finally landed in no man's land as it's 2 people falling, but it's 1 for 1 each. Primo for Tetra, making a double for Soda. I was talking about it. He delivered.
He delivered nicely. Primo with that flicker, Minnow and Fury initiation suddenly turning the fight in their favor and turning the game back into their hands. Soda with a Blade of Heptus, he's been a little bit zealous, trying to test his newfound metal against his enemies. Marshall, and just when I praise him, just when I give him some credit, he devolves back to Pikachu.
Oh my god. He's got to go back and retrain himself. That's the only thing you can think of out here. Tetra though, he's constantly poking and harassing out the other people, right? So that's something you've got to be careful about right now. He wants to catch on Saps as Galvatron was also there. The Black Shoes forced out right before the turtle fight. And this could be big. This could very well mean that now the rest of the members will have to leave that turtle pit. Out here, the Yugi Shadow Kill connecting on to all of them and dealing no damage whatsoever. But the turtle's taken away. The knockup's there on the other side as Soda catches one on Gori. Primo runs back to survive as the rest of the people will try and go back to safety. But guess what? Crimson Beacon forward. You're going to knock up onto Marshall with the shadows. Can you survive? No is the answer for Tetra, but yes is for him. Leaving the troops behind, but that's still needed if they don't want the goal lead to increase further.
You overextended yourself for too much long a period of time, because you could have just gotten the turtle and gotten out. But Fake Time, they were too hungry. They wanted more than they could chew. And this resulted in them kind of losing the fight. It all backfired, and suddenly final reign with a goal lead, Soda 3-1-2, and we were talking about him just a couple minutes ago, how bad his state is, how he doesn't have gold, and there is action happening 1v2 on the top side. Garmadon with a pick-off for himself, so some goldies in his pocketies. Artes will be handing that over. Garmadon with the first kill for himself, so not really that accelerated yet. And all of the others are mostly on Gornix. So Fake Time, yes, they are in the game with a decent gold difference for them. Not really gold difference, but gold equality. They have the same gold as their opponents. But Marshall...
Saps. Yeah, this could be a big pick out here. He's got the shadow on him and goes in for the Yugi Shadow Kill as well. And enough shadow box on top of him to take him down with a rock up from 3 men yet again. Primo on this minnow is just insanely good. AOG dodged by everyone as Yuichi now welcomes back the Gato. Should be enough to make him out, but it's Cortez who steals it all away. A 2 for 2.
There are 2 thieves in this game. On one side it's Cortez, on the other it's Goranich. They are taking the kills they shouldn't be having. I mean, jokes aside, of course, it's always better to pick up the kill than to risk him running away. So a little bit joking around. Though, what is not a joke is the third turtle being spawned onto the map, and Fake Time, they look like they want to contest, but I don't know if they can.
I don't think so. J for now on the top side. Just getting a bit of a beating from Yuichi, but it's just not enough down there in the bot though. Turtle yet again stolen by Marshall. Yugi Shadow Kill, picture perfect this time around, and as you rightly mentioned, he's slowly and steadily getting his performance back on track. If not for those few mistakes that he sometimes makes as overextension, I'm pretty sure he'd have a good goal lead for himself.
But right now, the goal lead is in the hands of Fake Time. 3 turtles, they speak for themselves, but there is one thing to consider, and that is the late game. Because I don't know how you feel about it, but I would definitely bet on carrying the late game and not Cloud.
We are but down bottom. It's a 2v1 out there. And guess what? That turned out into a 1v1 between Saps as the buff being stolen away on the other side is something that Fake Time wants to prioritize.
Garmadon is so happy that he had the warrior boots, because if he did not, he would have been dead in this 1v2.
Very well would be out here in the open. Minnow and Fury knocking up 2. But guess what? There's the shadows on the other side as the Black Shoe's been used up, as well as Marshall dodges every single one. But still, everyone surviving in that engage. That is a big one, but maybe it's an overextension of Gory. He just gets taken down. Is it ended?
Yep.
No, it's not. Jay runs back. Soda can't really go back to safety as well with the BMI. Garmadon out and takes it a 1-for-1.
This is exactly what we wanted to see. First game, final rain. Second game, Fake Time. Third game, bloodbath. 24,000 for final rain, 26,000 for Fake Time, and you cannot say who's gonna win because it's still in the cards. No one knows. It's so nerve-wracking.
Oh, Primo bursted down instantly. Trinity on the other side by Garmadon, and now he's taking over in this field. But guess what? Cortez used up Consecration for that extra bit of movement speed to try and help out his team, but doesn't matter. It's all okay.
Fake Time are not really liking Lord, it looks.
Guess what? It's not yet over until it's over. It's gone. He's going to be using the AOG, the exact same spot where he was at, just to push everyone away. We've got to go all the way back up. Flying Clouds, hold on. Guess what? There's still going to be the knockups though? No, there's none. They'll all be running back while the bottom tier 1, or rather tier 2, is being taken away by Soda.
Soda, that sneaky rascal. He was able to steal it away, so a little bit of that gold coming over to final rain. But we are slowly moving into the part of game where only hero that will be important for final rain will be Kari. Garmadon, he's leading the onslaught. For a bit.
It's fine.
For a bit I was thinking that he's gonna jump into 4 members, but he kept his cool. But right now, Fake Time starting up the Lord.
Yeah. Oh, guess what? They're probably taking up the Lord as well because everyone's just rolled out perfectly. Soda couldn't really reach back in the fight on time. Blazing to it. Does he want to commit? Does he want to commit? AOG did not catch anyone, so they should be moving all the way back up though, but Saps does not want to let them disengage with the Minnow and Fury coming in, knocking up 2 yet again. Garmadon is gone, the Blazing to it, and no one to stop him. All of that as well as Yuichi gets taken down. And with the Black Shoes, you've got the Lilia surviving. Cortez is there, Soda joins in the action at the very last. And just like the hero, he wants to take over the stage, but Jay is dancing around. That is the most beautiful falling star moon escape that I have seen.
He escaped very, very nicely, but there is one thing to say. Soda will be chasing for more. Not really, not any steel cables available anymore, more so not enough energy available anymore. Golden Aura will not be lost on any of the towers, so that's super good news for Final Rain and their fans. But the bad news, Fake Time still with a gold lead, and yes, I said, let's walk it through the fight. Gornage has been pulled in because they overextended, but then it was time for Minnow and Fury. Primo, I don't believe he casted full Minnow and Fury. I think he casted only the first 2 smashes. I think the last smack wasn't available because he got cancelled out of it. Tetrahedron was able to get caught off guard, but Jay, crazy escape over the wall, managing to not make it 1-for-3, but just 1-for-2. Super important for him to survive here. But right now, we'll be probably waiting for the next Lord before anything crazy happens furthermore.
70 seconds for that. No map presence for Final Rain apart from just moving 4 people together while they send Soda all the way back to the other side. Then that's understandable, right? You'd want your jungler who's got the maximum mobility to clear out that far lane, but Malefic gun almost being completed. Buff contested yet again. Retreat
Marshall
used up
has
by
it.
Marshall. Yeah, he was able to steal it away as well. And again, there's the jump coming in. Guess what? No black shoes for Tetra has been taken down. And another knock possible with the AOG connecting onto two. It doesn't matter. There's no one to deal damage. Neither of your damage dealers were present in that fight. And Final Rain instantly capitalize on that.
I don't think it's such a big deal. I think it's not great, but I don't think it's such a big deal because Fake Time should be able to have Tetrahedron back on time for the Lord spawn, so I think he should be able to run from the base. And if they want to
Jay.
make a ruckus, they could be making ruckus. Jay will be fine, don't worry about him, scared.
Everyone
Maybe
should be
Garma,
worried
though.
about him right now. Yeah, because guess what? There's no one to frontline your tier 3.
Saps.
We're taken down instantly. Saps. Oh my god, no way. He did a Hail Mary play there. He's died, yes. But the cost is a jungler on the other side. But guess what? It could be even more out there. Gamadon knocked up instantly with the Million Fury AOG to knock everyone back inside the Falling Star Moon. As it's all of them taken down dangerously low. And now out of the Land of Dawn, Primal falls too. And it's all in the wings of Soda as it tries to move all the way around in this map to clear out those waves. As the Lord will be taken by Fake Time.
I don't want to point fingers, but I don't think Saps should have done what he did because I believe the rest of the team wouldn't overextend as they did if he wasn't trying to make the play. But that's just my opinion. We might see it once more time and we could see a little bit more, more of the surroundings, get a little bit more of that context. Maybe it was call of someone else, Garmadon going deep. Not surviving, luckily for him. Oh, Soda, you don't want to be here, buddy.
An ult for an ult, and the whole world will play without him. Don't ask me where did I come up with that from?
Lord is marching down the bottom line, and the question is, will
Bro,
this be the
ignored.
final Lord of the game? Do you think scared Fake Time can close it out?
Should be. Look at the maximum damage being dealt. It's 114,000 from Garmadon and then 94,000 from Tetra. So both of the damage dealers are doing their part. They should be able to close it.
At the same time, what you have to consider is that Final Rain's composition is much more tanky, so there's much more heroes that you can land your damage upon. Where for Fake Time, if you hit someone, he probably gets bursted down, so it's definitely something to consider. But yes, I agree, those damage numbers are pretty high. Lord will be moving on to the bottom side where there is no golden aura, and this could be a last fight possibly.
Very well could be, as Marshall starts it all the way up with the Yugi Shadow Kill to push everyone back. As the Lord marches down towards the crystal as well. BMI set up. Garmadon, does he want to push up? No, he does not. Respects the damage on the other side and now wants to siege in the mid tier 3 too. The inhibitor up for business. Beautiful defense.
Beautiful defense indeed, and not the first beautiful defense that we had so far today. It's one of them. It's definitely up there. Very, very nice. Because Final Rain, they still want to continue this game. They are trying their best to not get pushed out from the edge, as you mentioned before. So let's see if they can manage. We are slowly moving into the ultra late game, you could say, where Yuichi will probably be swapping his shoes for something else. And at this moment, Carrie should be the superior marksman, the superior gold laner. But the thing is, yes, Carrie should have the higher amounts of damage, but she doesn't have the AoE. Yes, the single target is higher than Claude, but the AoE is going for Garmadon. So if Garmadon can find the angles where he can hit 3, 4, even 5 members of the opposing team, it's very, very bad. So the teamfight coordination and the teamfight cooperation is going to be super important as we are moving for the possibly last Lord pickup that right now could be going into the hands of Fake Time.
Immortality being brought up by Jay, so even though you'll have higher burst on one target, that one target will respawn with a little bit more of the HP. Oh, what? Primo.
Maybe it was too hasty. It looks like Claude has a lot of single target damage too.
Way too much that is without the ultimate. Yuichi wants to jump all the way up now. He's already used up the speedy light fields as well on the other side. You've got to knock up on two, but guess what? Everyone else is staying alive. The kiting so very beautiful. Soda has to go back. Marshall busted down yet again. Garmadon knocked up. No more BMI. He had to use it at the last second to run back to safety as Yuichi uses up the wind of nature just to try and survive through the damage of Jay as everyone's going to be moving back. Soda, you don't have enough damage with the cutthroat. It doesn't matter. It's Yuichi who will pick up the kill. And it's all being set up by Saps. Not one, but both of them.
This team fight, this very, very long team fight, was so well played on both sides, and really little things meant that one of the teams won it. Goranich a little bit of an overextend, retreating back in. The same thing could be said for Marshall. Right now, Lord could be getting into hands of final rain. Garmadon has something to say about that.
Beautiful BMI as well, forcing out the Minoan Fury on the other side now. There yet again is a shutdown. Yuichi takes Jay finally out of the mix, but Garmadon has forced back Soda. No retribution available while Marshall is there. You've got to reset the Lord, but that's something Fake Time would not really allow to happen, or they actually do, so they're going to be moving back as well. Beautiful discipline from both of them, but again, it is all on Garmadon. He forced Soda back.
Garmadon was kiting like a god that last fight. Oh, he might be getting caught.
Nah, he's got BMI. He's fine. He's got BMI. He's always got the Purify up as well, so... Oh, a bait on the Crimson Beacon on the other side.
He sold the shoes.
And the Windtalker being picked up instead of that, apart from the conventional Rose Gold Meteor. He wants extra mobility and extra attack speed.
Also, it stacks with the Golden Staff that he already has, so even more attack speed.
Oh, 1v1, hopping in. Soda! He's busted out and all thanks to the Windtalker. Extra attacks hopping in though on the other side. Tetra has got to move back. But Yuichi, Speedy Light Fields has been used up already. Now this is the window for Fake Time to take the Lord.
I don't know if this is a window. This more so looks like they broke off the wall because Soda getting picked off like that. This could be very, very bad for Final Rain. Of course, the question is how fast the Lord spawns. He doesn't respawn that fast, so you will have that possibility of that last 5v5. But I believe Lord will be going on the bottom side and there is no tower available and it's a 20-minute Lord. He will have a bunch of HP.
The only thing that Final Rain can do right now is to kite that Lord towards the mid tower. And I like the way how they're not clearing the wave themselves. Just because they want to let the minions stack up so that the Lord can march directly into the base and not get delayed by their wave.
Definitely. Smart call. You'll love to see it. 35,855 HP on that Lord. Pretty big HP pool. Still you have carry who can dish out a lot of HP % damage. Let's see about that. If this will be the last fight of today.
I don't think so that's going to be the case because look at the mid wave. It is not coming in. So you can directly direct this Lord all the way towards the inhibitor out there. But it's a 5v4 out of the base as Saps will have to hop back in the fountain. A knock-up on 4 in the backline with a flicker. It's all open as Garmadon gets instantly destroyed. Cutthroat on its face. As this Fanny is now hunting all of these Titans. The Mikasa has unleashed her Ackerman. But will still not be enough to take down the beefy boys as the discipline of Fake Time kicks in and they hop back.
Discipline of Fake Time? I would more so say it's discipline of Final Rain, because this comeback and especially how Primo was able to knock up 4 members and separate Garmadon so he could have been picked off. Beautiful defense coming from Final Rain and Primo. What a gameplay, especially playing against Goranich, who was very well known for his signature Minotaur. Primo, he's stepping up to the plane and he's like, you are not the only Mino that can play well. And I would even say, what is Primo showing us today? Honestly, Goranich has something to learn from that.
That is big, man. 0-4 and 16. His team has got 19 kills. He's been a part of 16 of them. Somewhere around 80% teamfight participation here. That is insane. And on top of that, you've got the Lord, you've got the entire map priority with yourself. The far lane was pushing in your favor, which is now being cleared by Marshall, and it still is going to stack up. So it will push in your favor even after that. So Final Rain have got everything set up for this Lord Dance.
And they will be dancing. Soda, he should be moving in to be ready. Of course, he's still trying to fix that bottom lane. Golden Age, he is getting bursted down nastily. He needs to retreat and recall to region up, and that could be the moment for Final Rain to try to get Lord for themselves. Immortality being available for Cortez, so this Uranus will be pretty tanky in front of you, not making it easy. And Ultimate has been popped. I know it's not the highest cooldown, but it won't be available anymore. Soda, he's nowhere to be seen. I don't know if he should be slacking off even for the purple buff.
Nah, it's fine right now. Since Fake Time don't have the vision of their purple buff, they don't know where Soda is, but maybe they've got an idea right now. The AOG, but the flicker up coming in from the other side now. That's a knock up on two, and the knock pick up as well from the Lantern Flare. Everyone's going to be taken down low as another knock up on three. It's a double for Yuichi. They want to shut down everyone with the Wind of Nature, or rather the Winter Crown. Both of them popped in from either players. Garmadon has got nothing left to survive. It's only Tetra and Jay who are left standing, and the entire team of Final Rain.
Final Rain? More like Final Discipline. They were so disciplined, especially in those two last fights.
This could very well be it. Knock up right now on Tetra. He had nothing to run back to safety, even with the black shoes out here. Everything's open. Winter Crown used up. Minions are spawning in, but the cannon is still left. A lot of HP, and that should be enough as Yuichi hops in. Primo is tanking the tower. Hold on. Jay cleared out that minion.
He might have
10 more seconds.
I don't know. It's not enough.
There's another way, yeah. Gori doesn't have anything left out there. Primo with the immortality. It is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's Final Rain with the epic comeback in game number 3. Moving forward in this lower bracket.
Into the top 6, it's official. Right now it has been top 7, now it's top 6. Unfortunately, Fake Time will be saying goodbye to us, and we will be saying goodbye to them. It was nice seeing them. Great gameplay, some of the moments. I would especially highlight Garmadon, but right now it should all be about Final Rain. I mentioned it before in the last moments of the game, Final Discipline. Because discipline was the word that it all revolved around. The way you can see it here, you could see it in the last fight as well, the way Primo waited for the perfect opportunity to go in with Minu and Fury Flicker combination, and then in the last fight where they were able to draw them in and kind of bait them into the bad position where there is walls from both sides and you get nuked by the AoE coming from the side of Final Rain, especially those AoE knockups again. Minu and Fury, you will see it right now. Focus on Primo, how he's working around it. He wasn't able to get the best ultimate, but he was able to bait them in the position where Soda was just flying through and taking them like grass cutter cuts through grass. He was getting all the damage done. Beautiful coordination coming from Final Rain. So a lot of credits to them. But before we will make it all about them, I would like to have a little bit of an highlight, and that would be Marshall. I know in eyes of a lot of people there is a lot of blame on him. You probably are thinking to yourself that he underperformed in your eyes, that it wasn't his day, he didn't play that well. But I would like to highlight the third game that we had and the way he was able to maneuver there, and the fact that I believe there's a lot of stress, a lot of pressure, and not enough of confidence for this guy. I think there's a lot of stuff that we could see from him, and I am hopeful that we will see it in the future. But right now, it's all about Final Rain. Scared, talk to me about Final Rain, and especially Saps.
Big play, man. That's all I'll say. Clock of Destiny built up later on as well with the Warrior Boots for extra bit of physical defense, knowing the Hayabusa is gonna hop on top of you. So you need that extra physical defense to try and survive through that burst. Definitely helped him out as well. With the Blood Wings' shield, extra mobility, everything was so good from this guy. Went in with a common emblem to get that extra bit of mana and everything else, along with the Wilderness's blessing and the mobility. So that means he's got more mobility in the river, right? So the mid control was clear cut the priority. You take that mid control after clearing the way faster and then move around in those lanes to make sure that you're helping out both of your laners, not just one. And I think so because of all of that, everything else slowly and steadily evolved in a manner where Saps was setting his team up for success, where he was not picking up those kills, but rather picking up the players, putting them off position, and then everyone was hopping on top of that. Kind of working in a similar way like a Hylos's Law and Order.
True. Beautifully said. I wouldn't say it better myself. Unfortunately, today is a little bit sad, a little bit on the sadder side for me because no Sora for my cast. Fake time gone, so I cannot love Gorenich and Garmadon anymore, you know. Let's go over the results though. Basics against Zero Vision, that was the start of today, 2-0. Basics, definitely, we talked about it behind the screens, behind the curtains, but we should mention it on the stream too. I think they are strong contenders for the finals. One of the strong contenders for the finals. Then Memento Requiem against White Army. White Army would be my second contender for the finals. And then Meta Shift against Final Rain, and you probably guessed it, Meta Shift would be my third contender for the finals. Then we had Team Entity against Fake Time, and I believe Scared could tell me more about it.
Yeah, again, pretty good game. Entity fully in control throughout. It seemed like Laito and Wicked have never really left the pro scene at all. They've always been here. So pretty solid performance from them. And then Zero Vision, even after the first loss which they suffered, they still were able to bring themselves back up against Memento Requiem. And I think so that was a really dominating win too. Now, the last few embers and signs were shown by Fake Time in that one game which they won, as well as the very last one, where they took up all the turtles, they had all the early game to mid game, but it was the late game. The Final Rain had the last laugh. As we have a look at the brackets for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, things will kick off yet again from that upper bracket. And this time, it's not going to be easy. It's a best of 5 up there.
Oh, it is. Tomorrow is going to be pretty action-packed. We will be starting with 2 BO5s back-to-back, and then we will move into the loser bracket where there will be 2 little bit easier, less action-packed BO3s, but still the stakes will be super high because yes, in the upper bracket it's BO5, but at the same time in the lower bracket it's do or die. So really hard to say, BO5 or deadly BO3, you can never know. But the big thing is Final Rain are waiting for their respective opponent in the lower bracket. The same thing can be said for Zero Vision. So those two teams are still not out of the dev zone. Honestly, they will be never out from the dev zone. When you are in the lower bracket, you are not getting from the lower bracket until you possibly make it into the finals, but that's still a long way ahead of us. So after the first day, how are we feeling? Scared? How did we like what we saw today? Let's wrap it up. Let's talk about the games today.
Domination after domination is where things kicked off, right? We were not expecting so many 2-0s coming in. I was genuinely expecting a couple of these games to go till the third one, but none of them happened like that. We saw dangerous grasses most of the time, and that did dictate the way how teams were drafting too. They were going in for a bit more pickoffs. They were going in for something that can actually utilize and hide around those bushes and then capitalize on top of that. We saw a lot of those things happen, but again, the final villains will definitely be Meta Shift in this entire tournament according to me as well, because ladies and gentlemen, as Warren mentioned, we have 2 best of 5 tomorrows to kick things off, and then 2 best of 3s, and then we'll have a best of 5 for the upper bracket final. So we will see who will be the first finalist tomorrow itself. I'm pretty sure who I'm going to place my bets on out there. You've got your own choices as well out there. Warren, your last few thoughts before we hop off.
I'm just gonna say that the team that will persevere and make it the furthest, make it into the finals, they will have a lot of discipline.
Discipline is the key for the victory, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see which one of them have got it more. We've got the action continuing tomorrow, so make sure that you hop in as well. You all were watching the PGL MLBB Challengers 2026. This was Warren alongside me, Scared. You had Kronos and Zakota for the previous one. They'll catch us tomorrow as well at the same time. Till then, have a good night. Bye-bye.